This young man is freaking out with excitement as the first to take on the challenge on the 600th floor. In front of him is a horde of monsters, but they suddenly get wiped out completely. The ones who struck are the 9 stars, the 9 strongest among millions. They entered the tower using magic and divine power gained from it, achieving unmatched strength. They blocked Jin Hyuk from entering the 600th floor. The star, called the Black Star or Death Star, is no ordinary expert. Using any weapon or divine method, he is the man crowned the strongest. Jin Hyuk brings a deadly army. He is the embodiment of death, a great soul reaper who needs only power, not peace or humanity. The 9 stars decide to execute Jin Hyuk for betraying humanity, even though he is considered the strongest. Jin Hyuk can't face the 9 of the 9 stars alone and must accept the punishment for traitors. But that's just the story our mother told us before bed. Jin Hyuk is not a traitor. In reality, he was betrayed by 8 of the 9 stars who hid the truth. 15 years passed, this young man sleeps until noon, then suddenly wakes up shouting, "You damn 9 stars, I will return." He unexpectedly uses his secret skill and actually succeeds. It's soul transference at the moment of death. It transfers his soul into a more suitable body. Jin Hyuk has returned in a new form. His grudge against the 9 stars is still deeply engraved in his mind. That day when Jin Hyuk was ambushed by the holy knight Ken, Pearl and the goddess Carmen Pearl summoned a holy light circle that nullified his dark powers. Jin Hyuk wants to know why they betrayed him. Ken looks down with a sneer. "I'm just weeding out the pests." Choi Hyung-hun, Jin Hyuk's friend and a star fighter of the 9 stars, was kept in the dark. They entered the 600th floor, surely fearing he might help Jin Hyuk. Though bitter, Jin Hyuk's eyes are fading. This time he was gang-beaten and lost, but this isn't the end. He will come back stronger than ever. Now Jin Hyuk sits here with a goal of revenge, ready to crush their souls. Just then, his phone rings. Jin Hyuk hasn't used a phone in ages, but it looks pretty high-end. He checks and finds the year is 2023, meaning 15 years have passed. But to him, it feels like just a short nap. His skill is weak. Speaking of skills, Jin Hyuk tests his new body. He kills an unlucky fly buzzing by, places its corpse on his hand, and focuses, saying, "Wake up." The only reply is Siri's voice from the phone. Jin Hyuk panics, tries again and again, telling the fly's corpse, "Wake up, wake up." Finally, he accepts the truth. This body is only good-looking, but has no mana at all, and he must climb from the first floor with no skills. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk remembers the 9 stars are still alive. Yet 15 years have passed, and Choi Jeong-hun only reached the 800th floor. But for him, this is the chance. While they're resting easy, he will catch up and take revenge. To level up fast, you have to go to the tower, not the gym. Even though his body is like a complete rookie, but he has experience from his past life. It won't take long for him to regain his rank. At the tower entrance in Seoul, thousands signed up to climb the tower, dreaming of reaching the top and living in wealth and luxury. This tower is where hopes and stories begin for everyone, including Jin Hyuk. He will return as Black Star, rebuild his reputation, and seek revenge. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the tower entrance opened. Jin Hyuk's first challenge in his second life had begun. The first place he reached was the fake tower registration. Counting the previous 5 years climbing, it's been 15 years total. Jin Hyuk just returned to the tutorial stage, but this tower was already a nightmare from the start. The path looked simple, but was full of traps. It would take at least a few days to get through. Besides the 10 tower floors, this place was the most ridiculous. First, he needed to check his body stats. Everything was so bad he barely dared to look, but 2 things stood out: hunger and mana stamina, different from his past life. Could it be that innate traits and physical attributes differ between souls? Regardless, his goal was to clear this entire path. Jin Hyuk sprinted. A magic trap arrow activated, but of course, it missed him because he knew the trap inside out. But that was just the beginning. More arrows flew from behind. Jin Hyuk sped up to dodge but lost sight ahead. He got hit by several arrows. Jin Hyuk told himself to hang in there, almost done. But with a dozen more arrows like shooting stars coming at him, only a demon could dodge that. Jin Hyuk ran on through the pain and finally returned to the start point. All wounds healed. First, he'd see how far he could go, but he admitted it hurt like hell. Now he couldn't just run blindly with his eyes shut. Time to play dirty, no, use his traits. Hunger helped Jin Hyuk consume lifeless things and turn them into his own. For example, his blood spilled on the ground added 1 to all stats, making it 2 total. Though small, experience and endurance also increased. He didn't care about equipment, stats, but he could still withstand basic abnormal states. It took about a week for Jin Hyuk to finish the tutorial stage, but he still took every arrow head-on and kept going to boost his stats through hunger, continuing until he maxed out experience and endurance. And so, after a whole month, he finally completed the tutorial, since Jin Hyuk also had to go out to eat. Some gods and demons showed interest in his blood dog method, but Jin Hyuk had no sympathy for those cruel, sick bastards who set up this tower climbing game. Gods and demons watched players to see if any AI resembling them appeared, and one AI among them revealed its title or real name. Though he cursed them daily, he already knew their disciple recruitment tricks. But whether in his past or current life, Jin Hyuk never played with them. A message from the 10,000 Demons Lord came through. How have you been lately, Jin Hyuk? Hearing that familiar name made him curse demons again. Usually cruel, but this time it was the eunuch stalker. In his past life, that guy clung to him like a leech, trying to recruit him as a disciple. Luckily, thanks to him shifting the soul's time, Jin Hyuk was able to return. Overall, he's not useless. But because BA talked to him, the others started paying attention to Jin Hyuk, so he got schooled again. Meanwhile, a few other gods found him interesting. Jin Hyuk knew they wanted to see if he'd side with AI, but you never let AI predict your moves. So he quietly stayed by his side, naturally. Even if he sided with AI, Jin Hyuk wouldn't return to the castration faction. Now's the time to reap the rewards. All his stats had increased significantly. Though gathering 10 mana was still tough, he had a mana constitution, so Jin Hyuk could steadily boost them. Suddenly, another trait unlocked even though he already had gluttony. Turns out, the original owner of this body already had that trait. It's the jack of all trades. The lame name disappointed Jin Hyuk, but this trait made him skilled in all combat areas. There'd be adjustments to match his proficiency. Despite the country bumpkin name, this trait was truly amazing. The title he couldn't get despite long preparation was the best at everything, the all-around master. Suddenly, the band guy popped up wanting to chat, or rather, to check his status window, but of course, no way. Now he'd head to the next floor. Whether that guy followed him or not was his problem. Based on experience, knowledge, and practice, the next room had to be the selection and training chamber. And it was. This was where Jin Hyuk could pick weapons and a suitable class. Then by destroying the floor, he'd be teleported to the first floor. In his past life, Jin Hyuk didn't hesitate to choose mage because of his mana constitution. This time, he wanted to see how impressive the jack of all trades trait was. So he set a training goal. The bow-wielding partner was full of killing intent, shooting one arrow that split into 3, all hitting the target. The partner raised the difficulty, creating targets that could attack him. Ignoring system warnings, this was risky. 5 targets appeared and attacked the partner. Jin Hyuk skillfully shot 3 down with his bow, then easily sliced the other 2 with his sword. This wasn't enough for Jin Hyuk. He wanted to try all weapons and demanded stronger targets. The summoned giants didn't impress readers before Jin Hyuk pierced their heads. Then he took out 2 behind them. Suddenly, a group of ranged attackers appeared. Jin Hyuk quickly hid behind a giant's head, then went to find weapons. The system warned this group was the strongest now, but for Jin Hyuk, what could be better? He used his specialty, the giant magic wand. I'm faster than you guys. Jin Hyuk used magic to wipe them all out. He didn't expect the jack of all trades to be this strong. It felt like he'd had years of weapon experience. Suddenly, the system announced he'd achieved a milestone and was rewarded the all-around master class. Jin Hyuk didn't expect this to be a job, but one person could only have one class. Jin Hyuk wasn't going to choose the all-around master and lose his strength. He had to pick it. Jin Hyuk wants to make the omnipotent master his side job, but the system says, dream on, son, side jobs only unlock after floor 100. Jin Hyuk swears, now he can't leave here without a job. Jin Hyuk tries to use achievement points to unlock a side job, but the system shows a question mark. Because this is something rookies can't know, achievement points are a currency earned by completing missions. Players can use these points to change the system, but asking me what it does is pointless. Jin Hyuk says he'll use 5,000 points to unlock, but he's still 50 points short. Jin Hyuk sighs and finally calls his spirit guardian, asking him to reveal his identity, and talk to him since it counts as an achievement, so he'll get 200 more points. Even though the spirit guardian gives him 200 points, Jin Hyuk still can't stand the arrogant attitude of a demon. At least he's a demon to me. Finally, he has the omnipotent master as a side job. Now he'll break the floor and teleport to the first floor of the Korum Ba Forest Tower. A newbie is struggling against the Thai goblin monsters, but it looks tough. Just then, a savior falls from the sky. It's Jin Hyuk. He aims right at the first target's head and smashes its skull. Hello, long time no see. Since Leo reached floor 600, he's never seen these girls. If they meet him, they're doomed. Hurry up and obediently follow and serve me. The guy behind is about to become a fan. Jin Hyuk's level is 35. Though he's a mage, he attacks physically. The other guy doesn't care where this AI came from. Let's team up, cover me. Jin Hyuk coldly says all the girls here belong to him today. The 2 guys get scared and back off immediately. 2 kobolds rush up for revenge. The first one gets punched by Jin Hyuk. He breaks its skull and whips it with his magic staff like a cane. The other one runs scared, but Jin Hyuk won't let it escape. He shoots through it, sending the 3 kobold brothers to the afterlife. Now the system welcomes him to floor 1. The mission is to defeat 10 kobolds, which is easy for him. Suddenly, he remembers if you kill a monster 1,000 times, you get the assassin title for that species. Before, he ran all over the edge to collect various assassin titles. Now he'll absorb the power of these kobolds. First, Jin Hyuk gulps. He sees the kobold's memories, gains its power, and even understands its native language. Just by absorbing kobolds, he raises his stats equal to a level 10 Leo. Plus, tweaking his job to get extra stats. Every time he levels up is insanely powerful. Suddenly, an important kobold memory flashes by. It's rushing to prepare food for the kobold lord. So Jin Hyuk has his second target. The lord signals the upcoming monster wave. He can grab the kobold assassin title and grind experience on this mission. But to face the wave, he needs an army. Now's the time to manipulate these kobolds, make them rise and become his 3 skeleton soldiers. Jin Hyuk finishes changing his job to Soul Summoner. This is as easy as pie, but his greed is bottomless since there are still hidden jobs on this first floor. Then you have to be the one to get it. Suddenly, 4 more bone hunters showed up. A perfect chance for Jin Hyuk. He sent his bone hunter squad into battle. A moment later, Jin Hyuk led his bone hunter underlings to find a simple, rustic 1-story house, empty inside. Jin Hyuk thanked his lucky stars no other hunter had been here before. A friend kicked through the floor, revealing a secret passage hiding the first floor's hidden profession. He walked while breaking quartz stones on the stairs. The necromancer's hidden profession was somewhere nearby. Inside the coffin holding the profession transfer spot, he boldly flipped open the lid of a coffin. A skeleton dressed in clothes flew out. It was Vun Can, who spoke despite lacking vocal cords. "Are you my descendant?" The friend said nothing, just smirked. Vun Can, rustic and blunt, thought Jin Hyuk would be amazed, so he tried to appear as eerie as possible. After reading Vun Can's journal, Jin Hyuk passed the threshold of shock, but of course, he hadn't read it in this life. In his past life, during the painful time switching to the mage profession, Jin Hyuk accidentally found it and returned to the first floor. After becoming a necromancer, he failed to make Vun Can his summon. "I like you already." Vun Can seemed pleased when Jin Hyuk spoke more politely. That rude bastard from 15 years ago. And that bastard was none other than Jin Hyuk himself in his past life. Jin Hyuk had to hold back from smashing the skeleton before him. He needed to change his profession now, but Vun Can said he had to reach the 10th floor first because higher-level necromancers outrank soul summoners. Blah blah. Ignoring his rambling, Jin Hyuk showed his status board proving he was a soul summoner. No need to reach the 10th floor to change. Excellent. Truly a rare talent. Vun Can exclaimed excitedly. He thought Jin Hyuk was more skilled and outstanding than the dumbass from 15 years ago, who was obviously Jin Hyuk's past self. Talking so much, he forgot to change Jin Hyuk's profession, which annoyed him. Vun Can immediately performed the ritual on him. Before the tower appeared on Earth, he was the most notorious tower climber in the world. Even as the strongest soul summoner, Vun Can sought to become stronger. A summon made of just bones and skin wasn't enough. He wanted something unique. That was a soul. Vun Can was determined to summon the souls of the dead, creating a one-of-a-kind summon at the time, and invented a profession called necromancer. However, no matter how strong, Vun Can eventually fell to old age. The necromancer profession was on the verge of disappearing. Vun Can used his last method, applying the summoning order on himself, hoping his descendant would restore his honor. To find the next tower climber to follow his footsteps, he became half NPC after handing the soul chalice to Jin Hyuk. Vun Can congratulated him on his new job, telling him to use the soul chalice to capture and summon souls. Of course, Jin Hyuk already knew, and his first target was Vun Can. He failed last life, but this life he wouldn't fail. Vun Can hoped Jin Hyuk would climb the tower and make his name famous, but Jin Hyuk said, "You gotta work to eat. You don't work, you just eat bricks." "What the hell? You broke the promise written in the journal." Vun Can shouted in anger. The habit of pushing work onto others isn't good, so Jin Hyuk will help him become kinder, starting by collecting his soul. Vun Can's soul is escaping, but trapping him isn't easy. Vun Can flies out. He flips Jin Hyuk off. "Haha, feeling ashamed yet? See you later, you dog." Just as he finished speaking, his skull hit a wall. Vun Can fell into a magic circle. Jin Hyuk planned everything. The magic wall is a low-level spell. He created prison just for him. Vun Can still struggles. Low-level spells are easy for him to break. "Did I say this was the only one?" Jin Hyuk sneers. He released many goblin magic stones and cast spells to activate them. Vun can easily destroy them, but only before being trapped. Now, Vun Can feels hopeless. Dead for hundreds of years, yet he meets a Mew with dirtier tricks. Jin Hyuk tells him the truth. In my past life, I was the second Death Spirit Master. Now, I'm the third. Vunkan screams madly. Who would have thought I'd return to take you again? Jin Hyuk uses his soul cup to suck him in. Now, no one can save you. Vunkan is just a skeleton now. With him as my disciple, I can get whatever I want. Those 9 stars better wait for me to come and take each of them down. Jin Hyuk returns with his bone minions and other gods, curious about his profession, but Jin Hyuk won't reveal it. Sooner or later, they'll see his skills. The skeletal minions look at him with longing, but Jin Hyuk doesn't need them anymore. He decides to return their bones to the earth, while their souls continue as his disciples. Cool, but all mute. Suddenly, a voice full of rage scolds his whole crew, none other than Vunkan, the fire god. Jin Hyuk is shocked by his human form. Vunkan must have been quite the ladies' man in his youth. Vunkan rages, wanting to fight, but suddenly his throat is choked. He's living off Jin Hyuk's mana now. If Jin Hyuk stops, Vunkan will vanish instantly. With his lone wolf, undefeated, rebellious nature, Vunkan refuses to be Jin Hyuk's dog. Jin Hyuk leans close and whispers, "Do you have any other choice?" He's the one who turned his acquaintances into soul orbs, and having absorbed them, he has no right to judge me. Plus, I still have my gluttony skill. If you're not good, I'll feast on you. So what do you want now? Jin Hyuk points to the kobold arena. Take it as a stronghold. Jin Hyuk goes for a night stroll and encounters 2 kobold guards. He unleashes 2 kobold souls and takes them out in a flash. He's holding 30 kobold soul soldiers, so these guys don't stand a chance. Besides, this life, you won't sit still. The Lord of the Undead, meditating in his room, senses an intruder. He orders the soldiers to prepare offerings quickly. The demon is rampaging in the hallway. Jin Hyuk approaches the Lord of the Undead's chamber. Thanks to sensing its aura, it appears and cheers him with a light staff, annoying Jin Hyuk. I don't need an old hairy guy cheering me on, because I'm winning anyway. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Undead is performing some ritual but screams it's still not enough. Until they were satisfied, it still wasn't glorious enough. So the next sacrifice, Dr. Kabi, was brought up. This pleased the Lord because Dr. Kabi was a tastier offering than humans. Just then, Jin Hyuk appeared. He didn't care whether they were sacrificing or summoning something, since either way, they'd all become his soldiers. The rune plan made the kobold lord furious. On top of that, Jin Hyuk insulted him as a worthless ringleader. I'm the mighty Goblin King. Show some respect, human. The Goblin King's anger scared me off. Jin Hyuk sneered at Dr. Kabi, who didn't understand what was happening, but this was her chance to escape. Lum immediately begged power from Dr. Kabi to attack. 2 claws shot toward her. Just as things got intense, she tripped and fell, giving Jin Hyuk the opening to strike. He punched once, shattering the 2 claws into pieces, as simply as in a textbook. Yan Yu had planned to let her go, but up close he realized she was Dr. Kabi, a powerful being from the 100th floor, so there was no reason for them to be here. She wasn't even fully grown yet. He decided to save her to learn more about what happened on the 100th floor. Yan Yu told her to run and hide somewhere else. If she got targeted again, he wouldn't save her. Lum didn't back down, using 2 unfortunate kobolds nearby as explosives. Jin Hyuk quickly dashed past before they exploded. He uppercut Lum, sending him flying 8 meters. This old body couldn't take it anymore. Now Jin Hyuk's real fight began. But it seemed the Goblin King had a final move. He shouted, "Dr. Kabi, take me." It turned out he sacrificed himself. A gush of fresh blood flew out, enveloping Jin Hyuk and forming a blood goblin beast. No one expected Lum to summon such a high-level monster. The blood goblin beast slammed Jin Hyuk's head into the ground, delighting Lum. Ha ha, scared now. He proudly boasted about his strongest soul technique. Jin Hyuk was annoyed. A toad trying to compare itself to a swan. Let me show you what the kobold army's soul technique really looks like. The summoned souls entered the blood goblin beast, causing it to explode from within. Lum blinked, watching Jin Hyuk stride confidently through the rain of blood, his arrogant and terrifying demeanor. What concerned him was how Lum could create a blood goblin beast. It had to be Dr. Kabi's doing. Dr. Kabi entered the chat room. Jin Hyuk had noticed her curiosity about his soul master power. She summoned the blood goblin beast when she saw him fighting Lum, who was just a toy to Jin Hyuk. Lum was unwilling, believing Dr. Kabi would definitely avenge him. Jin Hyuk hoped that guy would come to him so they could talk it out. But for now, he had to deal with the Goblin King. He was being crushed by the souls of his own clan. This was punishment for anyone daring to challenge him. First Lum, then Dr. Kabi. Jin Hyuk crushed Lum's body in his grip. He looked more villainous than any villain now. Next was obviously to recruit Lum's soul as a subordinate. Seeing his soul trying to escape, Jin Hyuk grabbed it immediately. Now he had work for him to do. Jin Hyuk turned him into a soul orb, allowing him to collect 10 souls and create usable potions. To drink the potion, you have to open your mouth. Jin Hyuk was excited, but this meal wasn't as good as he expected. The stat boost meant nothing. At that moment, the girl Dr. Kabi appeared to thank him. She introduced herself as Harry Dean, who had helped her escape. But Harry didn't seem afraid. He threatened her. He would kill or sell her if that happened. "I'll deal with you." Haru suddenly radiated deadly intent. Jin Hyuk laughed. That's typical of a doctor when it comes to repaying kindness or revenge. They always have to do it. Dean was curious why someone from the 100th floor like Harry would come down to the bottom. Harry hesitated, then said someone attacked the Dakabi village on the 100th floor. Dean was shocked because Dakabi are extremely powerful creatures in this tower. Even climbers don't dare mess with them easily. He guessed it might be one of the 4 great powers: giants, the essence of dragon magic, demon energy masters, or the purging wings of the god clan. They are the 4 forces controlling everything in the tower. Surely one of them must have underestimated the Dakabi, or maybe it was someone aided by them. Or perhaps those 9 reckless bastards. Mentioning them filled him with hatred. After finishing, Jin Hyuk decided to leave. He couldn't stay in a place smelling so much like blood. Haru volunteered to go with Jin Hyuk. Though young, having her on the team was a plus. If she came along, Jin Hyuk wouldn't protect her. Haru was confident she could handle herself. She had almost been killed by that spider. Jin Hyuk reminded her of that experience, making Haru embarrassed. Putting that aside, Jin Hyuk needed to change clothes since his were soaked in fresh blood. He suddenly saw equipment drop from the bushes. Perfect timing, so Jin Hyuk got new gear. Though he looked like a monk. The two exited from underground. Vun Ken surfaced, reporting he dealt with the remaining spiders in the castle. Haru was curious. Was he an AI? Vun Ken didn't know how she could see souls. Haru casually flexed. Some doctors have strong affinity with souls. Unexpectedly, she knew how to show she was special. Jin Hyuk wondered if he should use her appetite to absorb her power. The system sent a notification about the Monster Wave mission. Jin Hyuk had been waiting for this for a long time. The other two were shocked, not believing he'd accept it all. But there was no way he'd pass up such a tasty bait. Without doing it, there was no way to defeat the Overlord here. Although most of the gods and demons thought he was reckless, the Demon Lord promised to give him a gift if he succeeded, so the Soul User had to do it. Vun Ken didn't have enough faith that he'd conquer this monster wave. Jin Hyuk knew Vun Ken wanted him to go down the hole so he could be free, but Vun Ken should rest assured, because even if he went down, Vun Ken would still be his servant. After accepting the mission, all safe zones on the first floor were disabled. Other players were pissed, not knowing which bastard accepted the wave mission. These monsters made them rush to the second floor before the wave arrived. Of course, after they completed the first floor mission, a beam of light descended from the sky, signaling bad news. A horde of zombies burst out from another dimension, attacking wildly. The Leo Tower group could only cling to each other and scream. At that moment, another pillar of light appeared. Jin Hyuk arrived with 2 loyal comrades, issuing a warning to the others. If anyone harms even one of them, I will slaughter all of you. They not only ignored his arrogant words, but also worried Jin Hyuk would be crushed. Jin Hyuk had already prepared an army to face them. What happens when flesh and bone zombies fight spirit zombies? Jin Hyuk stood back, enjoying as his disciples handled the wave. Haru asked permission to join the fight and was granted it. Haru summoned his space pouch and pulled out a very cool-looking sword. With altar-like speed, Haru effortlessly sliced 2 zombies in half. Jin Hyuk was sure that sword was no ordinary weapon, and that someone so young could control it so easily. Perhaps the invader's target was Haru's village, which explained her sudden appearance. 3 Leo Tower members were upset that Jin Hyuk took down the entire wave. One was Kim Sung-Ti from the White Swallow Guild. Jin Hyuk didn't care about their White Swallow or whatever nonsense. Sung-Ti arrogantly introduced himself. White Swallow is a subsidiary guild of the Sanctuary. What did you just say? The Pelin brothers? Mentioning them hits a sore spot with me. Sung-Ti was unaware of the danger ahead. He bragged about reaching the 10th floor with his brother. Today, seeing Jin Hyuk's dominance, he wanted to challenge him. Sorry, but no chance. No way. Jin Hyuk grabbed one and held him tight. He also needed info on the Pelin brothers. The other 2 shouted in protest. Why are you blocking us when we're all Leo Tower members? You threaten others just because you're stronger? Why not? Jin Hyuk calmly asked back. It's clear they can't attack, kill, or steal from others inside this tower. Power rules here. Now, instead of babbling and making me angry, you'd better stay away. The other 2 ran to help him. What are you going to do? Get revenge? Run, Sung-Ti muttered. He knew how strong Jin Hyuk was and had to flee before getting caught. Later, Jin Hyuk and Vun Ken joined the battle wave. Their power was tremendous but didn't significantly reduce the massive zombie horde. Jin Hyuk fought head-on while Vun Can controlled the rear, as he was also a soul summoner. Jin Hyuk's spirit army combined with Vun Can's Bonehound troops, splitting up to crush the monster wave. More soldiers kept arriving as they fought. Haru was still solo on the stage, but her strength had limits. Compared to the overwhelming numbers, Haru was caught off guard and attacked from behind. Though in pain, Haru recalled the memory of her beloved village being burned down, so this pain was nothing to her. Haru even bled more fiercely, but after a few minutes, she reached her limit. At that moment, an explosion behind caused by Jin Hyuk startled Haru. She was deeply impressed by him. Just then, the explosion behind caused by Jin Hyuk startled Haru. She was deeply impressed by him. A person climbs the first floor of the tower but possesses terrifying strength, so Haru is determined to follow Jin Hyuk to learn from him, then avenge her village. Lost in thought, Haru almost got ambushed a second time. This time, it was Vun Can who saved her. Haru shakily stood up, gripping her sword, ready to keep fighting. Vun Can was curious about what Haru had gone through to be so resilient. Haru wondered why he helped her. When she fled from the 100th floor without AI assistance, she was just glad no AI harmed her. She thought Vun Can helped her for some unknown reason. Vun Can said it was about the warrior's soul. A warrior's soul must obey its master's orders, and the master is Jin Hyuk. He ordered Vun Can to ensure Haru stays alive and achieves her goal. Now Vun Can had to rush to meet a deadline, or Jin Hyuk would nag him again. Haru was deeply grateful to Jin Hyuk, the only one in the tower who helped her. She vowed to live and repay this kindness. Haru put on the demon mask, her whole body erupting with power as if pain never existed. This sudden strength shocked both Jin Hyuk and Vun Can. Haru moved like a ghost, striking down countless kobolds in one swift motion. It felt like she was enjoying the killing. Jin Hyuk's confidence grew watching her performance. The attacker who destroyed her village had targeted Haru and that sword. It was best. Jin Hyuk didn't tell Haru about this. With 1 minute left before the wave ended, the gate was shrinking. The last monster was running out. Dien Hu excitedly threw a dagger through it, successfully stopping the monster wave. Vun Can truly admired Jin Hyuk's display. Haru looked exhausted and staggered. Jin Hyuk caught her. Her skills were strong but shouldn't be used while drained. Facing Jin Hyuk, Haru showed a new, shy emotion. Setting that aside, it was time to claim the rewards. Jin Hyuk had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The Goblin Assassin title boosted all stats to 5 stars, though not by much. But the 500 reward points would also add to the stats. If Jin Hyuk exploited the Omnipotent Master and greed for food to learn skills, these stats would increase endlessly. The rewards went to the top 3. Jin Hyuk, Haru, and Vun Can, though he could hardly believe he was awarded. But in the end, the prize belonged to Jin Hyuk. That's the life of a servant. Haru even gave her reward to Jin Hyuk, symbolizing their... However, Jin Hyuk refused to take Haru's prize. He had been hurt badly in the past and couldn't trust AI. The second place reward was too valuable for him to accept without suspicion. Even though Haru followed him, it didn't mean he trusted her unless she proved her loyalty. Haru didn't hesitate to give him the Dr. Kabi mask to prove it. Vun Can couldn't believe she handed the Dr. Bai mask to an outsider, since it was basically a Dr. Bai's life source. They gave it to their true love when proposing. Jin Hyuk didn't understand why she gave it to him as a proposal. Why? To thank him for saving her twice, Haru honestly said, and she wanted to prove she wouldn't betray him. To thank him for saving my life twice, Haru said sincerely, wanting to prove she wouldn't betray him. This mask is even more valuable, so Jin Hyuk suspects she has another motive for revenge. Haru said she didn't tell him the details. Her village was burned down, and no one survived. Maybe she's the last Dr. B, so Haru must avenge her clan by climbing the tower with Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk looks at Haru. She wants revenge like him, but betrayal would cost her life. He takes the reward, but the mask means nothing to him, just decoration. Haru is so happy she calls him Appa, giving Jin Hyuk chills. Setting titles aside, it's time to unbox the 3 gifts. First is a mana ring that reduces mana consumption by 10%. Next, mana earrings reduce consumption by 15%, and finally a mana necklace reduces it by 20%. Vun Can sees these are really good items. Haru knows nothing about them, but they perfectly suit a soul summoner like Jin Hyuk, who needs lots of mana to maintain his team. The group waits for Kwon Soo Gui to speak, but he stays silent, so Jin Hyuk reminds him of his promise. The guy tells him to go play somewhere else. Then Jin Hyuk will go somewhere else. The group enters an empty town diner, evacuated to the 2nd floor to avoid the wave. After a second reminder, Kwon Soo Gui finally picks a gift for Jin Hyuk, a skull ring that looks very dangerous. Jin Hyuk is thrilled to hold it, amazed, then stops mid-sentence, making Vun Can and Haru curious. Jin Hyuk's face twists. This ring contains demonic mana, shocking Vun Can beyond belief. Demonic mana is the essence of demons, a high-level mana source. Usually, to get demonic mana, humans must become demon slaves, gaining only small amounts over years. After putting on the ring, Quan Su Gui wants to shake hands and make peace. Du Yanhu forgives him this time. At least the gift is excellent. Everyone feels happy. Only Ban is insanely jealous for not shaking Jin Hyuk's hand. If you want to shake hands, bring it here. Jin Hyuk slyly says, not just anyone can hold my hand. Ban helplessly searches 6 wardrobes, drawers, and under the bed, but his house is poorer than Quan Su Gui's. Finally, Ban decides to create a mission. Huh? What the hell? Jin Hyuk is startled. A mission from a demon sounds great. Vun Can is even more excited than Jin Hyuk. Kill and find out who's climbing the tower. Jin Hyuk will accept Ban's offer, but Ban mutters something. That's not Ban's real intention. Anyway, it's too late to back out. Ban's mission is to become famous throughout the tower before reaching the 100th floor. If he fails, he must become Ban's follower. If he succeeds, Ban will provide any formula he wants. With demon formulas, nothing is impossible. Jin Hyuk is very pleased, though the penalty is harsh. He likes to take risks, so Jin Hyuk will accept this mission. The worst part is shaking hands with Ban. Ban is satisfied to hold his idol's hand. After clearing the first floor, Du Yanhu will find the Kia car guy to extract information. This simple mission is assigned to Vun Can. He's already sent his soul to follow the target. The target is still on the first floor but far from them. Sounds good. You should teach me that trick. I'm off. Vun Can reluctantly leaves. Du Yanhu decides to chat with Haru. While waiting for him, he wanted to know the story behind the Dr. Kabi mask. On the way, Haru explained it to him. The mask allows the user to harness Dr. Kabi's powers of charm and the supernatural. For Haru, she can use supernatural strength and use clairvoyance to see the future. Jin Hyuk felt a bit unlucky. If she had used that power earlier, it would have helped. In battles already, Haru suddenly stared at him, making Jin Hyuk uncomfortable. She felt he was very strange. Outsiders tried every way to use this power. They begged to see the future and tried to escape fate. Jin Hyuk felt there was no need to run from it. If you worry about something, just smash it. Haru felt her power suited him well because she uses battlefield clairvoyance, a power specialized for combat. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk happily hugged Haru, making her blush. Perfect. It's great to have you, right? No, you're the best. With Haru, I have a chance to beat the 9-star weapon users. This moment was captured in a photo. Jin Hyuk angrily told him to scram. He was too excited and acted without thinking. Jin Hyuk apologized to Haru, saying he would use this mask well and help her get revenge, and also get revenge for him. Haru felt extremely lucky and hopeful about their future. While they embraced, Vun Can was on a mission. He gagged the motorbike driver to keep him quiet. What's the point? All the close friends ran away. Do you know how hard it is to capture you alive? That damn boss moves like a turtle. Vun Can grumbled. Just then, Jin Hyuk dragged himself over. Vun Can tattled that the driver wanted to escape. Jin Hyuk drew his sword. Don't get me wrong, I'm just returning it to him. But Jin Hyuk let him choose where to stick the sword, hand, stomach, or that head. The driver was so scared he rolled off the stage. He spilled all the info about the White Swallow gang then ran off. Sooner or later, I'll destroy that gang, so just let him go. But there are countless smaller gangs between floors 10 and 200. Taking them all out would take too long. However, if it goes well, they could build a reputation for destroying gangs. Pelin completed the mission on floor 2. Tower climbers were gossiping about Jin Hyuk, who blocked the monster wave as he stepped out. Everyone was curious, but Jin Hyuk wore the Dr. Bai mask, so they couldn't recognize him. They rushed to ask Han, like TV reporters, but the name Cha Jin Hyuk couldn't be revealed yet, so he decided to use a different name. After saying that, he and 2 subordinates turned and left. Much to others' displeasure, someone feared Jin Hyuk had committed crimes before coming to the trial tower because many entered the tower to escape charges. Hiding faces or identities inside the tower is common, so people would definitely notice him because of the wave and the strange mask. For now, they had to leave for an important task. This mission was to defeat the Goblin Warrior, which didn't seem too tough, so Jin Hyuk assigned it to Vun Can. He twitched his mouth and asked, "Don't tell me you want me to capture them alive here. If possible, bring Harry Yu's part 2. Jin Hyuk smirked, saying he wanted to test this magic. Vun Can cursed and had to leave. He warned him not to use up all his mana before the old man returned. Haru wondered if it was okay to do the mission this way, but Jin Hyuk didn't stop her from going alone. Now was the time to test his mana and see how strong it really was. A dark purple flame hovered before him. So this was mana. Haru noticed movement. A bloodthirsty kobold emerged from the bushes. Jin Hyuk needed a test subject, so he launched his mana at it, but the kobold dodged. He thought Jin Hyuk miscalculated, but this was contact mana. It didn't need to cause damage, just dissolve the target's body. Mana was a cruel energy. Those unworthy couldn't resist it, and this was their fate, even if mana just grazed them. The key part came when Jin Hyuk infused mana into a soul soldier, creating a stronger soul soldier. Jin Hyuk was like a chemist experimenting, but the soul kept dissolving. It seemed the soul couldn't handle the mana, so he had to lower the mana density. After sweating it out, he finally completed a soul. The mana container looked badass. Besides demons, few could use pure mana, so no one knew how easy it was to wield. Just then, Vunkan returned, intrigued by the fusion of mana and soul. He suggested naming them Mana Soul Soldiers to sound impressive. Vunkan closely examined the Kobold Mana Soul Soldier. Haha, perfect. As my student, from now on, every soul you capture must be infused with mana. It would be tough on the battlefield, but suddenly Jin Hyuk realized he should make full use of everything he had. Speaking of summoning, you're way better than me. Jin Hyuk's praise pleased him. While enjoying the compliment, a surge of mana hit him before he could react. If he infused mana into Vunkan's soul, the soul soldiers he summoned would automatically become Mana Soul Soldiers. Since his soul was stronger than a goblin's, Jin Hyuk had to use all his mana. Haru worried about Vunkan, but their bond assured her 100% he wouldn't fall. Vunkan swore to overcome the pain and crush Jin Hyuk, that ungrateful student. After a chaotic argument, the Vunkan Mana Soul Soldier was finally born. Jin Hyuk was extremely proud of the strongest Mana Soul Soldier he had created. You're mistaken, Chad Jin Hyuk. Vunkan shouted because Jin Hyuk summoned something even stronger than himself. This was the biggest mistake a soul summoner could make. Angry, Jin Hyuk teased him and put on the Dr. Kabi mask. He needed a worthy opponent. Wearing this mask, Vunkan had been waiting for this day for a long time. He would destroy Jin Hyuk and gain freedom. He summoned a horde of Mana Soul Soldiers to fight him. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk used the mask's power. Before him, the demon souls moved as slow as snails. So this was how Harry saw everything in a flash. Jin Hyuk wiped out the Mana Soul Soldiers and charged at Vunkan, who was grinning widely. Though a bit worn out now, he was once called the Death Star. Vunkan tasted Jin Hyuk's punch. Jin Hyuk told him to calm down and listen. Haru worried since Vunkan was old and Jin Hyuk didn't hold back with his punches, because a soul can't be destroyed by just physical damage. Vunkan rubbed his face. That rule only applies to ordinary people, but he still feels pain when punched. Haru asked Jin Hyuk about the mask's power again. He felt everything slow down a lot, as if he had become the greatest martial artist. But Haru saw that effect was just a minor power of the mask. Minor effect? Jin Hyuk was surprised it was already that strong, but that's only part of its power. So what exactly was the mask made for? Haru explained. It's a battlefield clairvoyance mask, letting the user almost predict the enemy's future moves. However, Jin Hyuk didn't know how to use it. Like someone born with skills like Harry Potter. Jin Hyuk laughed. He had forgotten Harry Potter was considered a genius. Even with a doctor, it would be hard to have her teach him. Haru wondered if he felt dizzy, because an untrained doctor using skills usually gets dizzy or has headaches. Even Haru felt that way. She worried he couldn't activate the mask's skill. Like Haru's words were rubbing salt in his wounds. Jin Hyuk was too excited to become an unreal strong man on the second floor, but things seemed to be going off track. Anyway, he was very grateful to Haru for giving him this badass mask. While the two were happy, a resentful ghost sat silently. Vunkan didn't know what karma he had created to end up in Jin Hyuk's hands, even though he was the strongest ghost. At that moment, Haru approached to check on Vunkan. He hugged her tightly, thanking her a lot. Unlike that bastard, she made him feel better here. But Haru only came to announce one thing. They needed another servant to counter Haru. Jin Hyuk threatened Vunkan. If he failed, he turned him into a soul ball swallowed in his belly. Vunkan could only curse silently, but he obeyed Jin Hyuk's orders. Finally, the mission was completed properly from the 2nd to the 5th floor. Rumors about the guy suddenly becoming a demon-faced man with a devil mask spread everywhere. Although he could control all the kobolds, from the 5th floor there were goblins who used extremely strong poison needles, and they were very cunning, liking to ambush others like this. While Duyan Hu was dealing with his sadness, a poison needle flew over. Haru coldly handled it in a flash with a terrifying expression. You dare disturb Appa? The goblin tried to run, but it was too late. Vunkan sent his demon soul soldier brother to deal with it. Vunkan jumped down to praise Haru, but she muttered, "It attacked Appa. I should have sliced it in half." Vunkan was startled. Something was off about her chilling smile. He asked about Haru's condition. She suddenly snapped back as if nothing happened, not even realizing she was holding a sword and smiling like a lunatic. By then, Jin Hyuk had finished preparing everything. Tonight they would face the second wave of monsters before going up to the 5th floor. Jin Hyuk had an evening chat by the fire with two others about the monster wave on Vunkan's 5th floor. Seeing the chance to take down the queen was slim since they didn't know when she would appear, but this time Jin Hayu felt there was no need to hunt the queen because he knew how to create a wave. Of course, Vunkin and Harry couldn't believe it, because if it were possible to create one themselves, the entire tower would have already been drowned in waves. Jin Haik accidentally discovered a crack between the third and fourth floors. Each floor had a central area where monsters appeared. If they could find that spot and channel mana into it, monsters would spawn like a wave. Vunkin didn't expect Jin Hayuk to have even more ruthless tactics than himself, but this was Jin Hayuk's first time doing this. The monsters above the 300th floor were on a different level compared to goblins. Even the four great entities couldn't directly confront them once the wave rose. When you want to use it, you don't know how. When you know, you can't use it. However, Jin Hayuk had another plan. They would create as many monster waves as possible to grow stronger quickly. That night, the town suddenly shook. A gate signaling a monster wave appeared unexpectedly, catching the tower climbers off guard. Goblins poured out like a storm, with no warning, attacking the newbie village. So they had no choice but to flee. The AIs hit by their poison couldn't move. They would be paralyzed for a long time. This blonde guy couldn't abandon his friends, but he didn't have enough strength to fight the goblins. Was his dream of reaching the 10th floor going to be crushed here? At that moment, a huge surge of mana came down to save him. A cold voice told him to take the poison to safety. He was a demon-faced player. Overjoyed to see Jin Hayuk appear, no one guessed the wave was created by him to save them. Then they would praise him to the skies. Your mission will also be easier to complete. Rise and fight. The powerful army of spirit soldiers charged out, tearing into the goblins. Vunkin was annoyed on the side. Clearly, he was the one who created them. Yet Jin Hayuk took all the credit. That's the fate of a servant. Just then, an explosion rang out. Their spirit soldiers were burning in blue flames, strangely caused by the goblin priests. They attacked the spirit soldiers easily, causing Vunkin to panic. Jin Hayuk told him to calm down. Everyone knew the priests had to be dealt with first, so Haru was positioned on a rooftop and descended like a god. Her timely appearance excited Vunkin. Then, somehow, Diane Hayuk also joined the battle. This time, he used gluttony to steal the goblin priest's power. They wielded flames that could attack souls. It was a waste of power to give the priests this strength, so he would take it and use it well. Jin Hayuk unleashed soul fire to burn the goblins, not forgetting to praise Haru's cool performance. Haru smiled, but her smile was so eerie it startled Jin Hayuk. Her sword glowed, creating a dragon with overwhelming power. Jin Hayuk knew the sword wasn't ordinary, but he had no idea what the hell was happening. The scene before him was astonishing. Haru was in the state of a samurai warrior. Along with a cruel face, Haru's actions were unpredictable. She turned her back and attacked Jin Hayuk. One sharp slash from her cut the surrounding houses like a piece of tofu. The goblins cowered at the sight of the destruction caused by Haru's overwhelming power. Jin Hayuk's staff was broken in two. Luckily, he sat down just in time. Otherwise, he would have ended up like half of Master Gojo. What the hell was that sword that destroyed an entire village in the blink of an eye? Haru seemed out of control. She kept attacking Jin Hayuk. One slash could blow up everything behind him. He took off his mask, but Haru didn't recognize him and attacked even faster. Dianhu had to block the slash with a wooden stick, but he couldn't match Haru's strength. He was thrown to the ground. Wang Can rushed over to check on him. It was unclear if he was happy or sad. Dianhu communicated telepathically with the spirit. He had just been blown back 8 meters and hadn't recovered yet. It felt like facing the last elite soldier of the Dakabi tribe. Leaving it at that, most monsters in the wave were defeated, so Wang Can would handle the rest. Now he had to show Haru what a real fight was. Dianhu put on his mask and attacked instinctively. The 599 floors screamed at him that the dangerous sword would slice him to pieces if he wasn't careful. In this tower, there are no permanent friends or enemies. Although Haru's fate wasn't good, he wasn't a compassionate man. Dianhu decided to eliminate Haru here, but Haru's innocent face appeared, making him hesitate for a second. Haru used her hand to block Jin Hayuk's axe blade. He was confused. This seemed to be the battle Haru mentioned. It felt like she was 100 times faster than him. Then, Jin Hayuk was slashed once. He stepped back and summoned the bone soldiers that had been sleeping after the goblin wave rose. The skeletons surrounded Haru, holding her tight, but she destroyed them in an instant. Her sword strikes were so fast, Jin Hayuk couldn't see them. This overwhelming power left Jin Hayuk with no way to win. Another explosion. Jin Hayuk stepped back. He suddenly sensed something strange. Haru's eyes were bleeding, and her face looked extremely uncomfortable. Was she exhausted? He suddenly remembered Haru mentioning recovery after Dr. B used his skill. If so, she couldn't use the battle eye now, and this was his chance. Jin Hyuk jumped down and lured Haru. The provocation worked, and Haru jumped down. At the same time, Jin Hyuk summoned a goblin zombie and shot out a poison needle. Even Dr. B couldn't resist this paralysis toxin. Without the battle eye, how could she avoid it? Haru screamed. The space around seemed frozen. She sliced two goblins in half, frustrating Jin Hyuk. Next, it was his turn. Even if Jin Hyuk dodged, he wasn't as fast as Haru. She was excited, with victory right in front of her. Suddenly, something unexpected flew out. A poison needle pierced Haru's body. While she was unaware, Jin Hyuk still had a goblin zombie in reserve. If her battle eye hadn't been recovering, this plan would have been impossible. Haru trembled with anger when Jin Hyuk outsmarted her. He shot through her from her blind spot. After injecting the poison, Haru fainted and returned to normal. Jin Hyuk breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the poison was just enough to knock her out through the injection, but he was also losing feeling in his hand. Jin Hyuk immediately ordered the goblin to fetch the poison for him. Jin Hyuk really is an omnivore. He even consumes poison. Thanks to that, he gained resistance to paralysis toxins. Haru truly possesses a very troublesome power, so much so that even he struggled in the storm of webs. Haru raised her sword on a blood-red, undefined plane. A stranger grabbed the sword and said, "This time, you are the owner of the dragon/blade." Why was he surprised that Haru was under 18? He seemed like a strict overseer, but only partly right. Haru didn't understand his words before the sword's edge was pressed to his neck as a warning. "Haru, next time if you draw the sword without preparation, you'll be the one in danger." At that moment, Haru woke up on Jin Hyuk's back. They arrived at the village on the 6th floor. "Why are you carrying me?" Haru blushed and asked. Jin Hyuk took her to an inn to explain. After checking their gear and stamina on the 6th floor, they planned to head straight to the 10th floor. Each 10 floors in the tower had major cities. To enter a city, they had to defeat the boss. Haru already knew about the Great Snail Warrior. Judging by its power, it was a monstrous bug. Haru hoped to recover to fight, but Jin Hyuk decided they wouldn't travel together anymore. "What do you mean? Are you abandoning me, Appa?" Haru shouted in panic, but Jin Hyuk didn't mean that, because Haru had forgotten everything from the 5th floor. Her sword was a demon blade rivaling the proud sword, corroding her mind while granting unimaginable power. That's why she attacked him after losing her sanity. If she kept relying on that power, she'd fail before reaching the 100th floor. So from now on, Haru had to train not to use the sword's power and climb to the 10th floor on her own. Haru was a bit disappointed, but she was determined to get stronger to travel with Jin Hyuk again. On that day of parting, Jin Hyuk lent Haru his cloak so she wouldn't have to show off. She was a Dr. Kabi exploring alone. He told her not to rush since he needed to handle some matters on the 10th floor, so he would stay there for a while. Vunken felt a bit sad without Haru around. No matter how long it took, Haru would try to return to them as soon as possible. A few days later, on the 9th floor, a purge of the culprit goblins was underway. None other than Jin Hyuk was leading it. These goblins were just big but no different from the goblins. After taking a full kick from Jin Hyuk, one fell, foaming at the mouth on the ground. Vunken thought he'd have free time while Jin Hyuk fought, but Jin Hyuk reminded him to extract their souls. It seemed creating waves of monsters had become their natural habit. Vunken thoroughly enjoyed this, and he didn't believe Jin Hyuk could be so cold. He hadn't mentioned Haru once since they parted. "What the hell are you talking about, Jin Hyuk? You complain he trusts Haru enough. If he thought she'd fail, he wouldn't have accepted her as their ally. A person with strength and motivation. But now Vunken has to meet deadlines and bring even more brains to Jin Hyuk. Creating a monster wave isn't enough. Vunken is frustrated and losing his mind. It's unbelievable that he was mistreated after going underground. You show no respect for your elders at all. Don't you have parents?" "Yeah, I don't either, Jin Hyuk." Hyuk casually fired back, leaving Vunken speechless. "He's a kid who grew up in an orphanage with Choi Jeong-hun." Vunken gasped, then placed a hand on his shoulder, showing sympathy. "It's okay. Now I understand what you've been through." His expression gave him goosebumps. After achieving the Brain Massacre milestone, they headed to the training room on the 10th floor. A board appeared, sparking Vunken's curiosity. He had never seen anything like it before. It was a leaderboard for the fastest mission completion times, all within about 1 minute. It seemed Vunken's name wasn't on it, so Jin Hyuk teased him. Vunken was bitter, but he wasn't on the top 6 records either, so today he decided to break the top 6 record himself. "Haha, sounds good." Vunken was thrilled. While waiting for the training mission to start, Jin Hyuk discussed strategy with Vunken. He planned to use spirit soldiers to block the boss's movement. As soon as it appeared, Vunken prepared for a second and got ready. Jin Hyuk slammed his hand on the floor, summoning a magic spear. "I'll show it the power of an omnipotent master," Jin Hyuk said, summoning piercing, sharp, resilient, deadly elemental magic infused with a touch of mana. completing the creation of a spear that could destroy the Dark Demon army. The main character waited for the boss to appear. As the Great Brain Warrior was summoned, Von Can had his pets tie up its arms and legs. Jin Hyuk just had to fire the giant spear through it, sending its head flying 8 feet away. The massive, headless body collapsed to the ground. The entire process took less than a second. Jin Hyuk adopted the name Demon Mask, building his reputation before reaching the 100th floor on the 8th level. People started talking about the top 6 record on the 10th floor. The name Demon Mask became a familiar cheer for Hario. She promised herself to try harder to catch up with the two. Meanwhile, Von Can was enjoying his success. Haha, who would have thought we'd break the top 6 record of the 4 great races? Even the strongest spirit mages haven't done this. Oh no. Jin Hyuk was annoyed by Von Can's arm slapping. They still had work to do on this 10th floor. While waiting for Hario, at an office, a man with blonde hair started paying attention to the name Demon Mask while looking at the top 6 records board on the 10th floor. The city on the 10th floor is the first major city tower climbers reach, and it also hosts the teleport gate back to Earth. So those who quit or stopped climbing receive commercial rights and build the largest city within the tower's first 100 floors. Du Yen, you decided to sell all remaining items and buy some medicine and other supplies. Although the auction ban was lifted, the city's economy was still booming. Some people live ordinary lives here, so they can't buy all the essentials from the auction. Along the street, both encountered salespeople from Goldrich. Their popularity made Von Can curious. Goldrich Company is the top firm in this tower, established a few years ago. Goldrich is the richest person in this tower. No one knows his real name, but he owns unimaginable amounts of gold. It's said most items traded in the tower have passed through his hands. Jin Hyuk's next step is to find a sponsor. No need to look far. The sponsor's logo has been right in front of Von Can all along. Von Can went from one surprise to another. Jin Hyuk has targeted Goldrich as his sponsor. They entered Goldrich Company, where anything valuable is bought and sold. After taking a waiting ticket, they went to Counter BA, managed by Hansian. Jin Hyuk needed to buy something, but when asked for the name, he didn't say it, only showed a mask. Dr. B. Hyun panicked upon recognizing it. Jin Hyuk immediately signaled him to be quiet. He must have a reason to wander around with that mask. Hazen understood. Then Jin Hyuk handed him 300 gold coins earned from the wave. With this money, he wanted to meet Goldrich. Hazen looked even more shocked than before. Jin Hyuk was like a reckless outlaw in the tower. Jin Hyuk snapped back. Here, anything can be bought or sold, right? Hazen had to apologize that this deal couldn't be made. 1. Goldrich is very busy. 2. Jin Hyuk's money was too little compared to Goldrich's time value. Von Can guessed the deal wouldn't go through, so he asked the price to pay. To meet the manager here. After leaving, Von Can had to admit Jin Hyuk was truly insane, making a request to a low-level employee to meet the company president, but there was no other way. Meeting Goldrich, so Von Can couldn't tease him anymore. They went to the manager's office, calling him a puppet. Jin Hyuk wanted to meet Goldrich, but apparently he wasn't here. The manager was helpless. He reminded Jin Hyuk the money offered wasn't enough to see Goldrich's face. Jin Hyuk made a bold decision. First, call Goldrich over, and he would surely become his sponsor once they met. The manager sighed and stood up. He had heard many rumors about Jin Hyuk but never expected this. Jin Hyuk casually mentioned the company president. Using his marionette trait, he could freely control those caught in his strings. But Jin Hyuk wasn't ordinary. He grabbed the invisible strings, nullifying that twisted skill, even effective against Leo. On the 180th floor of the tower, the manager was surprised but tried the new move. Both entered another space. He was confident that I wouldn't know where this place was. The Mind Realm. Jin Hyuk said it was an endless dimension created by separating the soul and mind. Stepping out of his body, the manager didn't know how I learned about the Mind Realm but still kept his usual attitude. This place forces Jin Hyuk to use his experience and soul power to fight. If Jin Hyuk wins a match against him, he will try to arrange a meeting with Goldrich for him. Jin Hyuk is entangled by his cords, but he's even more arrogant when it comes to experience and soul power. Then he should call him Great Grandpa. Jin Hyuk tensed up and broke the cords. His traits don't affect him. The manager doesn't know why Jin Hyuk is only on the 10th floor, but his mental strength should be at least at the 100th floor level. Still, he doesn't believe he can't beat Jin Hyuk. The manager snaps his fingers, causing waves from underwater. The puppets rise like a Qing army. This is a puppet legion inside the Mind Realm. Experience equals power. These puppets come from his experience. To reach the 100th floor, he designed them to grow stronger when infused with mana, matching AI at the 50th floor. The winner was decided the moment you entered the Mind Realm. The demon-faced manager arrogantly commands the legion. The puppets attack. Du Yin-Hu is grabbed and dragged underwater. The manager confidently walks away. Let them torment him a bit more. These wounds won't show in real life. Suddenly, a water column rises behind him. He didn't expect Jin Hyuk to use magic and even summon soul necromancers, a 100th-floor boss in his mind realm. Du Yen, who returns in his familiar form from 15 years ago. Even in the mind realm, summoning a soul takes time. Compared to him, a puppet army sounds cool, but he seems never to have seen a real army. Not really. Today, Jin Hyuk will show him what a real army looks like, not just one soul necromancer. Jin Hyuk summons his whole crew. Just as he said, the winner was predetermined. Since entering the mind realm, those mediocre puppets can't compare to Jin Hyuk's genuine souls. The manager looks over Jin Hyuk's army. He only recognizes a few names, the rest are souls. They seem to be bosses from the 100th floor or higher. Finally, he utters the familiar line, "Who exactly are you?" Jin Hyuk doesn't answer, leading his army to crush him in overwhelming fear. The manager returns to reality. He's no longer the mind realm's master and has only one ability. Jin Hyuk can control the mind realm. Jin Hyuk approaches and tells him to stop whining. Instead, keep their promise and meeting with Goldrich. Jin Hyuk hands him a letter addressed to Goldrich. He knows he lost, but if Goldrich doesn't reply, he doesn't know what else to do. Jin Hyuk is confident Goldrich will respond. Then he leaves the company. The manager and Hansian bow respectfully. The sun has set, so Vun Can suggests they rest, but Jin Hyuk doesn't know the word rest. They need to go elsewhere now. Sitting around waiting for Goldrich is boring, and he hates boredom. At the White Swallow Guild headquarters, first floor lobby, two girls are chatting. One who reached the 57th floor says she'll buy gear. They just finished this month's goal, but they need to eat first and then continue. The blonde girl doesn't understand why. Why are they sitting here? What crazy person would storm the main door of the Holy Nation Guild? As soon as he finished speaking, the door swung wide open. Two girls bowed and asked what he needed. Jin Hyuk pretended to smile awkwardly. Climbing the tower is tough. Do I want to join the guild? Oh, that scared me. The two girls sighed in relief when Jin Hyuk said he was just here to join. Suddenly, they remembered that if they could recruit a rookie for the guild members, the introducer would gain significant influence. So both smiled genuinely and invited Jin Hyuk inside. They asked Han if he had anyone to introduce. Jin Hyuk played dumb, saying he hadn't been introduced by anyone because fate had been cruel. The two girls thought to themselves, seeing he was a clueless newbie, decided to pay more attention and asked him to show his skills. Jin Hyuk borrowed a coin from the girls, then bent it with two fingers. The simple trick amazed them. Du Yen, you said he could do some basic magic too. A flame appeared on his palm, summoned from a magic circle. The two girls gasped, "Wow, you've got some real talents." Then they turned away whispering. His exact skill didn't matter. The performance was stunning. If they recruited him, he might become an idol. Also, Jin Hyuk caught the eye of the blonde girl because he was her type, while Jin Hyuk was just stalling for time for his next move. Suddenly, a strange noise sounded. Someone burst in, panicked, announcing a demon was rampaging and destroying the village outside. Everyone who had reached the 50th floor or higher was summoned, so the two girls left reluctantly. Before leaving, the blonde reminded Jin Hyuk to stay put and wait for them. The door closed, and Jin Hyuk put on the Dr. B mask, returning to his demon-faced identity. Outside, villagers panicked, fleeing the shopping district. Their attacks had no effect on the demon, who was oddly funny because Vun Can was trying hard to look fierce, but his face was made for comedy. Vun Can knew he looked ridiculous since he hadn't acted in these Basu plays for 10 decades. It was all caused by Jin Hyuk. While Vun Can caused chaos, Jin Hyuk was causing just as much inside the guild. He took down the guards and searched for something. A sleeping soldier was forced out by the noise. Stepping outside, he nearly died of fright seeing Jin Hyuk's demon mask. Du Yen. You grabbed him for information. He wanted a list of other guilds linked to the Holy Kingdom and their exact locations. His plan was to find and destroy them all. Did they think they'd be safe after making 2 of the 9 stars their enemies? What, Du Yen, you thanked him for worrying about himself, but if he couldn't save himself, he shouldn't meddle. After being choked nearly to death, the soldier pointed to papers on the table. Jin Hyuk checked them. They listed the Pelon brothers' henchmen. He burned everything and left. He would make each of their men kneel before him, ending with the Pelon brothers themselves. Meanwhile, a blonde man sat reading a report from the 10th floor branch delivered by a puppet. Suddenly, a letter fell out, making him wonder why. He sent a separate letter alongside the report. After reading it, he angrily crumpled it up. How did you even know about this? Meanwhile, the White Swallow Guild was trying to put out the fire. All witnesses at the scene were dead. Guild leader Baekhaleo began to suspect Jin Hyuk and questioned the two girls. The blonde described Jin Hyuk to him, male, slim and handsome, with a high-nose bridge, but the sister accompanying him thought he was ugly. His nose was also big. The two girls looked at each other, realizing now they had fallen for Jin Hyuk's illusion magic. After finishing, Vun Can warily returned. To get a bland compliment from Jin Hyuk, he even mocked him. Outside, rumors were spreading wildly about a terrifying ghost appearing. Can bitterly changed the subject to whether Jin Hyuk had successfully set the fire. Of course, Jin Hyuk arrogantly recounted that although it was low-level magic, it was effective in this situation. Every AI who met him remembered his slightly different appearance, but Can was curious since he returned empty-handed, because he already had all the other guilds' information in his head. Okay, you're the best. Can helplessly said this just as a knock sounded, making him alert since they hadn't called for room service. Jin Hyuk put on a mask and slowly approached the door. After counting to 3, Can threw chains to tie up the stranger. The plan was easy because the knocker was Hansian, a day laborer. Today, he came to announce that Goldrich had landed at the 10th floor branch. They then specially invited Jin Hyuk to meet an army waiting there, but Goldrich was nowhere to be seen, making him cautious. Then a voice rang out. I don't know how you learned the contents of the letter, but I commend your arrogance and courage to show yourself. Those who knew about this weren't allowed to exist in the tower. Goldrich, a man with blonde hair, stepped out. Jin Hyuk smiled with satisfaction. It had been a while since he last saw Goldrich. After speaking, Goldrich left, leaving a small test for Jin Hyuk. The army formed a defensive formation, thinking he would attack to break free, but their leader took a direct punch to the face. This is the price for revealing your plan to the enemy. The army lost their captain. Jin Hyuk then rampaged easily past them. Next up was Goldrich, his opponent. Goldrich turned his back. A pile of gold coins spilled out, countless in number. Readers could recognize this as Goldrich's golden power, his ability to control gold with mana, but it couldn't hold him long. Goldrich had another move with pure gold. He combined most of the gold in this branch into a tsunami. Just that move alone was enough to bury Jin Hyuk. A huge explosion with pure gold falling everywhere. Goldrich coldly muttered that this wasn't over yet. A spear pressed close to Goldrich's face. In a speed battle, he was always the winner. Goldrich pulled the spear away indifferently. You think saying that will scare me? If I wanted, I would have killed someone like you. You can't kill me. Jin Hyuk confidently said he didn't know the information in the letter. Jin Hyuk wondered where the army wanted to capture him alive. But he would tell Goldrich about the source, so Goldrich led Jin Hyuk to his office. It was truly a lavish room. Rich people sure have it easy. Jin Hyuk sarcastically told Goldrich. After closing the door, Goldrich continued to move his hands at Jin Hyuk. His golden power blocked it, completely isolated from the outside world, so neither gods nor demons knew anything. Now Goldrich wanted to know who told him. He was the auction master. The AI auction was a massive system where individuals could freely exchange items within the tower. But this system wasn't natural. It was created by Goldrich. If this truth was exposed, the foundation of Goldrich's entire company would collapse. That's why he was so furious. Jin Hyuk feigned ignorance, saying, "Just bury Vien." No AI said that. Then losing a hand and a foot is just burying. Right, Goldrich? He formed a giant axe from pure gold to attack Jin Hyuk. At times like this, Jin Hyuk didn't need to act. Can smashed the golden axe with one punch. Goldrich was shocked to see a soul soldier, since only necromancers could summon souls, revealing Jin Hyuk's identity. Jin had proved it by removing his mask and said, "It's time to pay your debt, creditor William." He didn't expect Jin Hyuk to be alive after 15 years. Jin Hyuk sat down and told Goldrich everything. Can nearby overheard some. He didn't expect their relationship to be this deep. Still, Goldrich couldn't believe Jin Hyuk had revived, naturally because even he was skeptical, believing he was still alive. This time, Jin Hyuk's target was some of Goldrich's company resources. They could make a sponsorship contract between them. You talk like Goldrich is your company, Goldrich grumbled. But basically, that wasn't wrong. For someone with no talent in business, the AI would only sell him items from higher tower floors. He was the biggest contributor to Goldrich's foundation and its largest shareholder. This arrogant attitude made Goldrich somewhat trust that he was truly Jin Hyuk. However, even so, when signing the contract, Jin Hyuk had to give him something. Jin Hyuk decided to sell all the information. He compiled and decoded 10 pieces for Goldrich. "All right, I'll offer a price after listening," Goldrich said. "If 9 stars eliminate the allies, it means there's a mastermind behind it all, since those stars have their own egos. So it's unlikely they obey each other. It proves there's a force strong enough to control and command them. No other AI but the tower's 4 kings." Goldrich was shocked when Jin Hyuk mentioned the 4 kings. Their clan wanted to protect their supremacy against other species, so if another race succeeded in climbing to higher floors, their power and influence would sharply decline. This forced them either to climb to the tower's peak themselves, or eliminate those capable of climbing higher, and those who agreed to join would be appointed rulers of a floor. However, Goldrich wasn't very trusting since he was the only victim. Jin Hyuk then mentioned the Oni village on the 100th floor. There was only one survivor from that tragedy, none other than Haruo, a young Oni. Yet, she was training relentlessly to fight the mighty brain warrior. She still couldn't pass the 10th floor challenge. To reunite with Haru and nurture their bond, Haru was determined to become stronger. Why does she keep complaining? Doesn't she just need to use me? The soul inside the sword appeared, nagging in Haru's ear. He knew she wanted to see Jin Hyuk as soon as possible, so she just had to use him. And the brain warrior was nothing but a mosquito. But Haru was determined not to use the dragon sword's power, because she promised Jin Hyuk she would grow stronger on her own without relying on any other power. After hearing the story, Goldrich gradually guessed their target was Haruo and the sword. To destroy her, they didn't hesitate to wipe out an entire species. In other words, they were choosing their target. Be careful. Goldrich couldn't believe it, as this could completely change the tower's foundation. But what he said made strange sense. He was deeply conflicted. Jin Hyuk said his goal was revenge. He would annihilate all of them, sparing no one, including the Nine-Tailed and the supporters of the Four Kings clan, including those from the Four Kings clan who slaughtered Goldrich's family. After the talk, Goldrich unlocked the barrier. Ban jumped in curiously to ask questions, even the Nine-Tailed fox. Lai even wondered if he liked men, which annoyed him. But the good news was Goldrich decided to buy that information on one condition: he had to prove himself now. Jin Hyuk sighed. This guy was really stubborn. As a merchant, trust with Goldrich was an asset he couldn't trade based on mere belief. Jin Hyuk had to ask Ban to help prove his identity. The price was a handshake, but Ban pushed it further, demanding 3 handshakes. After completing them, Ban spammed notifications to Goldrich that he was indeed the person he thought of, putting all of Ban's honor on the line, so Goldrich had no reason to refuse. I'll trust you. Nice to see you again, Demon Face One. Goldrich extended his hand, and Jin Hyuk did the same. He was sure one day they'd call each other by their real names, not just nicknames like now. As long as it could be bought with money, Goldrich could get it for Jin Hyuk, and he needed all kinds of weapons, usable inside this tower, and plenty of ammunition. After hearing that, Goldrich felt a headache coming. You're a necromancer, and you want to sell weapons? Jin Hyuk gently teased the all-powerful master profession, making Goldrich panic. He didn't expect such a profession existed. Jin Hyuk added a bit about its effects, like boosting all his stats. Even weapons he never used felt like old friends he'd known for years. Though a bit jealous, Goldrich was sure he'd be stronger than ever before. Of course, he was weak now, but the future would be different. So, what he needed to do was multiply Jin Hyuk's abilities many times over. Goldrich summoned the puppet manager and ordered him to gather and buy all the weapons on the 10th floor of the nominal realm from other companies, then pack them for the VIP client, Jin Hyuk. After about 10 minutes, the manager returned with a cloak. But it wasn't an ordinary cloak, it was a mobile warehouse. Now Goldrich finally had something fresh. The cloak's name was Dao Phi. It linked to a secondary space that could hold countless inanimate objects, like a huge warehouse with adjustable temperature, size, and color. It could also be customized to the user's preference. Plus, it had protective spells. If he had accessories inside, they would automatically switch to his gear. This was an extremely rare item in the tower, so Goldrich hoped he'd take good care of it. You should be careful, Jin Hyuk said, because who knows if you blow all your cash and bankrupt Goldrich. Scene change, the trio of Xe returned through the space gate. Though they had no achievements, just staying alive was lucky enough. They spent all their money before reaching the 10th floor, so how would they keep climbing the tower? Don't worry, the White Swallow Guild has someone on the 10th floor. Xe said arrogantly. If we meet his brother, we'll get more cash to climb. Thinking of Yan Yu, he grew even more bitter after being threatened and humiliated by him, so he planned a bloody revenge battle. After getting the money, less than 10 minutes later, the whole group looked like they had indigestion. In front of them was the White Swallow Guild's dilapidated house. The guild members had evacuated to the 30th floor, and CEO T's older brother had cut off all connections. No money, no skills. At this rate, they wouldn't even pass the 20th floor, let alone the 30th. Seeing Xe silent, the other two started criticizing him. Besides bragging about the White Swallow Guild all day, he had no real talent. Xe just wanted them to shut up as they nagged. If he had no skills, then they were just freeloaders depending on him. So he took this chance to ditch those bastards. Suddenly, a small trembling fox stepped forward. Xe hurriedly waved it away. If you're hungry, we have no food. Get lost, fox. It came closer, sniffing his feet, which annoyed him. He kicked it hard, injuring the fox worse. Feeling irritated, he decided to vent his anger mercilessly, tormenting the little body. The tiny fox, badly hurt, cried out but was beaten to exhaustion, leaving only faint whimpers. Xe's voice echoed, "My life's been all wrong. surrounded by idiots, and my luck's as bad as a broken pot. Suddenly, a dagger flew out of nowhere and pierced his calf. Xe hadn't yet realized what had just happened. Then a sharp pain hit. Jin Yu slowly stepped out of the shadows and asked, "Who are you?" He was the one about to become the master of the fox that Xe had just trampled 5 minutes ago. Jin Yu and Vun Ken were still strolling down the street. He was heading to the tower to change his profession to gain spirit power. Vun Ken didn't quite understand since Jin Hyuk was already a master of spirit magic. Jin Hyuk's profession seemed like a flaw, because it's like a mage with memories from a past life but hasn't fully mastered all their magic power yet. Right now, he still doesn't have spiritual energy from cultivation and hasn't even considered this possibility. However, for now, Jin Hyuk decided to rest and spend Goldix money. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox sensed something, and the BA guy pointed toward a narrow alley. The nine-tailed fox was pleading for help because its child was in danger, which led to Jin Hyuk taking a leg off the OT vehicle. As a side character, fate is something you just can't grasp. DN. You couldn't believe Jin Hyuk could actually see the child of the nine-tailed fox, a legendary beast, in a place like this. There was also a mission attached to rescue that child. It's a disciple of the neutral god and the nine-tailed fox. After rescuing it, you need to take good care of it, and you'll be rewarded with a fox item and increased affinity with the nine-tailed fox. The OT vehicle, seeing the mask, recognized him as the demon-faced Jin Hyuk and pretended to ask, "Hey, have I seen you before? Is that how you plan to piss me off?" The OT vehicle sent 2 henchmen to ambush Jin Hyuk, but he vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving them clueless. Jin Hyuk was already holding the little fox cub in his arms without them noticing it was AI. This would be the last time they could open their mouths. The OT vehicle didn't care that the fox was AI. He decided to chop Jin Hyuk's limbs off for revenge. Jin Hyuk asked the nine-tailed fox's opinion, and it said to send them back to Mother Earth. Jin Hyuk wasn't planning to, but since they liked running headfirst into death, Jin Hyuk returned the leg to the OT vehicle, turning it into a fiery zombie bomb. One leg neatly took care of 3 dumb thugs. Jin Hyuk took the little fox home but didn't know what to do with it. First, let's just give it a name since the nine-tailed fox's child's name was way too long. If he shortened little fox to Baoa, it sounded okay. But Vun Ken warned him to be careful when it grows up. It would definitely drill a hole in his skull. If it were Vun Ken, he'd show off his naming skills honed over countless years, meaning brilliant shine. Ho means fox, Jang means shining, so he called the fox Horang, a grand name he came up with, making the atmosphere awkward. Vun Ken got annoyed and shouted, "If you don't like it, just say so." Jin Hyuk saw it as a 2-tailed fox, and just called it Miho for short. Vun Ken despised the common name Jin Hyuk chose, and was sure the fox wouldn't like it either. But if AI could understand, Miho actually seemed to like it, leaving Vun Ken speechless. Besides rescuing Miho, the mission was complete. Miho gave Jin Hyuk a fox mask. When used, it grants the power of the wolf, and the mask's power grows with its wearer's strength, similar to Oni's mask. If this is the fox's ability, then charm is the best skill, no better way to trap an opponent. The nine-tailed fox reminded him that the mission was only half done. The other half was to boost Miho's vitality by feeding it 999 pieces of fresh liver. 999 pieces is one thing, but fresh is a bigger problem. He'd have to hunt the ingredients himself, but considering the mask's value, it's understandable. Plus, gaining the fox's goodwill has many benefits. Vun Ken used the excuse of patrolling outside to avoid being bossed around by Jin Hyuk at sunrise. They were heading to the tower to change professions, so Jin Hyuk warned him not to be late. Now, let's take a nighttime stroll around town with Vun Ken. Just as he predicted, everything was very different from when he climbed the tower. Suddenly, a familiar feeling swept over him. Vun Ken looked toward the man with 2 horns. He was a dragon, his massive mana making the air around him thick and heavy. He sighed deeply, muttering, "I want to kill all the dragons." Vun Ken was shocked. Dragons are a proud species, fiercely protective of their kin. They are the proudest of the 4 divine beasts, so when a dragon breathes out those words, it means no dragon will be allowed to survive. Vun Ken didn't expect the dragons to reach the 10th floor so early. The tower climbers whispered among themselves, "That dragon's been standing here for days, babbling nonsense no one understands." The time he spent here puzzled Vun Ken. If that was the case, the dragons hadn't acted yet. Suddenly, the dragon looked at Vun Ken, making him uneasy. He stopped feeding and sensed the dragon's mana. The dragon scowled, saying, "It's you, useless ghost, acting foolish while wandering everywhere." "What, useless ghost?" Vun Ken could let Yahello boss him around but wouldn't tolerate insults from others. He went downstairs to reclaim his honor. "Hello, little dragon." The dragon frowned and shouted, "You dare call me a dragon? Ready to die?" The next morning, at the job change tower, Vun Ken was late again, which annoyed Jin Hyuk. who didn't even reply to his messages. Jin Hayo had to enter alone. A young man named Ken came out to greet him. He was now in charge of the tower. "This place is as dead as a doornail," Jin Hayo said, "because hardly anyone awakens mana on the 10th floor, so it's either flies or mosquitoes around here." Jin Hayo borrowed the summoner's room, but first, to prove he had awakened mana, he needed to fill the crystal orb in Ken's hand with mana. Jin Hayo placed his hand on it, gently releasing mana. Ken struggled to hold the orb, but seconds later, it cracked and shattered, knocking Ken to the ground. Meanwhile, Vun Can was still fighting the dragon but wasn't with Jin Hayo, so both his mana and soul were limited. The arrogant dragon said, "How long do you plan to hide in that ghost form? Show yourself and fight properly." Others drawn by the fight ran over to watch. "Look at those horns, he's definitely a dragon." Being called a dragon made him furious. Vun Can didn't understand why, though clearly a dragon, he was so sensitive to the word, as if his soul and body were split, like Jin Hayo. This sparked the curiosity of the researcher within Vun Can again. He used his soul as a weapon. "Let me see what's hidden inside your body." Vun Can attacked. Though the dragon dodged, he had to admit the man was no useless ghost. Soul power is a magic that absorbs souls instead of mana, a magic even Jin Hayo can't use. This is the strength of the strongest necromancer. The dragon would regret speaking ill of him. They fought wildly. The dragon taunted, "Vun Can isn't here for a blind date to introduce himself like that. If you use a weapon, then I'll use my sword." Since Vun Can introduced himself, he'd reveal his profile too. "I am Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer." The Dragon Slayer is a title given to those who have successfully conquered a dragon, a powerful soul. To be trapped inside a dragon's body, that's life's irony. Henry used Dragon Flow Strike, forcing Vulcan to separate. He saw him as young and inexperienced, so he let his guard down. If his soul truly belonged to a Dragon Slayer who reached the 780th floor, then even with Jin Hayo here, victory wouldn't be guaranteed. So the only way was to imprison him. Vulcan prepared to attack, but Henry wouldn't let his cloak burn a second time. Suddenly, ghostly hands grabbed him tightly. Then came a massive, overwhelming strike. Hendrik gritted his teeth and used the 10,000 Heavens Slash to cut through every attack. But there was no time to react to Vulcan's hand. Hendrik's Vlad was caught by the giant hand. The soul holding his head resisted, but it was insignificant. Vulcan breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. He had to use all his soul power, and the magic Du Yen Hugh had passed on. Maybe this time he could hold Hendrik back. Now was the perfect chance to make a quick escape. Beneath, Hendrik finally broke free. He remembered the name Vulcan and vowed that next time they met, he'd tear his soul into 100 pieces. Meanwhile, Du Yen Hugh was inspecting the nearly endless magical corridor rooms. Ken was sweating bullets while leading him. Even though they reached the 35th floor, he still felt intimidated by someone who climbed as high as Jin Hayo. Jin Hayo thought Ken was handling it well, which made him less annoyed. Finally, they arrived at the necromancer's room. Inside were magical medicines, corpses, and countless books. This was truly every necromancer's dream room. After Ken left, he began his work. At that moment, Vulcan crawled up from below, startling Miho. He wondered where Vulcan had been all this time. Vulcan, embarrassed, said he was practicing some health exercises. Vulcan quickly changed the subject to Jin Hayo's matter. He summoned a few disciples to work, fetching books, drawing magic circles, and lighting scented candles to set the mood. While Jin Hayo worked, Vulcan and Miho had to step back. This might be Jin Hayo's final order, so he told Vulcan to protect his body until he woke up. "Be careful, I'll swallow your body whole if you die." Vulcan said this, and only Jin Hayo felt reassured. A ghostly soul was summoned from the magic circle and entered Jin Hayo's soul chalice. Miho gasped in shock. Vulcan had to soothe it. Spirit power was the essential realm for necromancer mages, manipulating souls like magic energy. The fastest way to awaken this power was in spirit form, which meant nearing death. Jin Hayo closed his eyes. This was when he touched the inner void realm. At the same time, lost souls appeared. They needed a complete body to resurrect. That's why Jin Hayo had Vulcan protect him. He then summoned soul soldiers. They had to save the spirit prince from death. Vulcan used Aurora soul power along with the soul soldiers to fight the ghouls. Ken heard the noise and rushed in to check. The horrific scene made him freeze. Seeing someone arrive, Vulcan pulled him into the battle. Meanwhile, Miho trembled, hiding in a corner. But in that corner, she saw a ghoul charging toward Jin Hayo. Ken realized too late, Vulcan could only curse. Jin Hayo's alarm blared, waking him up, and Miho quickly jumped in front of him, unleashing a dazzling burst of light. The other zombies froze, unsure where Miho had come from. But their first impression was that she was incredibly cute. Her tiny tail and small hands defeated them all with her adorable charm. Even the spirit soldiers fell before Miho's cuteness, leaving Vun Can powerless. Not only that, Ken was guarding the gate, but only Vun can recognize this as an illusion spell. Though it only controlled a physical clone, the power to manipulate souls showed that this blood-gifted being from the gods was no ordinary creature. Amid the chaos, another zombie appeared. Vun Can recognized him as a strong tower climber in life. If he took over Jin Hyuk's body, it would be very dangerous. Vun Can had to stop him, but Miho's illusion was draining his strength. Now, only Miho could be relied on. "Step aside. I don't care about your fluff," the zombie said, reaching for Jin Hyuk's body. Miho leapt up to confront him, releasing a glow, but only managed to emit a tiny heart shape. It wasn't enough to charm him. Vun Can stiffened, wondering if his power was already gone. The zombie attacked without mercy, ready to crush Miho. She closed her eyes to endure the pain, but nothing happened. A magical force pierced through his arm. Jin Hyuk finally woke up. Now that demon was surely dead. He shouted, "Ah, my spirit body." Jin Hyuk absorbed all the zombies around him, which would be excellent material for his alchemy. For the demon, he'd only needed one move, the 10-finger spirit pill. Spreading his 10 fingers wide, he shattered the demon's spirit body, even smashing the room in the process. Vun Can saw that Jin Hyuk's method of gathering spirit power at his fingertips and releasing it was both powerful and simple. He regretted not thinking of it sooner. After finishing, Jin Hyuk left a large hole in the room's wall. Ken was still sound asleep. After the illusion spell faded, the puppet manager arrived and exclaimed how bizarre it was. "What exactly did you do in the tower?" The explanation was long, so Jin Hyuk didn't bother. The manager came to deliver one of the items Jin Hyuk requested but couldn't store in his space pouch. These were powerful poisons ranked by level. Firestone containing fire energy and Ice Stone containing water energy. Diane, you found it odd since these stones were only used for dungeon excavation from the 100th floor onward. The manager was startled when Jin Hyuk saw through him. This delivery was his last task as the 10th floor branch chief. From now on, he would return as a tower climber, all because he needed to become stronger. As a merchant, the manager aimed for the top spot but felt that Jin Hyuk and Goldrich could both bring great change to the tower. And in that change, the most skilled merchant couldn't be ignored, especially one who climbed 100 floors by his own strength, just like him. Jin Hyuk saw the manager's determination, very much like Goldrich back then. If he had the right ability, Jin Hyuk would share the plan with Goldrich. Naturally, the manager was eager. After he left, hunger hit Jin Hyuk hard. He decided to recharge with a pile of poisons. This decision gave Vun Can goosebumps, but his absorption ability turns the power of whatever he swallows into his own strength. Couldn't he be curious about what power these things might give him? A moment later, Ken opened his eyes, tense as a drawn bowstring. But everything had been handled and seemed very safe. Their last risk was Jin Hyuk stuffing the cooling stone into his mouth. It felt like eating 108 bowls of the spiciest noodles all at once. The cooling stone was huge, so it took Jin Hyuk some time to fully swallow it. His ice fire absorption had reached its maximum limit. Therefore, the rest couldn't be absorbed anymore. That night, Vun Can was transporting the pile of brains Jin Hyuk had caused. He felt like he was being tortured. Jin Hyuk finally swallowed all the poison, just like the fighting style of Black Star. He also had to prepare for emergencies, especially poison. One of the Black Stars was very knowledgeable about toxins. If he had recognized his tactics, he wouldn't have been brutally ambushed like that. After transporting all the brains, Jin Hyuk fed Miho a buffet of fresh, hot livers. Vun Can saw this and wanted to learn that fighting style, something the nine-tailed descendants should learn. But Jin Hyuk thought Miho was still a baby by human age standards. Baby Miho, with sharp teeth, was devouring the brains, making Jin Hyuk reconsider. Tonight, it had only eaten 127 livers but was already full. On the way, Vun Can confided that he also wanted to tear up the city like Jin Hyuk, but thought it better to act secretly. Jin Hyuk guessed he was planning a midnight fight because Vun Can's demonic energy was rising. He was just curious who he was facing. "I fought the Dragon Clan." Vun Can casually recounted his feat. Of course, he didn't mention the part where he ran away. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk was filled with murderous intent. He seemed to harbor a deep grudge against the Dragon Clan. Vun Can quickly signaled him to calm down. No bombing on Yanyu Street, and it wasn't intentional. It was the after effect of swallowing ice fire, making him hard to control. Vun Can explained. The Dragon Clan he faced wasn't ordinary. After hearing the story, Jin Hyuk was amazed that soul and body were separated. At first, Vun Can didn't believe it either, but he was a prime example. Moreover, he knew of the dragon slayer Hendrik. He started by training to kill dragons. When he became a tower climber, he defeated every dragon he met, or he knew their locations. He gradually became a monster known as the Dragon Slayer. It said he died on the 700th or 800th floor. According to the story, that might have been a trap set by the royal family. The Dragon Clan laid it. If so, Jin Hyuk wanted to meet Hendrik once. Too excited, Jin Hyuk accidentally dropped a bomb again. His swallowing trait seemed like a scam. Vun Ken thought it should be called the swallowing punishment instead. The toxic cooling stone. Now he needed to heal the internal injuries it caused. Heal before meeting the priest? Are you crazy? Jin Hyuk didn't want to be purified by that divine power, like those lost souls. But if he kept going, he'd keep dropping bombs and struggle to recover. The best way was to use divine power to heal these wounds himself. Suddenly, Miho growled. It roared so loud, Jin Hyuk's eardrums felt like they'd burst. Vun Ken noticed something strange in the crowd. They didn't react to Miho's scream and moved as if unconscious. A golden light made the two freeze. A girl with an angelic halo above her head stepped toward them. Jin Hyuk recognized her as a member of the celestial tribe. If that's the case, no need to hold back. He wanted to fight immediately. She suddenly grabbed Jin Hyuk's sword hilt, warning him not to do something he would regret. Jin Hyuk couldn't move. While using only one hand, she suddenly placed her hand on his face, sensing every wound inside. Each time her hand passed over Jin Hyuk's body, her halo glowed brighter. A beam of light flowed into him. Vun Ken stood nearby, anxious, asking if he was okay. But Jin Hyuk's injured body fully healed. This was the divine power of the celestial tribe. She did this to prove she had no intention of fighting him. Then she introduced herself as Uriel, from the wingless celestial tribe. Everyone suddenly woke up, feeling as if they had just awoken from a deep sleep. Jin Hyuk asked what Uriel had done. She said she only touched their memories slightly to protect the local people. According to what she heard, if they knew the celestial tribe from the 10th level had come here, it would cause big trouble. Jin Hyuk judged her as brave but very calculating. But why didn't she use that power on him? Was it because she couldn't or it worked slowly? Uriel couldn't use it on Jin Hyuk or the adorable Miho, who was bristling. Even Vun Ken was unharmed. He gritted his teeth, frustrated that as a spirit, he was always visible wherever he went. Today, Uriel came because of him, the masked man, who intended to defy fate. His power, and those who followed him, would weaken temporarily but ultimately succeed. This was the prophecy from Uriel's wingless tribe. Duyan Hugh asked about the wingless name, as he had never heard it before. Uriel suddenly stood up and removed her clothes to reveal wings cut off from her back. You couldn't ignore that blurred body. The Celestial Society was going insane, blinded by greed, and those of their kind who didn't share their views were expelled and became criminals. When Celestials committed crimes and were expelled, their wings, their symbol, were taken away. So Uriel only once belonged to the Celestial tribe. The wingless were Celestials like Uriel, exiled from Utopia, the Celestial City. According to the prophecy, Jin Hyuk intended to overthrow the rule of the Sa Hoang clan, so the wingless also wanted to join that cause. Jin Hyuk communicated telepathically with Vun Ken. Since she seemed truthful, he accepted it. When Jin Hyuk asked about benefits, Uriel honestly shook her head. The wingless tribe's power was strong, but Utopia had labeled them enemies and was monitoring their population growth. That meant hostility from Celestial Society was increasing. Jin Hyuk hadn't expected things to be this complicated. Letting them go would be a loss for the Celestial-born army, but recruiting them was too risky. Yet despite the oppression, if a critical moment came, he could always count on the wingless for power. Jin Hyuk was satisfied and decided to ally with them. It seemed his identity hadn't been revealed. He asked Uriel if she could hide them from gods and demons, but she could only do it temporarily. Uriel plucked a feather from her wing and created a barrier like Goldrick's. Those guys won't hear a thing no matter what they do in here to check. Jin Hyuk took off his mask and shouted, "You damn eavesdroppers, are you listening or not?" Uriel froze. She couldn't believe the feared mask she respected was this clueless. After verifying, Du Yenhyu finally took off her mask with relief and revealed her real name and identity from 15 years ago. Upon hearing the name Cha Jin Hyuk, Uriel immediately knelt down. "I'm sorry, sir. I was truly ignorant." The reason she acted that way was because 15 years ago, Uriel was one of those who judged his death. The atmosphere froze for a few seconds. Jin Hyuk slammed his foot on the floor, his whole body radiating deadly intent. What did he say next? She better choose her words carefully. Uriel kept her head down, trapped in a weak position. She asked, "Do you know what will happen when Leo reaches the 999th floor?" Jin Hyuk growled firmly. "He'll end up like those others, like the demons and gods ruling the tower." But according to Uriel, the Tsar is drowning in their superiority and wants to monopolize that position. In the end, besides themselves, they don't want any AI capable of conquering the tower. Jin Hyuk was quite surprised. Before he only guessed, but now he was certain. Even the mastermind was right in front of him. Jin Hyuk was determined to send Uriel's head to the Celestial clan. Though attacked, she didn't resist. That's why she became useless to the Celestial clan. Jin Hyuk didn't quite understand. Actually, Uriel had felt useless since 15 years ago, when she opposed the Celestial clan's selection of a certain Leo Tower person, who was Cha Jin Hyuk. the dark spirit. Jin Hyuk decided to spare her. How wicked, you owe me an apology. After all, he didn't want to be angry at Uriel because he understood the difference between her conflicting views and the celestial clans. Uriel was very grateful that Jin Hyuk understood her situation. There might be others with shared goals in the Tsar clan. If he could contact them, Uriel thought Jin Hyuk should accept them as allies. Du Yanheo had been through enough to know all kinds of people exist everywhere. Those expelled from the Tsar clan would definitely be valuable to him. Recruiting them could be very helpful in the fight against the Tsar. Du Yanhu asked about Uriel's hideout. It was on the 190th floor of the Dream City. The 190th floor was lower than he expected because the higher you go, the stronger the Tsar's influence, so they couldn't go any higher. Floors 200 to 300 belonged to that person. Du Yanhu also forgot that was the territory of Test Emperor Vu, an invincible being with power at his feet. From floors 200 to 300, if the Invincible set up a base there, it would likely be destroyed by Test Emperor Vu's hand, even before the Celestial Clan intervened. If you don't mind, please let me put my clothes back on, Uriel said shyly. Jin Hyuk wondered if her coming to him left any trace. Uriel assured him it didn't, but due to the Celestial Clan's pursuit, the only thing she brought here was this body. Jin Hyuk was satisfied, smirking just enough. His somewhat inhuman smile made Uriel wary. She only knew him through prophecy, not whether he liked boys or girls, which wasn't the case. Jin Hyuk hurried to clear things up. He just wanted a few of Uriel's wing feathers. Oh, I see. If it's feathers, Uriel had plenty since they would grow back. Actually, Jin Hyuk feared they wouldn't regrow. That's why he chose his words carefully, but Uriel generously plucked many for him. However, she warned him never to reveal it. Because the celestial race could track the owner of the feathers, Jin Hyuk told her not to worry. He would swallow all those feathers, without leaving any trace. Exactly, that's just like him. Uriel bristled her feathers again, leaving Jin Hyuk unsure how to respond. Finally, it was time to part ways. Uriel would wait to see what he could do, then vanished into thin air. Eating them right away? Vunkan asked curiously. Jin Hyuk had wanted to taste them for a long time, so he couldn't wait. The divine power of the celestial race. Not sure if he could endure it. Vunkan didn't want to say more. He had long given up on chasing power. Long ago, he reminded Miho never to eat anything like Jin Hyuk did. Otherwise, digestive issues would come. Jin Hyuk tried tasting a single feather. His heart suddenly seemed to stop. His whole body glowed as if a light bulb was inside him. Vunkan sighed deeply. He was too used to this scene, taking Miho to fly around Jin Hyuk's area. Jin Hyuk couldn't bear the pain, screamed loudly, then passed out. When he woke, water surrounded him. His head throbbed like a hammer blow. But more importantly, he was in an imaginary world. Jin Hyuk worried his small body couldn't handle the divine power. This celestial race, if so. What would happen in this imaginary world? Suddenly, behind him, a golden waterfall thundered down. It seemed to be power itself. The divine had entered his body, surging like a giant mountain, yet it was just one feather. Luckily, he hadn't fought Uriel, but if he had won and swallowed her body, the power he'd gain would be unimaginable. The strength he received was immense. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk realized the water was rising, not just a waterfall image. He had to overcome this feeling before the divine waterfall swallowed the imaginary world. If so, there was only one way. Jin Hyuk used spiritual energy from outside. Vunkan, watching Jin Hyuk's soulless body, was surprised to see him resist with spiritual energy, though something felt off, because he was using spiritual energy in a soul state. Mio looked sad, so Vunkan comforted her. Try trusting Jin Hyuk once. He absorbed the feathers with a purpose. This was a challenge, so Jin Hyuk could definitely overcome it. How many more surprises would Jin Hyuk bring him? Truly, a protagonist like no other. In the imaginary world, Jin Hyuk was drinking holy water like sipping bubble tea. But it was useless. He created an image controlling divine power with spiritual energy because that power was gained through hunting and absorbing others, so he thought this waterfall could be drunk like normal water. But if this keeps up, he will definitely fail. This divine power is overwhelming Jin Hyuk's steadfast will. Either give up this power or die. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk realized he was afraid, but why should he be scared? This image was created from the soul within his own body. If so, Jin Hyuk had to follow his own way. He used spiritual energy to create a giant bloodthirsty shark, just like himself. He commanded it to charge into the waterfall. From now on, this is the real deal. Jin Hyuk savored every drop of the holy water, its taste even better than milk tea, making him unable to resist the craving. Jin Hyuk wanted more, never enough, needing to absorb even more. Meanwhile, in real life, his body reacted accordingly, twitching with a delirious smile that made him look like a junkie just injected with drugs. He watched from start to finish, applauding and welcoming the birth of the hunting demon king. There was a neutral god constantly playing dirty tricks, called the Greedy Dragon. It was so greedy it took all the treasure without waiting for anything, crazily wanting to eat everything in this world. The Greedy Dragon's divine name was described as greedy like Jin Hyuk, who now wanted to swallow all that divine power without ever feeling full. Awake yet? Vun Kan's voice rang out along with Miho's joyful face. Jin Hyuk is back. Vun Kan was curious if he succeeded or failed so he could know how to mock him. Too bad, what now? Of course, he succeeded. Jin Hyuk showed his skills, so Vun Kan had no chance to sneer at him. Though just a tiny seed, he created a universe to generate divine power inside his body. Vun Kan couldn't believe Yan Yu wasn't from the Sahoang tribe, yet carried the power of the Heavenly Tribe. If the Heavenly Tribe knew this, they would surely order the other 3 tribes to attack him. Jin Hyuk shrugged. Was his excellence hurting their pride or what? The important thing was he wasn't afraid of them either. Vun Kan was happy for him but worried because Jin Hyuk wasn't strong enough to resist the Sahoang tribe's attacks in his current unstable state. And if a confrontation with the Sahoang tribe happened, it would be unpredictable. A few days later, in the 10th floor hunting zone, Jin Hyuk continued training his Ghost Soul army because they weren't the strongest yet. Though it was called training, only Vun Kan had to summon soldiers while Jin Hyuk stood behind like a teacher supervising him. When a soul soldier was slashed, everything began. A beam of light emitted from the ghost soldier's body, then a ghost with divine power appeared. Yan Yu called this a Holy Soul Soldier, with power just as they expected. It specialized in healing the ghost soul soldiers because of the weak nature of summoned elite troops, so the necromancer usually overwhelmed opponents with numbers. Now they were upgraded like this, truly beyond expectations. Though divine power was indeed divine power, but you can see some individuals are about to fully mature already. When bulls fight, Miho reaps all the benefits. He devours a belly full of fresh, hot livers straight from the oven at a speed of 892 fresh livers. So tomorrow, the mission to nurture Miho's strength is almost complete. Unexpectedly, he managed to achieve the title of Battle God Brain's Slayer for the 2nd time. Jin Hyuk opened the status window to check. He had only planted the divine power seed a few days ago, and it had already increased to 3. Though it doesn't help much, he can use it once in a critical moment. Now it's time to meet Hendrik, the dragon-slaying warrior, for a little heart-to-heart. According to Vun Kan's information, after a certain point, Hendrik stayed put, not climbing the tower, as if waiting for someone. If he stopped at the 10th floor, there must be a reason. So Jin Hyuk really wanted to meet him. Like Uriel, who can hear the voices of gods and demons, he might also be waiting for something. The two passed through an alley and immediately saw Hendrik's tall figure in the crowd. With those horns and red eyes, there's no doubt he's from the Dragon Clan. Then, let's go. Jin Hyuk decided quickly, making Vun Kan panic. He thought Jin Hyuk shouldn't just jump out and talk to him, since the person Hendrik was waiting for might not be him. Jin Hyuk rarely used words to talk. He preferred fists over words, a real madman. Vun Kan cursed in frustration. He was determined to stay, saying Jin Hyuk was chicken, probably because he got beaten up badly last time. Jin Hyuk finally had a chance to tease him. Vun Kan denied it loudly, their noisy argument distracting Hendrik. He was waiting because someone said a person would come on the 10th floor to fulfill his wish, but he didn't know who that person was. Jin Hyuk stepped forward to greet him, and Hendrik was also waiting to talk to Jin Hyuk, not forgetting to greet the familiar face of Vun Kan. First, Hendrik checked if Jin Hyuk was qualified. Although Jin Hyuk didn't like such obvious actions, since Hendrik had acknowledged him, he let it slide. Hendrik disliked working in crowded places, so he invited Jin Hyuk to another spot. Unexpectedly, he liked doing that in a dead-end alley. Hendrik said nothing, just opened a spatial gate. The two followed him into the hidden space on the 10th floor. The eyes of the angel and demon lost their power here, explaining why Jin Hyuk's vision weakened. Only then did Hendrik seriously start talking. He wanted to eliminate all the Dragon Clan members trying to kill him in this tower, so he asked if Jin Hyuk was determined to join him for this goal. Jin Hyuk smirked. "Kid, your dream is way too small. What the hell are you talking about?" Hendrik glared at him. Vun Kan had to stop Jin Hyuk's rude mouth because Hendrik was a monster beyond the tower's standards. Provoking him means an early grave. Stay put, loser. Jin Hyuk telepathically warned Vun Kan. He had everything planned. Jin Hyuk continued talking with Hendrik. He didn't know the exact reason, but guessed why Hendrik had become like this. However, he was sure Hendrik didn't know one thing. Those targeting them weren't just the SA Emperor clan. He didn't know why Hendrik was so obsessed with the Dragon Clan, but he felt those dragons alone weren't enough. If it were Jin Hyuk, he would wipe out those who deceived him completely. Even if they weren't from the SA Hoang clan, they'd share the same fate. So Hendrik's goal is too small to stand with him. Do you really want to annihilate the entire SA Hoang clan? Hendrik asked with doubt. Like you, I survived death, and someone stands behind my demise. Do you need me to say more? Jin Hayek's words made Henry laugh heartily, while Kander's face twisted in confusion. Hendrik felt he owed Jin Hayek an apology. A man named Chi that Uriel mentioned was actually him. Jin Hayek didn't expect he had met her, but Hendrik wanted to test his resolve firsthand. Is it truth or bluff? You schemer against the heavens, what's your name? I am Jin Hayek, the Black Spirit's son. He removed his mask, revealing his true identity without hesitation. Just then, a voice shouted, "That damn gecko's causing trouble here again?" Even Henry flinched at the old man's tone. He was the first blacksmith to live here and forge that sword. Meeting him shocked both Jin Hayek and Kandor. He was a true Oni. The old man curiously asked about the strange bond between his soul and spirit beast. Who's that dead black guy? Jin Hayek twitched his mouth. How are you still alive? Hearing this, the old man was 100% sure Jin Hayek attacked the Oni village. Jin Hayek tried to explain it wasn't him, but the more he explained, the angrier the old man got, raising his hammer to smash his skull. You're the mastermind who burned the village. Henry stepped in, urging the old man to calm down since Jin Hayek shared his fate. Kandor asked if he knew Harry. Sure enough, the answer was yes. They all headed to the old man's house. Henry didn't expect such a coincidence inside the huge tower. According to the old man, on the day of the village's traditional festival, all Oni gathered on the 100th floor. Being old, he didn't join the contest but stayed to guard the sword. Then disaster struck. He anxiously asked about Harry's whereabouts. Jin Hayek said she was on the 9th floor and would reunite with them soon. This mask belonged to Harry. She gave it to him as a token of gratitude for saving her life. Henry was curious if Harry was strong. Jin Hayek proudly said there was no question about it. Even while recovering, she could hold her own in a solo fight. Moreover, Harry was a longtime ally. After receiving the mask, they decided to seek revenge together. Suddenly, the old man grabbed Jin Hayek's hand in gratitude and introduced himself as Gino. He promised to support them with all his strength and rebuild the village with Harry. Jin Hayek didn't fully understand but nodded in agreement. Only Kandor knew the mask symbolized a marriage proposal. Gino allowed him to take any blacksmith items he deemed necessary. They were all superior weapons, on a different level from what Goldrich had given him. After everything was settled, Jin Hayek decided to leave, but Gino was already snoring away. Perhaps he had finally relaxed some, as Hendrik had never seen him rest so peacefully before. After work at Yan Yu village, he decided to let Gino keep sleeping. If Harry shows up, she'll meet him first. She'll definitely gain more strength if she meets Gino right now. Von Kan's voice screamed hoarsely in his ears. Jin Hayek dodged Hendrik's sudden attack. It blew up an entire house. Hendrik was pleased with his reaction speed, his words proving his power still held true. If Jin Hayek could defeat him, some unnatural event might occur. Yan Yu had no intention of talking either. He himself would test the power of the Dragon Slayer. Both charged into battle, destroying everything around but feeling exhilarated since they'd never unleashed their full power before. Henry easily slashed Jin Hayek's spirit soldier, but Jin Hayek had hidden a dagger behind him. Hendrik was slightly surprised but handled it easily. In Henry's eyes, this move was shallow and unworthy. Then Jin Hayek directly clashed swords with him. Hendrik moved like a feather, feeling like an untouchable spirit. Jin Hayek cursed that with such masterful swordsmanship and skills, Hendrik still dodged. He even grabbed Jin Hayek's arm and threw him away like a sandbag. Spirit Master, if you want to work with me, you need to step it up. Hendrik noticed a problem after testing a few moves on him. It was best if Jin Hayek could resurrect his spirit soldier and summon the 10th level monster for his power to be effective. Oh really? Jin Hayek spoke as Von Kan locked onto him. Now was the time to redeem himself after running away last time. Jin Hayek summoned the massive Rao Gung Lia, the beast that beheaded the Great Brain Warrior in a second. Now it was time to fight. Von Kan jumped out of Hendrik's body to avoid collateral damage. Hendrik pretended to grit his teeth for the scene, but his sword had an anti-magic charm, so Von Kan's chains were useless. Von Kan signaled Jin Hayek to dodge because his sword was the Dragon Slayer. It sliced through the twin Gung Nia spears and charged straight at Jin Hayek. A huge explosion erupted where Jin Hayek stood. Von Kan wanted to worry but had to protect himself first. Hendrik stomped on him fiercely. He must be Cha Jin Hyuk's strongest ally, right? If so, who can help Jin Hayek now? Hendrik was eager to find Jin Hayek's body. Suddenly, AI jumped out and said Von Kan was the strongest ally, but Jin Hayek was still very much alive. Jin Hyuk shot an arrow that passed through Hendrik's silky hair, leaving him speechless. Compared to swordsmanship, his marksmanship was even worse. 2 arrows shot into the sky released magic, catching Hendrik's attention. Then Jin Hyuk fired 3 more arrows hitting him, causing him to fall freely. The attack was effective. Jin Hayek had to seize this moment to finish it. He put on the Oni mask to activate his battle vision. Henry fell, gritting his teeth in frustration. He created a blazing red dragon jet, leaving Jin Hayek helpless. He had missed his chance. Ha ha ha, you're really strong. Jin Hyuk was a bit surprised. But this isn't over yet, Henry shouted excitedly. He still hasn't unleashed his full power. The next move is his signature of the Dragon Clan, Dragon Surge. Theme DN was sweating, not from heat but from worry. He couldn't see a way to dodge. Even though he knew the attack's trajectory, his battle prediction skills weren't fast enough. If it hit, it would be game over. However, he still had another persona. Jin Hyuk put on the fox mask. Gino woke up after a 5-minute nap, but everything around was wrecked. He was sure that Gecko Henry had lost it again. Mio perked up and ran outside, making the old man chase after her in concern. She stood firm at Jin Hyuk's call. Henry activated the Dragon Pulse. He suddenly vanished, leaving Jin Hyuk confused. Less than a second later, he appeared right in front of Jin Hyuk, sword thrusting straight in, followed by another explosion of debris. But there wasn't a single drop of blood. Hendrik couldn't believe Jin Hyuk dodged that attack, but that was the truth. Jin Hyuk appeared behind him wearing the fox mask, which only made him more excited. That mask looks amazing. Jin Hyuk's father created claws like a werewolf from Jin Hyuk's hands. Wolverine charged forward, clashing with Hendrik's dragon slash. However, his agility and strength had changed. Hendrik realized Jin Hyuk wasn't ordinary, thanks to the fox mask power. Talking during the fight made him get pushed back by Jin Hyuk. A rare opening appeared, so Jin Hyuk couldn't hesitate. Unexpectedly, Hendrik had a magic attack ready in his other hand. Maybe he purposely created the opening to bait Jin Hyuk, then unleash magic. And sure enough, the magic attack caused another pile of wreckage. Surprisingly, there was someone even more ruthless than Jin Hyuk. He charged out of the smoke. It was time to use the ultimate move, the Fox Clan's headache-inducing hypnosis. Henry guessed it, but still couldn't avoid the overwhelming joy, as if meeting his destiny. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "I'm not interested in men's mouths." Thanks to his focus, he broke the hypnosis, but that wasn't Jin Hyuk's goal. In that brief moment, his body froze, letting Jin Hyuk easily close the distance. Jin Hyuk couldn't casually use weapons, so he aimed to finish it with one strike. He remembered Kyung-hoon's technique, the masterful all-around skill combined with the fox's swift movements and a power-enhancing spell. Everything concentrated into one forearm to deliver the perfect punch. "It's over, kid." Dooyeon Hyuk landed a precise punch on Hendrik's 8-pack abs. The move was called the Chaos Calming Strike. Sounds fancy, but it's just a straight punch. This time, the destruction was even wider than Hendrik's. Thick smoke and deafening noise filled the air. Only then was Vun Ken awakened. He struggled to stand and asked the score. From the smoke, Jin Hyuk's figure appeared, making him happy. But before 3 seconds passed, Jin Hyuk collapsed, blood streaming from his eyes and mouth. He had used all his strength and couldn't move anymore. Meanwhile, Hendrik still had his sword to use as a club. It should have ended there. Confident of victory, he swung his sword. But he refused to give in, demanding justice. "Lost, lost. I used my final attack, and you've already fallen." The monster Henry was extremely troubled because he never thought he'd lose like this. It made him very frustrated. "Fine," Henry said, but he wanted to decide. Based on that final attack, he was very impressed with your strength, but he wanted to win at any cost. "Wait, now I can't move my body." Jin Hyuk signaled for help, but Hendrik pretended not to hear. He summoned a fire dragon charging at him. Jin Hyuk was helpless, not sure if it was blood or tears falling. "All right, you'll beat this madman. What did you say? I'll see for myself. You're a dragon slayer but still lost." Vun Can's sarcastic tone drove Jin Hyuk crazy. Dead already. Become a spirit. Yet that stubbornness never changes. Jin Hyuk pulled back his hand in pain, which only encouraged Vun Can more. "Don't overdo it. Without Uriel's divine power, you'd have suffered 7 times worse defeats. Without divine power, your fragile body would have been shattered. Damn it. Why does this old man keep provoking and bad-mouthing his master? Just wait until I recover." Their arguing kept Miho from falling asleep. At that moment, Hendrik, the original Dragon Slayer in the argument, entered your body somehow. Seeing him was like Vun Can saw a ghost. Suddenly, he recalled his own words about defeating Hendrik before and hurried to apologize. Hendrik didn't investigate because it was his fault now. Old issues were set aside. This made Vun Can breathe a sigh of relief, as if repaying a debt from fighting Jin Hyuk. He acted like a madman, but was different when calm. Henry looked at kind Jin Hyuk and asked, "Did I go too far?" That question hit a sore spot, making Jin Hyuk annoyed. "You two stop it. Next time, I'll definitely win." Putting that aside, he wanted to hear Hendrik's story, so he called him over to talk about his past life and death. Hendrik recounted everything starting when his hometown family vanished without a trace because of the Dragon Clan. He was the only survivor, a miracle. Before him were loved ones dying in flames, above were dragons spreading their wings. A bit of pity turned into pure rage over dragon horns and scales. Then Hendrik climbed the tower like many others. Luckily, he had talent, and his first dragon revenge was on the 600th floor. Jin Hyuk was surprised. He climbed faster than him. Since then, Hendrik was addicted to dragon hunting. But he was also chased by the Sa Hwang clan's pursuit team. That was his daily life. Hendrik noticed one thing. The stronger he got, the lighter their punishments became. After 800 floors, their lairs seemed gone. Punishments were system-imposed controls. Tower climbers can't monopolize the tower. They all face growing limits on their power below their highest floor. That's why you survived Goldrich's attack. Without punishment, you'd be dead. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk was startled. How high had Hendrik climbed? The 900th floor. He said this is where his journey ends. If it were the 900th floor, he might have been destined to become a Super Saiyan Elder. A large and stronger SA clan hunting squad was also formed to capture him. In the end, Hendrik couldn't fight off a dozen SA clan members and lost his life. Ironically, with countless races, he was reborn in the body of the Dragon Clan. He wanted to die. But dying with his power and body wasn't easy either. So Hendrik accepted it and used this body as a tool for revenge. The comrades sympathized a bit and learned Hendrik's answer. Henry nodded excitedly and asked about the next tower climb. As far as he knew, they were waiting for Hario AI. But surprisingly, he wanted to climb the tower with him. Though annoyed, the comrade couldn't do anything. Moreover, Hendrik noticed they had much in common. He fought alone in his final moments, and maybe so did he. They had to learn from their past failures. Fighting all of them alone was just a vain ambition. The comrade also knew he needed teammates and friends to fight side by side. Henry then proposed forming a guild. This was beyond Jin Hyuk's expectations. Meanwhile, on the 600th floor of the Holy Union, Lady Pilo stormed into the strategy room with an angry attitude. She was reviewing a report sent from the White Swallow branch on the 10th floor. That AI had set fire and turned the place to ashes, and that person went alone. According to the info Beth Hollio sent, but she thought it wasn't a collective act. It's absurd on a low floor like the 10th, no matter how strong, they'd be weakened by the penalty, she shouted. Even if they were 9 stars, they couldn't avoid the power reduction penalty. So the culprit must be someone overwhelmingly strong on the 10th floor, quite like them when they first climbed the tower. But she was sure everything was still under their control. If that person had unknown power, then follow Plan 15, eradicate the problem at the root. First, she'd hire a capable bounty hunter to handle this. After thinking it over, Jin Hyuk agreed with Hendrik. However, there was one issue. He was currently on a mission from the council before reaching the 100th floor, needing to build his reputation and name. So it'd be problematic if he got involved with Hendrik or his guild. Henry nodded, understanding the problem. He had a simple yet effective solution. Jin Hyuk would be the guild leader. Damn. Jin Hyuk never thought of that. Hendrik didn't want to take that position either. Honestly, he wasn't confident. While Jin Hyuk was an excellent death mage, a talent fit to lead. The comrade also lacked confidence because he was weaker than Hendrik. Then he'd have to give orders to him. Would Hendrik accept following orders from someone weaker? Suddenly, Hendrik knelt before him, surprising Jin Hyuk. I don't want to do this with you. Just kidding, that was his answer. He didn't know how much humiliation Hendrik had endured. He was so helpless and angry because of the main goal. No matter what, you accept SAO. Jin Hyuk asked again, and Hendrik nodded. If that's the case, to avenge both him and me, Jin Hyuk will take the position of guild leader. Hendrik is very pleased. That's definitely the right decision. So, what will the guild's name be? Led by the masked man. Eradicate all crimes that defy heaven. Defy heaven? There's no better name than that. Jin Hyuk. I really like this name. The guild can be established immediately after paying the registration fee to the trade association. At times like this, Jin Hyuk remembers Goldrich and his puppet, but then recalls the puppet has already left. Now Hansian is managing the 10th floor branch. But there's something puzzling to him. Ken from the tower is here eavesdropping. Because of tower business, he often comes here and has even become good friends with Hansian, sharing hardships. Every time Jin Hyuk comes, he brings terrible demands. So Hansian is very curious what this is about. Jin Hyuk says he wants to form a guild. Hansian thinks this seems easy. Surely everyone wants to join the guild founded by the masked man. But to form a guild, you need at least 2 members. And here is his team. Hendrik, Vun Kan, and Miho. Ken panics when he sees the Dragon Clan. Hansian is very impressed that he recruited Hendrik. Seems like he's famous here, because every day he stands in the street preaching nonsense. Jin Hyuk has already sent invitations to others. When they gather, Hansian must handle the process to officially form the guild. Hansian follows Goldrich's orders. He was told to comply with any of Jin Hyuk's requests. Right now, the letters have reached the puppet, Haru, and Goldrich. Things are getting more interesting. That night, Jin Hyuk went to get food from Miho and tested magic to separate a pile of corpses. Brains piled up like a mountain to throw a buffet for Miho. Today is the day to finish 999 fresh livers. After Miho eats the last liver, a blazing red pillar of light erupts. Hendrik grits his teeth. What if that fox eats all those fresh livers? The system announces the nine-tailed fox is manifesting. Vunkan shouts in panic, "Hey, look over there." A figure appears. Jinhauk is stunned by the true form of the nine-tailed fox, a very cute little girl of unclear gender, a bit clumsy, who somehow ended up in his hands. Miho puckers her lips and sweetly says, "Daddy." The green bean water spinach? What's going on here? I'm not even married. Daddy, what? Oh, who is this little sister? Harry suddenly appears with a blank face. Jin Hyuk stands on a razor's edge. What should he do now? Miho innocently points at Haru. Daddy, who's that big sister? That sweet daddy call from the girl makes Haru even more deadly. Though he doesn't understand why, Jin Hyuk feels that once he turns to ask the nine-tailed fox, the mission will be complete. Meanwhile, Miho becomes his favorite pet. Jin Hyuk didn't know being favored by a fox was like this. The nine-tailed fox hands over her daughter to him and leaves. Vunkan looks at him with a sly smile. Hendrik is confused. How can humans even give birth to foxes? Harry collapses. Jin Hyuk's daughter has grown that much already. So when did he even do that? But Jin Hyuk is so strong and charming. Having a lover isn't strange. She should have just accepted it and moved on from the start, deluding herself about what she meant to him, only to get a bitter ending. Henry steps forward to greet Harry. He recognized her as the young Oni girl they had been waiting for. Harry looked up at his Dragon Clan form. The memory surged back, flames burning the village, the shadow of that cruel Dragon Clan member she would never forget. Haru didn't hesitate to swing her sword at Hendrik. To her, he was the enemy of the Oni village. Hendrik didn't understand why he kept getting attacked everywhere, but he reacted quickly, shouting for Jin Hyuk to clear his name. Jin Hyuk smirked, thinking Haru must be misunderstanding something, but he figured Hendrik should handle it himself. Henry didn't want to intervene, fearing she'd get hurt, but he trusted Harry's fierce Hanoi lion spirit. There was no real pain. If that's the case, Henry would treat this as a second trial. Harry was thrown back but felt no pain. She charged at Henry again. Her spiritual power was strong, but still no match for his. One slash from Hendrik was like a dragon's tail strike, sending Haru flying. She lay on the ground, gritting her teeth, shocked at the vast power gap. The enemy was right in front of her, yet she lacked the strength to avenge her village. The sword's ghost appeared again. It recognized the Dragon Clan and lent Haru its power. It would grant her the power to slay dragons. That's why it was called the Dragon's Sword. Haru transformed, and Hendrik was thrilled by the sword's sentience. He easily blocked the Dragon Sword's tip with one hand, surprising Haru. Then, without hesitation, he kicked Haru's side. She had the Dragon's Sword, but he wielded something stronger. Just the forging process alone made it stronger than her. Haru silently prayed the Dragon's Sword would grant her strength to take revenge. He loved her fighting spirit. Her power surged even more. Hendrik recognized that form as the sword spirit, the very one who burned his village. I will avenge the fallen Oni. Haru swung the sword with a completely different power. Hendrik knew it wasn't her power but the sword's. If this continued, she'd be in danger. Hendrik grabbed Haru's hand, urging her to drop the sword. That power was a parasitic force eating away at her. She hadn't reached the level to control it. Haru refused, vowing to only drop the sword when he was dead. Facing the one who slaughtered her clan, she would never forgive. Hendrik realized Haru's hatred for the Dragon Clan was so deep she couldn't control it. As someone who had wielded the sword longer, Hendrik felt responsible to guide Harry so she wouldn't lose her way. He warned her the next strike would hurt badly, but she wouldn't be meeting her ancestors just yet. The dragon's fierce strike shattered Harry's arm's range, breaking free from the sword, and she slowly drifted into sleep. Haru found herself in the Oni village forest. A ball rolled over, and children appeared. They looked at her with empty eyes. Why are you the only one left alive? Facing that question made Haru face reality. That girl, like all the Oni, wanted to live like her. Why was she the only survivor while the rest had to die? Even Harry always wondered about that. Why was she the only one left alive? Because she had to keep living to hold the pawn. The dragon's sword, he appeared like a saving power. Harry's only way to avenge the village was to rely on her. Now she has to stand up and fight. The Oni clan never forgets the words gratitude and revenge. Hendrik was startled when Harry stood up after being injured by the dragon thorn serpent. Not only that, but she also went crazier and charged at him. The sword seemed like it could have pierced Hendrik's body if it hadn't shattered, and Harry was reaching her limit. The dragon sword sensed she had to become stronger, until she could eliminate him and avenge the entire Oni clan. Yan Yu and Vun Kan stood aside watching the action movie, pretending to run out and ask about the situation. Luckily, Hendrik was unharmed because Harry exhausted herself before she could strike him. Now just let her rest. It seems Haru has been pushing herself beyond her limits. That sword had a huge impact on her. Hendrik feared that when Haru woke up, she would attack him again, because their stories were quite similar. Perhaps the original owner of his body was one of the dragons that attacked the Oni village. Hendrik was willing to bear that hatred. After all, he had to take responsibility for this crime. Jin Haeyuk led Hendrik to another room. He had rented the entire second floor, so Hendrik would stay there until she woke up. Hendrik thanked him but still insisted he must bear the hatred. Jin Hyuk snapped angrily. "You think I care about you? You disappear out of sight so Harry can rest." Afterwards, Haru indeed rested more comfortably. When she opened her eyes, she expected Jin Hyuk to be beside her, but instead it was his daughter. Haru was startled and made a noise. Jin Hyuk, outside, came in to check. "Daddy's here." Miho called innocently, causing Haru to sink back into a nightmare. Jin Hyuk picked up Miho and warned her not to call him that again, or Haru might lose her mind and cause trouble. The next day, the group set off. Haru had packed everything. Even though the dragon's sword was broken, she always felt it would return. Hendrik's belongings were all arranged by magic, so nothing was forgotten. Miho didn't forget anything either, even remembering to call Jin Hyuk brother. Jin Hyuk was quite surprised she no longer called him dad. It was all thanks to Haru's teaching, explaining things clearly and kindly. Miho mumbled she preferred calling him dad, but when she met Harry's bloodthirsty gaze, she quickly took back her words. Jin Hyuk gave each person a teleportation scroll. If they tore it, they would arrive at the meeting room Godric had prepared. Vun Ken shouted, "Where's mine?" Almost forgot. Jin Hyuk snapped his fingers and recalled the old man into a soul cup, making him annoyed. The bastard said not to treat him like an object. "Take me if you want, store me if you want, but still. Now let's go." The group went to a room built by magic. Only someone wealthy like Godric could manage this place. At the same time, another person appeared, old Gino. The two embraced in tears. Vun Ken, witnessing this outside, felt touched. It was truly a relief to see them reunited. Godric entered like a god of fortune. Time is money, so he was annoyed they were late. Jin Hyuk explained the Oni situation, but Godric felt Jin Hyuk was becoming softer compared to when he was a Death Star. The puppet recognized that Death Star name. The Leo Tower's strongest had died 15 years ago for betraying humanity. "It's me, the traitor who died 15 years ago." Jin Hyuk removed his mask during the meeting. Godric repeated the information they already knew. Until now, the puppet raised its hand in confusion. He struggled to accept the news that the four kings silently eliminated potential AIs, including the Oni village on the 100th floor. Both Jin Hyuk and Hendrik were victims who had been resurrected. More importantly, the guild's goal was revenge against a faction of rebels who aimed to overthrow heaven, true to their name as destroyers of the celestial realm. Gino knew Jin Hyuk was crazy, but this was beyond even his expectations. The puppet would definitely bring major changes to this tower. It was something to look forward to. After the meeting, Goldrich asked about his next plan. Jin Hyuk obviously had to climb the tower. Every member needed to strengthen themselves as much as possible. Their only way was to fight poison with poison. Haru ran to ask Geno about climbing the tower, and having Haru with him made him happy, but he wanted to act alone. After seeing she was safe, his anger over the past subsided somewhat. His motivation was gone. If they went together, Geno would still feel comfortable, but then his power would stagnate. Besides, he was old and couldn't be a burden to her. From now on, Geno would rename himself Shadow, no longer the Oni named Geno, but just an ordinary blacksmith. He reminded her never to forget the Oni's duty and hatred. Finally, Jin Haeyuk decided to assign him another mission. Goldrich wanted to establish a base on the 100th floor, and he needed to investigate that village. The manager would be Geno, the best Oni blacksmith, living on the 101st floor long enough to understand its terrain and features. Goldrich understood the issue and ordered the puppet to escort him to the 100th floor. After deciding everyone's destination, it was time to depart. The rebels would show them where their name came from. In the safe zone of the 11th floor, Jin Haeyuk entered like a god. The 11th floor was the true beginning. The bastards who turned him into this, just wait. He didn't care how high they were now, he would come and destroy their nest. At that moment, from the gate, a familiar bounty hunter stepped out with a goofy smile. She was sent by the faction to find Jin Haeyuk, who had jumped to the 50th floor. People were talking about the ghost-faced name who had reached the 50th floor, along with an army of regenerating ghost soldiers. Not only that, his comrades were very strong. Wherever he fought, the number of ghost soldiers increased. A newly appointed branch leader was attacked. He refused to fall into obscurity after just tasting glory. He summoned Stone Fang to protect the Holy Kingdom, a monster from the 120th floor. He was confident he could turn the tide, handling all arrogant foes who challenged the Holy Kingdom alliance. Suddenly, Fang behind him was crushed by Jin Hyuk's strongest ally, a dragon slayer in dragon form. Yan Yu grabbed him by the collar, the leader of the 50th floor. He couldn't believe Jin Hyuk wanted to become the enemy of the 9 stars, but they had been his enemies for 15 years. To be precise, every time he set a new tower climbing record, that floor's alliance was crushed. The 50th floor had ended the guild, and the rebels would slowly overturn all their plans. Jin Hyuk walked down the street, amid the chatter of bystanders, because he had attacked the small guilds of the 9 stars alliance. It seems this news quickly spread to the higher levels. They can use magic to erase all traces, but Harry feels like they're deliberately letting it slip. Jin Hyuk was tired of infiltrating their guild to gather information, so from now on, they'd make them fear and come looking for them first. With these stats, even if ambushed, it won't matter. Although his demonic energy and divine power are still weak, if Leo Tower's higher floors attack, these will become weaknesses. Luckily, their power is limited when descending to lower floors. The unfortunate part is their gear isn't stable yet. Henry told him not to be too greedy as a human. He's using weapons forged by the top Oni blacksmith, Shadowless. Without it, climbing the tower would be much harder. Speaking of Shadowless, Harry got curious about how his life is now. Mito criticized Henry for making her sad. Did I say something wrong? Henry was frustrated being blamed while doing nothing. In short, Jin Hyuk still wants to arrange a gear hunt. That's the best way to clear his mind. The place he mentioned is the black market on the 51st floor, where they can find gear usually unavailable. If there's something he likes up for auction, he'll gift it to Haru and Miho, who surprisingly showed great interest. He should have given them good items earlier. Suddenly, a grenade rolled out, forcing them to scatter in the smoke. A gun barrel pointed at Jin Hyuk's head, surprising him. The arrogant bounty hunter fired. One bullet could destroy a whole house. Without the mask's power, his head would have flown off. You think you can still dodge? She smirked, but let's see who Hendrik will be decapitating now. She ordered a shield, and one appeared. Hendrik was shocked. She seemed to be a robot. The shield turned into a counterattack, knocking Hendrik back. Haru and Miho arrived just in time. Touching their appa triggered the 2 Hadong lions. She activated flight mode. Haru was surprised, Miho thrilled, but her smile faded as she dropped a bunch of grenades, putting the 2 girls into eternal sleep. The Demon Mask and his rebel gang came here with high hopes. Is this all you've got? She sneered, but of course not. Henry and Jean attacked simultaneously. It seemed successful, but both had guns aimed at their heads. Not bad. I almost felt sorry ending you two so soon. They jumped back, but she didn't attack, wanting to talk. That night, the group discussed. She introduced herself as Sen, a talented bounty hunter and ally. Unexpectedly, the 50th floor had someone daring to post bounties on them. Sen didn't need introductions, as she always knew her prey's info. However, she had a better idea. Sen wanted to bet on a wager beneficial to both sides. Henry disliked gambling, but Sen said if they won, she'd retreat and reveal who posted the bounty. Henry didn't want to hear more and wanted to kill her immediately, but Jin Hyuk ordered him to stop. If the mastermind is the 9 stars or the Tsar, they'd have been in danger since Leo Tower. This is the information they need to bet on the deal. Sen wants a fun fight with a strong opponent. In the end, it's still a battle. Hendrik shouted in frustration, but she has one condition. No matter who wins or loses, all 3 must survive. She has to live for them to get the information. Sen warned she has no special plans against them. The 2 don't know her true purpose. She said no killing since it's 2 against 1, so Jin Hyuk can't summon souls. Jin Hyuk agreed. As long as he knows what she wants, attacking later won't be too late. Cutting off hands or legs is fine as long as she stays alive, right? Hendrik was ready for battle. XM switched to an automatic plane firing auto attacks targeting Jin Hyuk, but those toys couldn't harm him. Sen appeared behind Jin Hyuk, who raised his soul shield. Meanwhile, Hendrik showed up behind Sen. She calmly activated teleportation and vanished instantly. Though reluctant, Hendrik couldn't stop his attack and struck Jin Hyuk. XM saw their coordination was off, so Jin Hyuk grabbed Hendrik by the collar. They argued back and forth, and Jin Hyuk ordered him to cooperate, but Hendrik thought he should take charge of the fight. Only then could they win. Those 2 fools both have strong wills, but leaving me out is a bit much. Zem returned to the deadly beam. A massive cannon blast, so bright it illuminated the futures of both fighters. The explosion devastated the land. At the forest edge, 2 young men fell from the sky. Luckily, Jin Hyuk activated instant teleportation in time. If she had hit them, both would be done for. Why run away in the middle of a fight? Hendrik shouted angrily. Jin Hyuk quickly covered his mouth. Her protective helmet was transforming into an automatic plane searching for them, a highly advanced weapon. She's definitely AI, not from Earth. This tower connects to countless dimensions and worlds. Maybe she's from a place with technology far beyond what he knows. This time, Jin Hyuk seriously told Hendrik to follow his orders if they want to win. Sen searched around. Jin Hyuk suddenly appeared, confusing her. Revealing himself means he's given up, right? Sorry, but fate decided you'll live long enough to become a legend. Jin Hyuk used soul chains to hold her back. Sen thought he used something cool, but it was a low-class trick. A figure appeared behind Sen. Hendrik swung a surprise strike but missed. She shot through his head, but nothing happened. Hendrik's hair remained intact. A protective soul shield surrounded his head. He struck again, hitting Sen, but she was still stubbornly alive. Spells aren't the only thing a soul master can use. As an omnipotent master, he can transfer all his beneficial effects to Hendrik. Now he'll show her real support. What does an omnipotent master look like? A speed buff for Hendrik lets him match Sen's pace. She fired a barrage of shots, but Hendrik's speed made him like a fly impossible to catch. He loved chasing down fugitives like her. Even with a shield, she stood no chance. Hendrik's dragon-scale defense had been powered up by Jin Hyuk. With a thunderous boom, Hendrik landed like a god. But the Viper didn't flee. She lured him here to deliver a gift called a mine. The core ally rushed over, but it was too late. Another massive explosion shook the forest. He was helpless, clueless about her origin, and she wielded such top-tier technology. Suddenly, a bullet pierced Jin Hyuk's right chest. The Viper stood behind him, checkmating. She was sure Hendrik couldn't get up, and Jin Hyuk was the only one unscathed. Think again. Seems she forgot Hendrik was a giant dragon, tough enough to endure that blast. The Viper looked shocked. So he hadn't even fought at full strength before? Hendrik returned, stronger than ever. He never wanted to use his terrifying form. Disgusting. The Dragon Clan was his eternal enemy. Hendrik unleashed a scorching firestorm on the Viper, but she seemed unfazed, even mocking the tower's strongest. Truly on another level. But I haven't even unleashed my full power yet, the Viper said, finishing her sentence. She snapped her fingers, firing a blazing barrage at Hendrik. Her speed and power were lightning fast, so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow. After that relentless assault, the Viper didn't expect Hendrik to remain unscathed, not a scratch or hair out of place. His face gleamed with pride, driving the Viper mad. Using all that just to handle one dragon? Didn't we agree not to kill each other, right? Then don't make me break that pact. Hendrik's eyes bulged as he roared. His whole body engulfed in flames, he lunged at the Viper with a wide-open mouth. She was a bit scared but still mouthy. She argued back while unleashing her shield at max power, countering Hendrik's fire and shield. Without warning, their clash erupted into a devastating explosion shaking the earth and sky. Jin Hyuk's ally on this side used divine power but still recovered slowly, all because of the bullet the Viper fired in her surprise attack. Plus, after Hendrik shifted into dragon form, Jin Hyuk's buff and defense vanished, as if Hendrik's presence disrupted the magic flow in this area. After that fierce dragon-tiger battle, Hendrik and the Viper still hadn't settled the score. The Viper didn't seem tired. She kept using tech, deploying a 3D illusion to attack Hendrik. I should be the only one controlling magic here, so how is this possible? Hendrik screamed in rage, curling up to dodge the hail of physical bullets the Viper rained down around him. Pushed to the limit, Hendrik stood tall, enveloped in full magical energy. Gritting his teeth, he threatened the Viper. Shooting that thing 100,000 times won't work. Okay, Henry likes what he likes, so the Viper obliged no more physical bullets, switching instantly to firing the whole gun. The AK felt like a cannon with a long barrel. Damn it, making Hendrik break out in a cold sweat. Humph, so this is your answer, Hendrik grumbled. Yes, this is the most powerful weapon. I tried not to use it, but now I have no choice. Snail curled his lips and replied. Since Snail has gone all out, Hendrik isn't afraid to unleash his full strength to match Snail's overwhelming firepower. Facing Snail's countless bullets head-on created a fierce shockwave, like a volcanic eruption, sweeping away everything without a trace. Even the bomb the U.S. dropped on Hiroshima in 1945 didn't cause such intense destruction, wiping out everything around. One shot returned to the starting point amid swirling black smoke and shattered rubble. Snail weakly lifted his head, looking exhausted from his own over-the-top blast. The extreme heat damaged Snail's shield, making it unable to function properly. Snail planned to rest the shield briefly, but when he glanced forward, he was shocked to see Hendrik still standing there. What the hell? Could he still fight after that hit? Snail's face turned pale, but luckily, this was just Hendrik's burnt-out corpse, who collapsed in front of her, unable to hold on. Just as she was grinning proudly, thinking she had truly defeated a dragon, a voice from behind made Snail's heart skip a beat. How did I get so careless? 2 against 1. Have you forgotten your crippled leg, mouse? I'm still here. Jin Xiao staggered forward, blood at the corner of his mouth, mocking the badly wounded opponent. You sure talk a lot, thinking that handsome face under that mask will save you now? The weapon in my hand is enough to finish you. Why don't you just surrender? Snail sneered. The other hand gripped the rifle, aiming straight at Jin Xiao. Jin Xiao showed no fear, casually picked up a burnt scale from Hendrik, bit down hard, and laughed. 2 or 3 dozen shots still isn't the new year. Seeing Jin Xiao calmly eat the burnt scale made Snail feel a bit nauseous, but the surprise didn't stop there. After swallowing the scale, Jin Xiao transformed into a half-human, half-dragon creature, looking terrifying. We really need the information you have. I must know it, even if it means going a bit overboard. Jin Xiao's powerful dragon wings flapped on his back, his whole body exuding a cold, arrogant aura. The power Jin Xiao wielded left Snail speechless, because it was the legendary authority of the Dragon Clan. Since gaining this power, even Yan, you felt like a different being, able to cast any spell at will. No wonder they say dragons are masters of magic. Yan Yu unleashed a flood of demonic dragon energy filling the sky, successfully terrifying Snail, who rolled her eyes in shock with a fierce Nia spear strike. With the fusion of countless bloody dark forces, Jin Hyuk quickly turned the tables, forcing the snail to tuck its tail and flee like a scared duck. Thunderous shots exploded repeatedly, smoke and fire relentlessly chasing her, caught by that magic. At the same level as the Dragon Clan, this spell followed closely, making the snail sweat bullets, cursing nonstop while fleeing. What the hell is this? Could the demon face one be from the Dragon Clan? No, his magical energy changed after consuming Hendrik's scales. Don't tell me he can now wield the power of what he absorbed. The snail muttered fearfully, but by the time she realized it, it was too late. Jin Hyuk had already been hot on her tail. In a desperate move, the snail swung her light sword to counterattack with a fiery blast like free fire. Jin Hyuk saw the snail struggling under his control and felt very pleased. His mouth kept taunting, making the snail furious to the point of bleeding. Taking down a half-dragon like you is no big deal. All right, I'll end this as you wish, Demon Face 1. The snail, pushed to the edge, screamed and unleashed a devastating cannon blast. She fired thunderous shots at Jin Hyuk. The more agitated she got, the more Jin Hyuk felt strangely excited. The dragon's wrath and wind from his mouth scattered wildly onto the snail, burning her like charcoal. She collapsed to the ground, shattered like a fallen fruit. That cosmic fire missile successfully took care of the snail, but also severely injured Jin Hyuk's internal energy, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Still too much power to fully control this Dragon Clan strength. I'll have to get used to it later, Jin Hyuk sighed to himself. His eyes darted confusedly around the empty space filled with dust and smoke from the shock he just caused. After a while, the snail slowly opened her eyes, waking up with body aches from the battle's aftermath. Finally, you're awake. We were wondering when you'd come to. Hendrik spoke first. Huh, you woke up earlier than me? Just as expected from Dragon Clan power. But where the hell are we? The snail looked around the dark space curiously and asked. It's a magical barrier. You two passed out, and this whole area got destroyed. So I couldn't just leave it be, Jin Hyuk replied. The snail, knowing she was badly defeated, could only bow her head and sigh heavily. Her words were full of resentment toward Jin Hyuk and Hendrik's power from the 4 great races. Hendrik asked why the snail wanted to bet on a fight like this. She was very alert and beautiful, simply saying she only wanted to fight a dragon. After all, the life or death battles, just for such a goal to go underground. The snail's answer really left Hendrik and Jin Hyuk speechless. She needed to maintain this magical barrier. Jin Hyuk had to struggle using all the mana stones gathered from monster corpses. No joke. Anyway, you're awake now. You better keep your promise. So who exactly sent a bounty hunter to kill us? I did, Yan Yu said, covering his face. First, there's something I need to say. I wasn't sent to kill you by just one person. The one who issued the bounty on you is an association organization. You know what the punishment is, right? A person climbing a high tower will have limited abilities on the lower floors, so they bypass that penalty by sponsoring and taking over a low-ranked guild, and those guilds take over, even lower-level guilds, continuing down the floors. This chain reaction is how they consolidate their power. That's what a guild organization is, Sly explained to the guy. Hearing the guild organization mentioned, Jin Hyuk frowned, furrowed his brows, trembling as he thought of the Holy Nation Guild's namesake, 9-star Kenpello, the one who could maintain such immense power to pull off things like this. In the high rise of the Holy Nation Guild, 9-star summoned his subordinates to announce that their beloved Holy Nation alliance had been raided by Jin Hyuk. To protect other alliances from fallout, 9-star decided to crush Jin Hyuk, a budding disaster, before he could grow. If he personally eliminated Jin Hyuk, the penalty would be too severe. So 9-star cunningly decided to hire a mercenary to do the dirty work for him. That mercenary was none other than Sly, but because she not only failed her mission but also leaked information to Jin Hyuk's group, and because Jin Hyuk's team's trail faded after contact with her, Sly was used as bait by the Holy Nation Guild's people for a serpent. After a brutal beating, trapped in the monster's jaws, Sly's weak, painful cries echoed tremblingly before fading away. Haru, on this side, was startled awake by the pleading cries for help, her head pounding like a hammer, wondering if what she saw was a nightmare or a warning. Seeing only Jin Hyuk and Miho in front of her, Haru anxiously looked around, wanting to know where Hendrik and Sly were. That guy left earlier to gather intel. Those hunting us are serious. Looks like he's scouting for a while. Even with the info Sly gave, she seems okay, right? Let's head to the next spot, the black market. Yan Hyuk smiled in reply. The three quickly arrived at the 51st floor of the commercial district. Jin Hyuk let Miho eat whatever she wanted before the black market opened, making her as happy as a bird freed from a cage. Haru, still anxious about the afternoon dream, had a tense expression that even Jin Hyuk noticed something was off. As dusk fell, before entering the black market, Jin Hyuk worried Haru's standout appearance might get noticed, so he snapped his fingers to create a cute outfit to disguise her. Miho transformed into a fox form and jumped onto Jin Hyuk's shoulder. Fully disguised, the three approached the entrance where staff verified their passes. Seeing the powerful black card in Jin Hyuk's hand stunned them a bit. They guessed he couldn't have gotten it without a good sponsor. After a moment of shock, they guided Jin Hyuk's group to the VIP seating area. The signature demon mask Jin Hyuk wore immediately made some in the hall recognize him as the legendary masked demon, sparking whispers and murmurs. Once Jin Hyuk's group was seated upstairs, the auction began right after. Sitting on his butt all afternoon without finding anything worth buying made Jin Hyuk a bit restless. He sensed something was off. Because there were many people downstairs, it meant something big was about to appear. The moment the next item was brought out, Haru suddenly, without a word, leapt down like a rabbit, startling Diane and everyone else with shocked stares. Haru dashed straight toward the item, determined to save it despite the chaos in his mind. He had heard a cry for help from the item, just like in his dream. But just as he was about to touch it, Haru was slammed to the ground by the old man's strength and the old man's bodyguard. "How dare you touch the item? I had my eye on it." "Huh, such an arrogant girl." The chubby old man growled at Haru. "You're the one who should step back. Whose body did you just touch?" Diane, full of magic power, angrily stepped forward to confront them. He looked terrifying. The old man recognized Jin Hyuk as the infamous demon face trending lately. After helping Haru up, Jin Hyuk softened his tone and asked, "What happened to you?" "I heard a voice coming from there," Haru said, trembling, pointing at the item. The chaotic scene made the MC laugh out loud. He thought everyone was just too excited about this prized item. "All right, let's keep this energy and display the item." He snapped his fingers to pull back the curtain. Haru's eyes caught an Oni tribe hairpin, stirring faint memories from her past. Haru's whole body trembled, her eyes wide with rage at the thought they dared sell an item from her tribe at such a lowly auction. Jin Hyuk stood beside her, gently patting her shoulder to reassure her, asking her to trust him. The starting price for the hairpin was 100,000 gold coins, quickly climbing higher. Then it froze at 1 million, offered by the old man. "Haha, with this, I'll add a new species to my collection. Too bad I don't have the Oni's color, but this will do." "Ha!" He laughed triumphantly, taunting them. Haru was furious, ready to strike him with her sword, but Jin Hyuk stopped her with a shout. 3 million. The room fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned, mouths agape at Jin Hyuk's huge bid, and just like that, the item boldly became Jin Hyuk's amid murmurs, admiring his wealth. Realizing he'd drawn attention by overpaying, Jin Hyuk grabbed the item and hurriedly pulled Haru away. On the way back, Haru clutched the hairpin tightly, happily thanking Jin Hyuk. "Thank you so much, you must have spent a lot. It's not really my money, so it's okay." "Later, thank Golditch," Jin Hyuk replied softly. He had just barely managed to reclaim the hairpin in a fleeting moment. Hearing a voice thanking her before vanishing into thin air, she teared up. She vowed to avenge everyone at any cost. Dui and Hugh now understood why Harry was so obsessed, because that hairpin contained the soul of a dead Oni. While walking, suddenly a figure with a sword lunged from behind. Luckily, Jin Hyuk spotted it in time and counterattacked, swinging his sword fiercely. Jin Hyuk quickly recognized the attacker as the bodyguard of the fat old man who failed to buy the hairpin earlier. That was rude. "Didn't I already give you that item?" The old man sneered and stepped closer. "If you really want it, buy it at the auction. I won't let you have it." Jin Hyuk growled a threat. Unexpectedly, the old man laughed loudly. What a trickster. Now he doesn't want the hairpin, but an Oni instead. Genuine goods cost as much as Harry's. Provoked, Haru flared up, drawing his sword and charging straight at the old man. That bastard wasn't backing down either, pulling out a huge iron hammer and smashing it down hard. She warned Haru not to get worked up. Jin Hyuk nearly got stabbed in the face by the bodyguard's sharp sword. The attacker's speed and power were so intense that Jin Hyuk guessed his skill might even surpass Hendrik's. Meanwhile, Haru noticed the old man was strong, but slow, so he used a refined fighting technique to duel. Unexpectedly, as Haru attacked fiercely, the old man pressed a button on his hammer, releasing a cloud of poisonous gas. Haru's face paled as he covered his nose. She reminded herself to stop breathing immediately. The poison quickly unsettled Haru. The old man then pinned him to the ground. Remember, little demon, once you reach the 50th floor, you'll realize everyone climbing the tower has a trump card. This poison causes paralysis, used in the goblin's venomous syringes. I've improved it into a gas. You won't be able to move a single finger for a while. I don't care about your revenge, so no need to get angry. Your life won't end but will start anew. To make you obey, I'll sever some of your ligaments. You should feel honored to live as a collectible in my collection, he roared, pulling a knife to stab Harry. But at that moment, Jin Hyuk appeared like a god, his cold sword slicing sharply across the old man's arm. You seem curious how I can still move. Unfortunately, the poison doesn't affect me. You're ugly and worthless, not even worth my attention, so I'll just deal with you. Du Yen Hiu said calmly, as the old man's horrified face watched. The severed arm sprayed ketchup as he writhed in pain, squealing like a slaughtered pig. Before Du Yen Hiu could grab the old man's other arm, the bodyguard appeared. You're quick. If you'd been slower, it would have been bad. Du Yen Hiu said, then opened a magic circle and unleashed the 5-finger spirit bullet technique. The ground beneath the bodyguard's feet exploded like fireworks on New Year's Day. Something blocked his attack. He was skilled in both swordsmanship and magic. Did he have a hidden profession? This pressure felt like facing a veteran Tower Leo. The bodyguard broke out in a cold sweat, pale. Realizing the situation was bad, he stepped forward and urged the old man, retreat quickly and treat your wounds. But the old man stubbornly refused, unwilling to miss out. Harry stood right in front of him, sweet-talking ignored, only wanting to throw punches. The bodyguard lost patience, thrusting his sword toward the old man's face, growling a threat. Have you forgotten the contract terms? In exchange for protection, you must not interfere while I'm fighting an opponent. Get lost. The bodyguard's threat made the old man so scared he almost wet himself. Scram, he shouted, running like a rabbit. Unable to get Haru, the greedy old man grabbed the hairpin and bolted. Haru refused to let him escape so easily and immediately drew his sword to chase after him. But halfway there, the bodyguard blocked him. Jin Hyuk saw this from behind and rushed to support Haru. His sword strikes clanged fiercely and counterattacked non-stop. Where do you think you're going? If you started the fight, you should see it through, right? Jin Hyuk frowned and asked with a sharp nod. In the quiet midnight, Jin Hyuk and the bodyguard clashed relentlessly, as if the fight would never end. Neither backed down, leaving the surroundings quickly ruined and destroyed. Jin felt a twinge of regret that such talent was wasted in a filthy place like this. It's places like this that let me meet strong people like you. The bodyguard laughed mockingly, saying, Huh? What? You're just a scared little mouse running away from climbing the tower. Jin Hyuk's words successfully provoked the bodyguard's pride. His wounded pride flared up wildly, driving him nearly mad. His strength and speed grew more intense with every strike, but no matter how strong he was, in the end, he took a fatal blow from Du Yen Hu. His blood spilled out like a flood in the rainy season. In his dying moments, he dreamily recalled the place he had reached, floor 431. He had seen the tower's true deceptive form, betrayal, and all the lowest forms of humanity. After being betrayed by his comrades, he lost his sight there. This filthy place? At least the people here don't hide their filth from others. The bodyguard snarled, then suddenly thrust his sword full of killing intent straight at Jin Hyuk. Because Jin Hyuk quickly dodged to the side, the blade smashed into the ground, shattering the stones as if an earthquake had passed. He knew this clearly from the moment he was betrayed. That terrible feeling of being killed. But do you know your mind is too weak? If you were truly strong, you'd climb higher to deal with those who betrayed you. Du Yen Hu roared and fiercely unleashed a barrage of punches on the bodyguard. The force from a drunk Nam slammed him 10 meters away, smashing him among the shattered rocks. Before he could regain composure, he took another powerful hit of dark energy from Jin Hyuk's position. I won't run like you because I will destroy those damn traitors. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth and said. His hands unleashed countless powers enveloping the enemy. His agonized screams echoed painfully through the silent, desolate night on this side. The fat old man, after stealing the hairpin, hurriedly fled, rushing toward the main road. But he met his end under Harrio's sharp sword, serving as punishment for greed and stupidity, not illness. After dealing with the cursed old man, Harrio accidentally found a golden card that fell from him. Surprisingly, Jin Hyuk spared the bodyguard at the last moment, leaving even himself puzzled. You still have unfinished business, right? Those bastards did this to your eyes, destroy them all. Jin Hyuk quietly turned and said, When I'm done, I'll come for you and make you regret not finishing me today. The bodyguard smirked, replying, Jin, I'm looking forward to that day. Jin Hyuk's cool act of forgiving his enemy impressed Vun Ken quite a bit. Vun Ken guessed they bonded over revenge, but Jin Hyuk stayed silent, unwilling to confirm. By then, Haru had returned home to Jin Hyuk, having already dealt with the fat old man and showing him the golden card she found on the man. It seemed linked to an auction house but couldn't be used for transactions. Usually, such items are keys, granting access to elite auction clubs where rare items appear. Jin Hyuk examined the card with a proud, excited look, then Hario bowed and apologized for his anger and putting everyone in danger. Jin Hyuk wasn't angry or resentful, just gently patted her head and said, "It's okay. I know how much that hairpin means to you. I can handle it, but remember, sometimes you shouldn't focus on revenge." Haru nodded softly, smiling at his advice. Thanks to the secret key Haru found, Jin Hyuk and Haru successfully entered a private auction for the elite. After a long, tiring watch, the auction was about to close with one final premium item. The tough customers suddenly became strangely excited. The whole hall buzzed with noise. Jin Hyuk grew curious, eager to see what would happen next from above. Slowly, a huge cage covered with red cloth was lowered. Jin Hyuk guessed it held a mythical creature or divine beast, but when the red cloth was pulled away, what hit Jin Hyuk's eyes was a skinny girl chained all over, making him curse at the auction's cruelty. The aura is truly terrifying. I'm sure she didn't come here with good intentions, but beyond the aura, I can also sense the pure mana of a high elf. Dark elves are variants, whose ancestors were exposed to demonic energy. Pure mana is a unique trait of high elf variants. Unlike dark elves, they cannot coexist. Jin Hyuk stared at the elf girl, lost in thought. Vun can quietly explain to Jin Hyuk that it's not entirely impossible for them to coexist, since AI might have forced a high elf to be exposed to demonic energy. A high elf wouldn't be corrupted that easily. If it were possible, then did the four great clans create this? Jin Hyuk sweat nervously, doubting himself. The hall was noisy, filled with bidding sounds, making the atmosphere as loud as a marketplace, but soon fell silent. After hearing the staggering price of 5.5 million gold offered by Hamiel, the Angel of Eternity, the elf girl, upon hearing this, suddenly became agitated, struggling and screaming non-stop. "Hamiel, how dare you? I'll never sell to you. Never. If I escape from here, you'll be the first one I tear to pieces." Seeing her lose control, Hamiel stood calmly beside her, pursing her lips with a sly smile. "Don't be so angry, princess. Think about it rather than becoming a toy for those old perverts. Why not be my pet?" Hamiel softened her tone to persuade, but couldn't suppress the fury rising in the elf girl's eyes. Yet just before the 5.5 million price was finalized, Jin Hyuk offered an additional 4.5 million, shocking everyone, especially Hamiel, at his reckless spending. The total of 10 million gold, the highest bid ever made on the 51st floor, caused the crowd in the room to buzz with astonishment, creating unprecedented chaos. Hamiel, caught off guard by Jin Hyuk's bold move, clenched her teeth in anger, her eyes blazing with hatred, releasing an intense aura as if threatening him. "Oh no. Is she using her power to make me back down from the auction? Is that even legal?" Jin, acting surprised, laughed and said, "I'm the one who should say that. Stop distracting everyone. How could you possibly afford that amount?" Hamiel growled, glaring. But Jin Hyuk responded with a formidable aura of his own. Realizing she was dealing with someone not to be trifled with, Hamiel restrained her anger and raised the bid to 10 million gold. Who can afford that? Jin Hyuk once again raised the bid to 20 million, leaving Vunkan, Haru, and those around them gasping in shock, thinking he had lost his mind. As for Hamiel, she turned pale, struggled to breathe, and was filled with confusion. She couldn't understand why he wanted to buy the elf so badly, or why he kept staring at her like that. The pigeon just made me want to gouge his eyes out. Damn it. One day, I will kill the four great clans, but with my current strength, I still can't. But if it's about money, I can beat you. This amount is enough to satisfy me for now. Vun can secretly watch Hamiel's frustrated expression. Feeling smug, he thought to himself, she still can't believe Jin Hyuk has that much money in his account. And so, the dark elf was sold to Jin Hyuk for 20 million gold. Before preparing the goods for Jin Hyuk, the staff member handed him a magic key to unlock the chains. Seeing him try to flatter, Jin Hyuk coldly ordered him to quickly bring the goods without answering when he asked when Jin Hyuk would come again. Haru was a bit curious if he planned to use that dark elf as a slave. "I'm not crazy to do that," Jin Hyuk replied in surprise. "The meddler doesn't matter. Because he's already a soul." Jin Hyuk was just a bit surprised Haru thought so badly of him. Haru shook her head quickly to show she didn't mean anything bad about him. She simply thought that elf girl was quite beautiful. While the group was chatting, Hamiel quietly approached from afar, her face wearing a fake smile as she greeted Jin Hyuk. "If you came to steal my goods, forget it. Someone tried that and ended up dead. The cold Duin," you said bluntly. "Of course not. I just want to know why you brought her here if you don't mind," Hamiel asked boldly. "If you think you're losing, why ask?" Even if you're one of the four royal clans, don't think anyone treats you well. Jin Hyuk sneered coldly like a slap in the face. Hamiel just smirked at his heartlessness. Then I give up. I just wanted to spend time understanding you better, but a report about you has already reached the higher-ups. At Hamiel's threatening words, Jin Hyuk was so furious he wanted to rush forward and slash her to pieces, but he calmed himself down in time. No, I still can't sleep. If I use all my strength, I could handle the dove with countless punishments applied, but the stronger angels will definitely chase me afterward. If I stay this weak, I won't be able to face them head-on. For now, I have to wait. Duen. You clenched his fists tightly, trying to look calm despite Hamiel's taunts. Ah, that hairpin is really pretty. Too bad I won't see it anymore because I burned them all. Hamiel whispered slyly into Haru's ear, saying mocking words that made Jin Hyuk realize her real target from the start was the scared Haru. Haru would get agitated and do something reckless. Jin Hyuk hurriedly grabbed Haru to stop her, but Haru didn't lose control as Jin Hyuk expected. She just lowered her head and calmly said, "I'm fine. I know. Now I have to become numb." Saying this, Haru gritted her teeth, her eyes red, like swallowing a lump of anger down her throat. I have a feeling we'll meet again soon. I'll wait on the 10th floor, Hamiel." Smirking, she spoke and turned away. Walking so fast, Jin Hyuk couldn't call after her. By the time Jin Hyuk caught up, only a fluttering pile of feathers remained in the middle of the hall. Hamiel was nowhere to be seen. "All right, I don't know what she's plotting, but just wait. I'm coming for your head," Jin Hyuk grumbled to himself. Later, on the outskirts at the 15th floor, Vunkan was busy using soul soldiers to chase all the stray spirits of the factions away, keeping AI from getting close. He overheard the conversation between Jin Hyuk and the dark elf girl. Jin Hyuk was now approaching the cage with Haru and Miho, assuring the elf girl he meant no harm. "Haha, it all adds up, right? Then how are those kids any different from you?" The elf girl kept her guard up, smirking sarcastically at Jin Hyuk. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. What's your name?" Jin Hyuk asked in a low tone. The elf said her name was Elone von Gresso. Jin Hyuk was shocked because von Gresso is a royal family name, originating from the name of the elf deity. So this elf in front of him was actually a noble Dian Hu elf, something he hadn't known. Meanwhile, a group of dark forces was fiercely hunting, tearing through the forest to find him. A true noble elf, she was a high-ranking elf, and as a noble, she still had room to develop dark energy. She would become even stronger by absorbing it as a dark elf. Speaking of which, Hamiel seemed to have a deep grudge against the four royal clans. She was perfect for scheming against the heavens. Jin Hyuk clicked his tongue, thoughtfully reconsidering everything. While Jin Hyuk was lost in thought, Eloni was also struggling to figure out how to escape. "These chains suppress my power. Even if I'm freed, I won't be able to use my strength for a while. If I want him to move, I need to find a way out of this mess." Suddenly, Jin Hyuk used a key to unlock the cage door, making Elone gasp in surprise at his action. "Stand up. I have something to ask," Jin Hyuk said in a deep voice. Elone saw an opening and quickly darted out of the cage like a bird freed from its cage, fleeing. But after only a few steps, he stumbled and collapsed, giving up. Mana and soul power are the elf's strengths, not brute force. Dian Hu stepped quietly behind Elone and softly spoke. "You bought me for 20 million. What do you want? This place is perfect. No one knows what you'll do. A dark elf without power is like a damn fool trying to buy me. Are you planning to use me to satisfy your desires?" Elone glared, bristling and growling, words spilling through clenched teeth. Elion's sensitive words made Haru blush deeply, hurriedly covering Miho's ears and telling Elion that Jin Hyuk wasn't that kind of person. The system members also scrambled to explain to Jin Hyuk that it was way too early for those kinds of things, along with numerous sex education theories that made Jin Hyuk want to lose his mind. His head was unfairly blamed. He had no dark intentions toward Elone. It was truly a case of innocent until proven guilty, causing all this noisy misunderstanding. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, startling Jin Hyuk, who quietly signaled Vunkan to report. "I think our location was recently detected by the Leo Tower people. They have a large force." Vunkan was busy fighting the aggressive Leo Tower troops while urgently reporting to Jin Hyuk via signal. The raiding party found out Jin Hyuk had bought all the auction items, so they teamed up to come here, hoping to gang up on him. Their aura was unbearably intense. Who was Hamiel anyway? Jin Hyuk wondered anxiously. After sending Haru and Miho to assist Vunkan, Jin Hyuk stayed behind to talk with Elion. Elion had now dropped all her guard, politely asking him to bring some wine. Thanks to Haru and Miho holding off the fight longer, Vunkan seized the chance to unleash a massive soul blast. It sent the Leo Tower group straight to the afterlife all at once. In contrast to the chaotic battle scene, Jin Hyuk and Elion sat quietly on the other side of the forest, chatting. "Your teammates are strong, but you control them even better. With that power, why did you let the angel go at the auction house? Someone like you should be able to handle a weakened enemy punished by the tower, right? Elion asked curiously. Fighting now wouldn't gain me anything. Jin Hyuk replied quietly. You're holding back for a bigger goal. You're different from me. Have you ever had to cut open a close family member? Elion gulped down her drink, her eyes filled with painful curiosity, surprising Jin Hyuk. It turned out Elion once had to kill her own father with a knife, at his request. Before leaving forever, he entrusted the Jin Rachel seed and his future to her. Elion's older brother betrayed their clan to the four kings of the Red Tribe, trading loyalty for power. Before he caught up to her, her father shouted for her to eat the Gresso seed quickly. But before he finished, he was cut down by Hamiel's sharp blade. Hamiel shattered the seed Elion held into pieces, then used pure magic to manipulate her. She wanted to trample the honor of a noble high elf like Elion, pushing her into deep despair. Afterward, Elion was sold into the slave market and met Jin Hyuk. I get it now, even elves are targeted by the four kings, but third-tier elves are too strong to have their mana killed, and summoning magic is something the four kings can't handle. The most effective way now is to have a traitor from within. After hearing Elion's story, Jin Hyuk fell into deep thought. Seeing Elion's exhausted despair, Jin Hyuk proposed she join his rebellion, promising to help her take revenge on the bastard who enslaved her and took over the kingdom. Meanwhile, Haru had cleared out the Leo Tower group but remained deeply worried. Thinking about Jin Hyuk and Elion being alone together, Haru's overthinking kicked into overdrive. She even wondered if Elion might capture Jin Hyuk's heart. If that happened, Haru feared she'd be consumed by jealousy. She couldn't stop worrying. Haru almost died at the hands of a giant red hawk if Jin Hyuk hadn't rushed in to save her. How's the dark elf? Haru asked worriedly as soon as she bumped into Jin Hyuk. If she mentioned Elon, then she was gone. Jin Hyuk's answer left Harry wide-eyed with surprise just a few minutes ago. After hearing Jin Hyuk talk about revenge, Elon hesitated, thinking about having to deal with her own siblings herself. What did your siblings do to you? I'm sure they could do worse to make your revenge perfect. I'll make them pay many times over, not just 100-fold. Who do you want to take revenge on? The 9-star royal clans. Faced with Jin Hyuk's firm and decisive questioning, Elon chose to leave instead. I'm leaving to reach your level. Once I'm confident in my power, I'll come back. Oh, can I ask your name? Your real name, not the one you use now. Elon blurted out, listening to Jin Hyuk, or the Soul Reaper Cha-Jin Hyuk. Elon paused as if she just realized something. If I sleep, you can use my soul and body as you wish, Elon said, then turned and vanished like the wind under the shimmering moonlight, leaving Jin Hyuk there with a head full of chaotic thoughts. Back to the present, Jin Hyuk. After explaining everything to Haru, Vun can just happen to return. If you're done, let's move somewhere else. Many tower climbers will gather here after the rumors spread. Vun Ken suggested. Yeah, staying too long on one floor is dangerous. Let's head to our capital on the 60th floor. Oh, Goldrich said he'll also go to the 60th floor. Jin Hyuk replied. Little did he know, on the 60th floor, Goldrich was sweating bullets fighting the climbers. The tower belongs to the aggressive 9-star bandits. They brought an army. Goldrich's nominal shops were also set on fire, burned to ashes. These were all shops Goldrich created as fronts supporting the traitors. If the 9 stars discover the link between Goldrich's shops and the traitors, it's over. To keep Goldrich out of it, the secretary fought with all his might against them, determined to protect this place. Suddenly, from above, the guild leader Rose Ian jumped down with a thud. Nicknamed the Giant Hippo, tall and dark, holding 5 swords in his hands, the puppet master Han Ben. The secretary just took down a guild leader. Were they really planning to burn this place down? The secretary trembled in fear, unsure how to handle this fat hippo guy. A new thorn appeared. The guild leader of the White Swallow Guild, Holio, stepped forward like a god, acting like he wanted to school Josian the Fool. If you want to destroy the puppet, you have to target the puppeteer. People who don't grasp the basics shouldn't be arrogant and then lose. So what? Do you think I don't know? Every time we kill someone, the one who contributes more gets bonus points. Rose snapped back at White Swallow. We already cornered him to death, and you still want to steal the credit? So what? Damn fat pig. Beck's insults hit Rose's pride hard. It drove him mad, switching to savage mode, firing back non-stop. The two of them got distracted, arguing loudly. The young secretary seized the chance to swiftly shoot sharp threads at them, but failed, turning them into his puppets. Who would have thought, before he could even unleash much power, he was struck? The guild leader may ambush him from behind, causing excruciating pain. It seemed that while the two were arguing, I caught him just now. I've captured this puppet master. Write it like that, Aso Mei. He nodded and looked up, speaking to Aso Hung, the guild leader of the Divine Path. You all let the demon mask attack, bringing shame to the Holy Kingdom. Yet here you are, behaving so disgracefully. Asuram stepped forward to criticize May, Rose, and Beck, making them both angry and ashamed. Asuram, I don't need you lecturing me. Don't come here causing trouble just because of your little skills. Do you think you're the spokesperson for the Star Channel? Rose and Beck retorted bitterly. May, however, didn't care much, because she only needed to secure her own share. The young secretary, determined not to let them take this place, risked everything and suddenly cast a puppet spell on himself. Roaring in fury, he blasted the crowd with force, scaring them into fleeing like ducks. His target was Goldrich, and his own dream. So even if he had to sacrifice himself to drive them away, he was willing. While firing his attacks smoothly, suddenly a giant serpent appeared out of nowhere, ferocious and wild. It slammed the secretary around, nullifying all his attacks in one move, bringing him back to square one. It turned out to be the sudden arrival of Serpent King Basin and Death King Tun at this place. The guild leaders saw Basin and Tun. These kings, who had climbed the tower to the 300th floor, now appearing here, caused confusion and suspicion. They are mercenaries hired to execute this strategy. They will be the guides, Aso declared firmly. Jose and Beck immediately protested loudly, refusing to follow orders from such lowly mercenaries. Despite Aso's threats, this was an order from Lord Channel. The guild leaders still insisted on retreating, saying they no longer wanted to participate, refusing an invitation, then wanting to drink penalty wine instead. Aso snapped his fingers. The white serpent appeared, sending the entire guild leadership back to their ancestors in an instant. Blood flowed like a river. Incompetence wasn't enough. You still dared to disobey orders? The great 9-star power of the Holy Kingdom doesn't need people like you. This is Lord Channel's will, Aso said, then unleashed firepower, setting each one ablaze until they turned to ash. The Soul Summoner then summoned the souls of those guild leaders, intending to control them to serve the guild forever. His power was no exaggeration. To the title king, the Soul Summoner asked, "Where is Demon Mask now?" Aso hurriedly replied, "The two haven't even reached the 60th floor yet." This surprised the Soul Summoner. Everyone believed this place was his financial base. After taking this place, we will deal with Demon Mask, who is still on the way here. Before Aso finished speaking, the Soul Summoner cut him off, ignoring the 9-star order given to Aso. Or now, he will go find and bring back the Demon Mask's head, because this is the main reason he accepted this mission. Jin Hyuk. Over here, just after meeting Hendrik, there was a loud noise, a pigeon sent by Goldrich. It hurriedly flew to him, delivering an urgent message. Jin Hyuk, you must quickly get to the 60th floor. The base of the rebel schemer is under attack. Hurry. Without AI support, they won't hold out long. Everyone, try to buy time. After delivering Goldrich's message, the pigeon vanished like a bubble in the air. The Jin group couldn't believe what they just heard. Even the AI's face showed shock and fear. Goldrich manages many shops under various names. How much danger is he really in? Holding control over all business in the tower, the senior members held their heads, unsure what to think. They had to wait to see what to do next. Isn't Goldrich famous as a tower climber? The strongest among those who have reached the 300th floor. No matter how many people they send there, they still can't compete with him. Hendrik questioned aloud, "What did you just say?" If he was that strong, he wouldn't have borrowed someone else's name to represent the shop. When he stepped onto the front lines, he basically confirmed his shop's alliance with the rebel schemers faction. If that happens, everything won't stop at just this attack. The 4 royal clans will crush Goldrich's shop to dust. Our target is reinforced. We will head to the 60th floor and destroy the Holy Nation Guild. Jin Hyuk proposed this as the group gathered, preparing to teleport to the 60th floor. Unfortunately, Vun Kan was ambushed from behind by 2 men, Ba Xin and Tan. Sorry about that, but you won't reach the 60th floor, because all of you will die right here. The two laughed mockingly. Behind them, a long serpent opened its eyes wide and mouth, unleashing a supercharged fireball storm. Under the blast pressure, it swept everything clean, leaving no trace behind. Jin Hyuk only had time to shout loudly, ordering his team to quickly use the teleport move. Standing before the ruins, destroyed and desolate from their firepower, Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth in anger. This clearly means the enemy came looking for us. They are other assassins sent by the faction, Ba Xin and Tan. Quickly confirming Jin Hyuk's suspicions with a brutal punch full of lethal force. Jin Hyuk's group was thrown everywhere, shattered like ripe fruit, unable to counter the fierce attacks from the 2 immortals. One is a soul summoner. The dark figure beside him is a serpent sorcerer. Now Jin Hyuk finally recognized their identities by their fighting style. Hendrik, burning with rage, drew his sword and charged but nearly ended up in Basin's serpent jaws. Wow, you really are a dragon. Want to be my pet? If you want, I'll grant you the highest rank. I wonder what color your scales are. Ba teased Hendrik with a mocking laugh, making Hendrik grow more and more furious. The two charged at each other, exchanging fierce blows. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk had to face the summoner directly. At a glance, he guessed the summoner was at least at the 300th floor level, possibly even stronger than his comrades. He was curious and excited to see just how powerful this summoner really was. After calling Haru and Miho over to assist Hendrik, the remaining comrade quickly snapped his fingers, summoning a formidable spirit army, perfect for a direct solo fight against Tun's Bone Legion. They clashed fiercely, the killing intent thick in the air. I watched the comrade intently, feeling he truly was the powerful summoner rumored to handle Tun's Bone soldiers with ease. Your title is Death Spirit Master, right? You don't deserve that title. Give me your power, Tun arrogantly commanded. What a cocky little punk. Jin Hyuk narrowed his eyes, cracking his fingers as he unleashed countless dark energies. Because Jin Hyuk was so stubborn, Tun decided to play dirty. He trapped Haru and Miho inside a sharp steel monster's jaws. By the time the comrade realized, both girls were already caught with no escape. If you don't hand her over, your teammates will die a painful death. Tun growled, silencing him. Let them go, you bastard. The comrade's fury boiled inside, furious that Tun dared touch his people. On the 60th floor, the scene was a wasteland, flooded with fire and clashing swords. It looked like a hellish battlefield. The Vanguard and the Tower Leos fought fiercely, with explosive fire attacks raining everywhere. The situation was like a pig's porridge, nothing more, nothing less. So stood quietly, observing and thinking. The Vanguard kept using the same formation to block the enemy, making it hard to break into the tower. Surely one of them must have a skilled mage. There were no mages here, but Goldrich had impressive spiritual power. With a golden bullet move, Goldrich shattered the window and fired explosive shots, blowing the Tower Leos up like rain. This tactic won't hold much longer. They'll soon realize we're AI. Hurry, Cha-Jin Hyuk. Goldrich sweated profusely, pushing himself to buy time while waiting for Jin Hyuk's rescue. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was busy fighting the summoner Tun like a leech, trying to save Haru and Miho. It clashed like pounding garlic. Neither AI would back down. Release Haru and Miho now. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, his hands clenched into fists charged with energy. He struck Tun fiercely. I won't let you save them. I am the Death King Tun. I will take your Death Spirit, Master Power, and become the true heir of the Dark Death Spirit Lord. Jin Hyuk drew his sword and counterattacked swiftly. Hearing Tun mention his name with such confident aggression, Jin Hyuk suddenly paused for a few seconds. Judging by the looks of it, he still doesn't know that behind that demon mask is me, Jin Hyuk. After being swallowed by the monster, Haru and Miho are now slowly waking up. Both of them suddenly realize they are surrounded. At this moment, it's an entire squad of powerful skeleton soldiers. But that's not all. The fierce monster with the tiny teeth is twisting its body, digging the ground, preparing to escape with the two girls. Hendrik couldn't help but shout angrily, I won't give you a chance to escape. Those kids are my limit. Just as I was about to charge at the serpent-like monster with saw-sharp teeth, 5 more attacked Hendrik, forcing him to struggle hard to break free from their claws. Just as Hendrik blocked the serpent's throat with his sword inside its mouth, another snake slipped out. This snake, taking advantage of Hendrik's inability to defend, slowly lunged and bit his neck, spraying blood. The world spun along with his mind. Luckily, Hendrik managed to slam the serpent's face down with a decisive sword strike before succumbing to the snake's poison. In his dream, Hendrik panicked as he saw dragons flying across the sky. Dragons. The scene replayed exactly the day the dragons came to slaughter his homeland, the source of Hendrik's rage to this day. You hate dragons so much. It's strange for a dragon to hate dragons. How could this kid's bite erase your painful memories from the past? And not only that, it also transferred those memories to me. But I don't understand how you could hate such a beautiful sight. Now that you become a dragon yourself, isn't that amazing? Ba Xin hugged the little snake from earlier and stepped closer to Hendrik, speaking arrogantly, poking at Hendrik's deepest pain. His heart, already full of scars, was stirred by hatred so intense it felt like it would shatter. Hendrik trembled all over, then threw his head back and screamed painfully. Do you even know what you're talking about? My enemy destroyed my homeland. My rage, reborn as one of their kind, makes it impossible to take revenge. If you don't understand, then shut up. Why are you angry over such nonsense? I don't get it. At least you should have let go of that hatred when you became a dragon. Do you know how many people I killed to gather all these snakes, just to pursue this beauty? I think those hardships are nothing. Let me introduce myself. I am Ba Xin, the Snake King. I love all scaly creatures in this world. If you follow me, you'll learn to love your true form. Ba Xin laughed heartily, ignoring Hendrik's hatred. With a selfish, cold smile, he whispered into Hendrik's ear, trying to recruit him. Unexpectedly, Hendrik not only remained unmoved but also gritted his teeth and cursed him straight to his face. Then I will introduce myself. I am Hendrik, the soul of the Dragon Slayer. I am the one who will wipe out all scaly creatures in this world. So, with two rivals holding opposite wills before me, there's no choice but to clash fiercely to decide the winner. Countless snakes of all sizes that Ba Shin unleashed from his body were sliced by Hendrik into pieces like sushi, but the battle still hadn't ended. Honestly, Hendrik was getting exhausted, completely worn out. Keep attacking me. Do you think those snakes can catch up to me? Hendrik's eyes turned blood red as he roared. Meanwhile, Ba Shin stubbornly ignored him and kept summoning snakes nonstop. Taking advantage of Hendrik's fatigue, Ba Shin sent a huge python to coil tightly around him. Wrapped tightly by the python's rough, stone-like scaled body, Hendrik screamed in pain. At this rate, it'll crush me completely and I'll go numb. I have to break free, Hendrik thought anxiously, trembling. Just as Hendrik tried to move his neck to cast a teleportation spell, Ba Shin didn't hesitate and flew over, poking Hendrik's face with a mocking laugh. Got you now? You were careless, Hendrik. You're still not strong enough to be my match. Obediently come with me. As soon as he said that, Ba Shin used his snake demon traits to hypnotize Hendrik, aiming to turn him into his personal servant. Looking straight into Hendrik's blood-red eyes, which were narrowing into a fixed point, Ba Shin gleefully thought there was only one way to escape this situation. That's to transform into a dragon and run away. But I know you, Hendrik. You can't do that, because your hatred for dragons surpasses even mine. You yourself are a dragon, Hendrik. Have you accepted that you are a dragon? Sitting immersed in Ba Shin's taunting whispers, Hendrik suddenly recalled a memory from long ago when Jin Hyuk learned Hendrik planned to waste his power to avoid becoming a dragon. Back then, Jin Hyuk advised everyone to give their all, to turn the tide and defeat the tower climber on the 300th floor, using every resource they had. Thanks to Jin Hyuk's words, Hendrik was pulled out of his haze and fear of becoming his own enemy. Hendrik quickly narrowed his eyes, straightened up, and transformed into a tall, black dragon. In Ba Shin's shocked, terrified eyes, he couldn't believe Hendrik had the courage to overcome his fears so fast. Because I'm not strong enough yet, whenever I fight strong enemies, I have to use all my resources. I will defeat you at any cost. Hendrik roared, fierce power surging from his body, so strong it seemed like it could sweep Ba Shin straight into the chicken coop. Hendrik's majestic stance didn't scare Ba Shin. Instead, it only fueled his desire to possess Hendrik even more. Back with Jin Hyuk and Tun, the battle between the two men remained extremely tense and fierce. Jin Hyuk and the summoned soldiers were pushed back steadily, but Tun kept fighting strong. This made him start losing his cool, just a little. He's using skills from his past life. I need to save the kids and get to Goldrich too. No, don't overthink it or something else will interfere. If I can beat him, everything's settled. Jin Hyuk tried to calm himself, resisting Tun's fierce magical attacks with all his might. Did you learn this fighting style from Tsu Ting? Jin Hyuk asked, surprised. That's right, I guess you did too. Tun snorted coldly. Then you can't beat me, because I'm stronger than Tsu Ting. Jin Hyuk smirked confidently, boldly saying it made Tun want to slap him for daring to be so arrogant against his idol. Just as Jin Hyuk charged, Tun teleported, trapping him in the middle of the bone soldier's circle. It was basically a death wish, but it wasn't Jin Hyuk who died, because he was already powering up, unleashing divine and magical forces in a sweeping attack. Someone using both divine and magical power like Jin Hyuk was extremely rare. No one had done it before him. This unprecedented feat shocked Tun, his mouth wide open. The system also deeply acknowledged Jin Hyuk's achievement. His half-god, half-demon powerful body was created this way, but how to defeat Tsu Ting remained a big question. Jin Hyuk's opponent had stronger forces, but he had to crush them at all costs. For those guys, he'd eliminate the summoning ritual with a special method, then chase the main body. My appearance changed, but inside I'm the same. This method is a bit gross, but it works, so whatever. Jin Hyuk worried but decided to take the risk. Facing Tun, Jin Hyuk kept trash-talking Tsu Ting Aki nonstop. Hey kid, you really claim to be Tsu Ting's heir? If you're like this, maybe Tsu Ting wasn't that strong after all? Didn't he die because of the holy power? Hearing Jin Hyuk insult his idol, Tun flew into a furious rage, immediately summoning 500 spirit soldiers to gang up on him. Jin Hyuk didn't back down either, swinging his sword with combined magical and divine power, striking fiercely. Tun watched Jin Hyuk closely, knowing that with the holy and magical power combined, Jin Hyuk's summoning couldn't operate at full strength. And sure enough, that was the case. Jin Hyuk's summoning won't be able to operate at full capacity, and sure enough, that's how it is. Jin Hyuk's holy sword couldn't cut through the AK-sized spirit energy controlled by Tun Kia. It was all part of Tun's plan, not the way you said he left. You think I wasn't prepared? You'll be staying here for disrespecting him. Tun roared angrily. The deadly aura intensified, and his magic shield actually managed to repel Du Yanhu. pushing him further back amid the overwhelming mana storm. He wondered why his holy power was ineffective against Tun's tricks. Jin Hyuk was suddenly ambushed by a sneaky zombie strike from behind, bleeding and falling. Simple attacks wouldn't beat him, so he focused both his holy and dark powers into one hand. Jin Hyuk, a man of action, immediately combined them. Ignoring the system's warning that such a thing couldn't happen with two opposing forces, Du Yanhu stubbornly pushed on, mixing holy and dark power recklessly. Pouring all his life force into merging holy and dark power was the only way he could fight Tun. After many stages that seemed like total failure, along with relentless effort and countless curses, forcing the system stubbornly, Du Yanhu finally managed to unite holy and dark power, creating an unprecedented miraculous force. Seeing Jin Hyuk easily slash through the shield, Tun was so agitated he jumped like he'd been scalded by boiling water. How is this possible? I made that magic shield to block even the power of the Four Kings, so his power surpasses even the Four Kings? After that miraculous fusion, Jin Hyuk was granted the unification trait by the system. He grew more excited about this mix and max trick, a cocky smirk creeping across his lips. Seeing Jin Hyuk pounce like a cat on prey, Tun panicked, hurriedly calling his soldiers to counterattack, but it was too late. The airstrike Jin Hyuk unleashed wiped everything out in an instant. Struggling to rise from the wreckage, Tun didn't expect Jin Hyuk had silently pressed his sword to his neck from behind all along. You say your name is Tun. Why are you so obsessed with the Death Star? Jin Hyuk asked. He's the most fitting to be the tower's master. Tun recalled distant memories, sighed softly, but he died after betraying humanity. You still respect him? Jin Hyuk pressed on. No, he was trapped by those damn 9 stars. Tun suddenly flared up, eyes wide, screaming, leaving Jin Hyuk stunned, unable to understand how he knew the truth. Unexpectedly, Jin Hyuk finally met someone like Tun who could understand his pain. Don't you feel anything, even after receiving the Death Spirit title? Death Spirit Master, I ask you, do you doubt his death? He was once the strongest Death Spirit Master but died. In a battle against the 9 stars, Pelham was bribed. He was trapped by them. Jin Hyuk's father is innocent. Tun collapsed to the ground, shouting with frustration and sorrow. Who knew? Maybe his obsession with power made him foolish. On the outside, Dian appeared cold. He only responded that way, but inside he was deeply moved by Tun's feelings for him. Tun immediately bristled when Dian dared insult his idol, swearing, I admit you're skilled, but you're not a descendant of the Death Star. He's not just my benefactor. His power shines brighter than 9 stars. He's both my pride and my goal. I will defeat you and inherit his will. Tun's fierce determination showed in every sharp word. This pleased Jin Hyuk greatly. Now he understood what it meant to have a true heir. So Jin Hyuk vowed to make Tun his own. Prove your worth, Tun. Jin Hyuk snapped an order. Tun's eyes turned white after the challenge, and he clenched his teeth. Using his own 100-Night Demon Soul Strike, a crystallization of his research since gaining this power, though still incomplete, fueled by rage at Jin Hyuk insulting his idol, Tun violently launched the Soul Soldier straight at Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk quickly summoned Vun Can and the Soul Laser to counterattack, but as soon as Vun Can touched Tun's Soul Soldier, he realized they weren't true Soul Soldiers, even weaker, yet very similar to the first one he created, making him wonder if Tun had somehow forged a Death Spirit himself. The Master on this side frantically unleashed attacks, his deadly gaze burning with a vow, not to stop until avenging and restoring honor to his idol. Talent and stability. If I hadn't been reincarnated, he might have become the next Death Star. Then I must use all my strength to fight him. Jin Yuguang silently judged and rushed at Tun with altar-like speed. As for the summoned object, he left it to Vun Can amid countless explosions when the two forces clashed. Jin Yuguang and Tun were fiercely exchanging blows on this side. In a moment of vulnerability, Tun was struck in the face by Jin Hyuk's sharp physical attack, causing ketchup-like blood to drip down his cheek. Just as Jin Hyuk prepared to deliver a decisive blow, Tun quickly used a summoned object to block Jin Hyuk's sword strike, leaving him unable to move. Seizing the chance, the incomplete Soul Soldier instantly exploded like a self-destruct bomb, hurling Jin Hyuk back as he vaguely considered his next move. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk gasped, seeing Toon. Using the 100,000 Souls landing technique, Jin Hyuk's signature skill, to attack him, countless bloodthirsty souls swarmed, crawling into Jin Hyuk like starving tigers. Under Tun's command, the wave of soul power created by his spiritual energy seemed to engulf the world, but that was for others. Jin Hyuk wasn't about to lose. He quickly turned the tide, raging back fiercely. Swift hands traced deadly energy patterns floating around, leaving Tun speechless in shock. Impossible. It's still incomplete. He blocked the supreme spiritual power of the Death Star, meaning my spirit can't penetrate his soul. Tony held his face worriedly, intrigued by Tun and Jin Hyuk's recent move. Allow me to respond with a landing of 100,000 true souls. He smirked slyly. Then he summoned 500 soul brothers, snapping his fingers as they all slipped into Tun's body. Jin Hyuk's demonic mask appeared. Tun was stunned and panicked to realize the idol he longed for was Jin Hyuk himself. Waiting for Tun to lose focus, Jin Hyuk swiftly flew over. He slashed sharply with his cold sword through Tun's plasma rain. Jin Hyuk smiled coldly. Nice to meet you, Tun. Glad to see the Death Star. Soon, I'll respond. Tun's breath faltered from exhaustion. Yeah, we'll meet again soon. Dan smiled mysteriously, eyes full of promise, never leaving Tun's gaze. Tun was battered by Jin Hyuk all night. Yet he's still alive, not disappointing Jin Hyuk. After being absorbed by Jin Hyuk's 100,000 souls, Tun rose again with a new role, a new position as a soul soldier. With aura enveloping him, Tun stepped firmly before Jin Hyuk, then suddenly knelt, admitting fault. Please forgive my rudeness. I failed to recognize my lord, and I was disloyal even to my comrades. As he sorrowfully apologized, the ground beneath them suddenly shook violently like an earthquake. Less than a second later, a summoned creature created by Toon went berserk without its master. It rampaged wildly everywhere. Tun prepared to charge when from inside. The sharp iron teeth of the rampaging monster revealed Haru and Miho. Jin Hyuk was overjoyed to see both safe. Haru told Jin Hyuk, or maybe Miho had enchanted the summoned creature so they could escape safely. That kid seduced a zombie through soul summoning, while the other handled all the skeletons. Tun was surprised by the two girls' extraordinary powers when a fiery breath suddenly blew down where everyone stood, startling them all. Jin Hyuk recognized it immediately as Hendrik's breath, meaning the battle between Basin and Hendrik had been decided. To prove Jin Hyuk's prediction right, suddenly Basin's battered, incomplete body dropped from the sky. Tun's face turned pale and twisted. He couldn't believe Basin was defeated so easily. That's my victory. The four kings are tough, but this is your end. You have no more snakes to threaten you, except the one about to bite you. Hendrik, in mighty dragon form, flew in. Then he jerked his head, pointing the ice-cold sword blade straight at B.A. Shin's face to threaten him. It seemed like this was the end for us. Scylla, I'm sorry. Basin lay flat on the ground, turning to look at his snake with a sorrowful, sympathetic gaze. But then, too fast, too dangerous, no one could have predicted it. Basin went mad and bit down hard. The snake's silo was caught off guard, shocking everyone watching. B.A. Shin actually bit his own snake. Snake blood pooled in a disgusting mess, but it was useless for what you did. Hendrik growled with bullet-like eyes. Then he swung the sword at Basin's face, but unfortunately, Basin had turned into a half-human, half-snake after eating. Scylla, Basin's missing body parts were now replaced with snake scales, looking terrifying. But its strength was fierce, easily blocking Hendrik's sword strike in an instant. Haha, now this is the final battle. Let's take down that dragon together. B.A. Shin stuck out his long snake tongue. Laughing wildly, he whispered to the snake inside him. Our two friends, the dragon and the serpent, charged at each other. They clashed, stumbled, and crashed, causing a noisy ruckus. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious how you brag about loving your snake but using it as a disposable tool, then eating it too. Hendrik burst out laughing, mocking. What do you know about our love? No love is greater than becoming one. B.A. Shin's cruel words made Hendrik more disgusted as he unleashed a powerful strike. The fight grew more brutal by the second. Duyan Hu and the others tried to step forward to help Hendrik, but Hendrik stopped them. Let these two B.A. Shin be my personal prey. After a fierce exchange, Hendrik accidentally stabbed the sword into Scylla's throat, but before he could pull it out, the snake flicked out its long tongue and swallowed the sword in Hendrik's arm whole. You can't use your sword anymore. Hendrik's finished. B.A. Shin screamed wildly 5 times, preparing the final blow to send Hendrik to his doom, but from Hendrik's disabled arm grew a spiky dragon hand. Suddenly, that hand gently and affectionately struck B.A. Shin with a deadly blow, sending him crashing to the ground, teeth and lips all mixed up. Not a dragon, nor a human. Don't you think you look pretty weird? B.A. Shin still spat insults before falling. Uncle Hendrik, I've realized some things from our battle and I appreciate it. 4 kings, I am the dragon slayer. Hendrik, nothing can change that truth. Hendrik replied firmly in a deep voice. Hendrik finally defeated B.A. Shin's strongest snake spirit, Scylla, earning the respect of everyone around. Impressive, is your ally really that strong? Tun complimented sincerely. This time, I'll climb the tower with trusted friends, and of course, you'll come with us. Soul Soldier Jin Hyuk invited Tun to join the journey. Tun's eyes showed surprise, not expecting Jin Hyuk to invite him, and he shyly thanked him. Hendrik suddenly stepped forward, brushing dust off his hands, then said the group needed to head to the 60th floor immediately to make it in time. Haru and Miho shared Hendrik's thoughts, constantly urging Jin Hyuk to hurry up and leave. Right, this battle isn't over yet. Let's head up to the 60th floor, Jin Hyuk suggested in a deep voice. Suddenly, Tun knelt down at Jin Hyuk's feet as if trying to block his way. No, you must not go. The current leader of the forces on the 60th floor is Asuum, the guild master of the Holy Lord, the guild controlling the lower floors of the Holy Kingdom. He is as strong as me, roughly equivalent to a 300-level Holy Knight, but whether we can defeat him isn't the real issue. After being saved by the Pelong brothers, he showed loyalty to them. In return, Asuum is the only guild master granted divine power by the holy gods. In other words, he is as strong as the 300-level holy gods. Tun explained all this. No one knew that on the 60th floor, Goldrich was struggling hopelessly, trying to hide from the undead soldiers resurrected by Asuum himself. So, what should we do? You mean we can't fight him and just have to wait until the entire guild is burned down? No, there's still a way for you to balance the power in this battle, Tun replied. He stretched out his hand, channeling demonic energy, asking Jin Hyuk to absorb his power here. Jin Hyuk exclaimed in surprise, I have a feeling about your ability. A power that can absorb everything and make it its own. Even a corpse counts as something, right? If I'm right, all the power I've cultivated will become yours, Tun said. Hendrik, listening nearby, found it reasonable and softly added to persuade Jin Hyuk. Besides, the Serpent King and his Serpent Star squad are quite strong. If you can absorb them, you'll gain a huge power source. However, Jin Hyuk was still hesitant. He wasn't sure if Tun was truly certain about this or if someone was still waiting for his body. No one was, and even if there was, it didn't matter. I serve you, and if I can offer my small power to you, it would be my greatest honor. Please accept my strength, Lord Tun. His eyes shone fiercely with determination as he firmly said, if he's willing, then Jin Hyuk accepts. He agreed to absorb the powers of both Tun and Ba Xin. As soon as they finished speaking, Jin Hyuk clenched his fists tightly, using all his remaining strength to draw their power straight into his core. On the 60th floor, the already weak soldiers were resurrected by Asuum, making them even more ferocious than before. Each of them had wild, bloodshot eyes, scanning all directions. They checked if any mages remained in the city, hiding behind a window of one of the buildings. Goldrich was sweating heavily, fearing that if this continued, they would lose the city. Our losses are increasing. We need to find a way to buy time. First, create chaos to scatter their forces, then switch to guerrilla tactics. While clutching his head, planning the next move, suddenly a burst of firepower and flames erupted from nowhere, aiming directly at Goldrich's position, causing everything to collapse into dust in the blink of an eye. Luckily, Goldrich managed to use teleportation, saving both himself and the unconscious secretary beside him. But his position was already discovered. How could this attack be so powerful? Finally, I found you, the rebel. Goldrich glared around furiously, his heart full of hatred. Suddenly, Acer's voice rang out before Goldrich. I'm here to destroy you. The mysterious merchant who helped the masked man and his holy spirit. Your methods are quite brutal. Aster appeared solemnly. The Black Army below only serves the interests of the Holy Kingdom. Is that right? Goldrich tried to stay calm but challenged him. The Lord of Steel gave me 2 orders. First, to eliminate weak leaders. Second, to completely destroy the masked man and his allies. The Lord's orders are absolute, like the word of God, with no conditions. Acer howled like a mad dog, frantic and agitated. Things won't go the way you think, you fanatic. Goldrich gathered all his strength in his arm, angrily cursing amid blazing flames, burning hot like fire. The cat-and-mouse game between Goldrich and Acer showed no signs of stopping. Goldrich had to run for his life, fleeing in a cloud of smoke from Acer, constantly fearing he'd reveal his identity. Damn it. If he finds out I'm Goldrich, things will get worse. I have to fight without exposing myself. But can I face that monster while hiding my true power? Goldrich was terrified, running with his mind spinning with thoughts, then dodging Acer. On the other side, they were suspicious why Goldrich no longer fought at full strength and just kept running, guessing he might be hiding something. Suddenly, Acer, with overwhelming energy, charged and blocked Goldrich's path, clearing his throat to threaten. I'll take everything from you. I need to know what you're hiding. Does hiding your power really protect your teammates? Goldrich was hit hard by Acer's words, startled and paused for a moment, unsure what to do next. Suddenly, a dragon with earth-shattering destructive power crashed into the building, leaving Acer frozen as if mesmerized by AI. They say there's a dragon clan among the masked man's allies. If so, did they really climb to the 60th floor overnight and defeat Tun and Basin, who came before? Acer was dumbfounded, unable to believe this was real. Hey, are you Acer Humajin Hai Yut? He nodded and asked, now ready to take his head. Countless bombs exploded one after another, shaking the earth, as Hendrik in dragon form stood with the others waiting for Jin Hyuk to fight. Suddenly, they were ambushed from below by Acer's soldiers. We have to deal with those troops first. That Acer can even resurrect dead soldiers, Goldrich, carrying the secretary on his back, said in a panic. Anyone who hears about it would be shocked by Acer's dirty tactics. Hendrik flew into a rage, eyes bulging, unleashing bursts of firepower that incinerated all their soldiers, effectively cutting off their chance to revive. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was busy dueling Acer sword to sword. Both sides unleashed their top skills, aiming to eliminate the opponent as fast as possible. Jin Hyuk's fire bullet attack made Acer bleed, but he didn't expect Acer to have the ability to heal instantly. Truly an impressive regenerative power. To defeat him, I have to land a strike he can't recover from. It must be a powerful attack. I need to target his weak spot and use my ultimate move to finish him, Du Yanhu silently planned in his mind. Then he switched to a mocking mode to insult the Pelin brothers, successfully provoking Acer's fury, who unleashed a supercharged thunder strike on him. Just as expected, Jin Hyuk immediately summoned Von Kanza, a move that blocked Acer's sucking holy power. Needless to say, Acer's face was stunned like a deer caught in headlights. No matter how hard he tried, his eyes darted wildly, mouth agape, clueless about what was happening. What's going on? Curious about what happened? Here's what happened. Truly a useful skill. Seeing Acer frozen stiff like that, Vun can burst out laughing, not forgetting to pull Tun out so Acer could witness it firsthand. Acer, seeing Tun now siding with Jin Hyuk, got angry and cursed Tun as a traitor. I never sided with anyone from the start. I was just searching for where I belong, Tun said calmly. But the more he explained, the angrier Acer got. He shouted in rage that he would erase Tun's filthy soul. Under Jin Hyuk's command, Vun Kan and Tun swiftly launched a group physical attack on Acer, trying to subdue him. Knocked back by Tun's punch, Acer wondered if Tun also gained the demon mask's power, which allowed him to revive and become this strong. Taking advantage of Acer's distraction, Du Yanhu charged in and landed a sharp, heartfelt blow right to his face, perfectly timed to make Acer bleed after Jin Hyuk's earlier punch. Acer clutched his bloody face but didn't stagger or fall, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Rising from the chaotic rubble, Acer stubbornly snarled with the demon mask. How could you push me this far? But you still can't defeat me. I have unlimited healing blessings granted by the Great One. In the end, you were destined to lose. Before he finished, Basin's serpent tail suddenly lunged from behind, grabbing Acer like a snake striking prey. Acer panicked badly, realizing he'd fallen into the demon mask's trap too. Why, Basin? He screamed in pain. His whole body was tightly coiled by Basin's form, bones aching, speechless. Basin's snake arms swiftly severed Acer's head, fresh blood spraying everywhere, but the head quickly regrew and screamed furiously. That's not enough to stop me. Vun Kan hovered angrily. You chopped my head off, and I still revived. Tu remarked that as long as you still have holy power, it seems you can truly regenerate infinitely. I guess I have to finish you off with one strike. Facing the Tun evil group, So silently thought about the overwhelming strength of the four kings, unable to move. Even using holy power, you won't disappear. This is Tu's power. Why do you frown so surely? But that's all. You still can't defeat me. The three patiently listened as he continued. I thought you'd take me down with the four kings' souls. Too bad the plan failed. Tu clenched his staff and said, we never intended to eliminate you. Axer seemed doubtful. Vokan smiled and pointed to the orders we received. Not to kill you, the purple and gold aura kept gathering as he spoke, but to sacrifice you to our master. Jin Hyuk's hand compressed that energy, then spread it out until it turned pure white. Full offensive spirit power, evil, so panicked and gritted his teeth. Is that holy power? No, it's different. It's a notification alert. Its trait is to utilize the merged element of holy power and demonic power, transforming into a unified element. Jin Hyuk's body turned pitch black as he cast a simple magic circle, releasing a massive black and white light dome. 10 units of spirit power, it charged fiercely. Evil So screamed as he was almost swallowed by the light. A lightning bolt tore the sky, descending with destructive force. The end result was a huge crater. Still smoking, he was burned black, limbs shattered. Jin Hyuk, Vokan, and Tun stood by. As if nothing happened, Tun knelt on one knee respectfully. This is our first victory. Truly an honor, Vokan showed excitement. Finally, a worthy opponent has appeared. Jin Hyuk was puzzled. Why are you so happy? They are my successors. He glanced down as the AI called the hidden demon. Hendrik's voice echoed, we've handled it down here. He looked at the armor rolling with dust. To restore this wreckage, at least you need to summon a god or a demon. Mahario broke into a sweat, still in disbelief. So we actually stopped it. Why he looked at the three. Jin Hyu radiated energy, wondering about total eradication. He looked up and replied, "Yes, our first victory." Henry smiled, hearing him continue. "So far, we can blame our losses on ambushes." Lich caught Bruno, his voice echoed. "But today was a complete failure." After we were ambushed, Haru and Miho smiled quietly, listening. "If this news spreads, people will start thinking." Jinhaya pointed to the sky. "Heaven might be shaken." Lich exhaled. "This is a green light for us. Spreading the news, right?" He answered calmly. "Of course. Why else would I bring you along?" He smiled in the flames, then said, "I'm heading out." Before, there was a mountain of work to clean up the mess. Today, Yan, you couldn't stop it, thanks to you. Then, the two liches completely vanished, leaving only smoke. A red notification alert appeared. The Supreme 10,000 Demons said their gaze is very sharp. As it looked around, it saw a purple alert with 3 dots. It said nothing, just stared at the sky. Then a message appeared that something was about to happen. Miho's ears twitched. The girl looked up as if she heard something. Yeah, suddenly a water stain appeared on the center seam. The ground trembled violently beneath their feet, leaving them puzzled. An earthquake? No, the space itself was shaking. Miho stared up at the sky in astonishment. The water stain completely shattered, revealing a white space with tiny sparks flickering among the fragments. Then, a massive golden beam of light shot straight down. Everyone raised their hands to shield themselves from the intense shock. The sky cracked open. What was this light? Jinhaya calmly analyzed the scene. It wasn't the sky, but the Earth's crust that had split apart. Could this really be happening? Hendrik spread his wings and bent down on the other side. "It's coming this way." Harry asked anxiously, "What the hell is that?" Tun pointed forward. "Look over there, sir." Shattered bodies were being sucked up by the beam of light. He shouted loudly, "That's Asium's body." His eyes blazed brightly. Cracks spread all over the body. Finally, the outer layer shattered, revealing the inner form. Jinhaik's eyes widened as he recognized it as holy power. The feeling reminded him of when Carmen summoned energy beneath the cross-shaped magic circle. He was certain it was that power. Jinhyu clenched his teeth in anger. Carmen stepped forward barefoot. They truly were gods. Asium had fully recovered with even greater momentum. They had not abandoned me, but saved me. He passed judgment. Now it was time to punish those who did not believe in the gods. Then barefoot steps approached. As expected, they were all deities. Asium had completely restored his strength. They never abandoned him and had saved him. He pronounced judgment. Now was the time to punish the rebels who denied the gods. Suddenly, a small vial exploded somewhere nearby. Bio Lao frowned at the sight. Carmen focused energy in her hand. When he called Carmen, the mark on her palm glowed brightly. Then she folded her arms and replied, "Asium has reached the 60th floor. It seems he's been captured." Bio Lao clenched her teeth, recognizing the demon mask. She calmed herself and advised, "But don't worry too much. After all, Asium is a special kind of plaything." He repeated, "Special." Cameron smiled slyly. "It was a guarantee in case the 7 selection failed. I secretly implanted something inside it. When sharing holy power with Aster, if Aster is defeated, the clenched hand will revive him as a proxy to hold your power." On the other side, Asium smiled arrogantly with the glowing symbol on his forehead. He stepped toward Jin Hyuk. According to her, the demon mask was now preparing to confront you directly. Jin gritted his teeth angrily. "That holy power belongs to Carmen." Henry frowned with hatred. Haru tensed, recalling one of the people his brother had killed in the past. Asium arrogantly tossed his head. "Oh, you recognize Carmen's warm, holy power?" "Yan," you muttered, bowing his head. "How could I forget?" Then he glanced at him with a sharp gaze. That disgusting feeling of holy power. Asium watched the demon appearing behind him. What was this hatred about? Has this guy been climbing the tower less than a year? Why does he hate Lord Carmen so much? Tan and Voken took the chance to ambush when he spoke. "Who are you, demon?" But he suddenly sensed a purple explosion erupting right in front of Jin. Hyuk, behind the smoke, was Axer's calm smile. "Oh right," he had grabbed Tan and Voken by the neck. "You can't awaken, can you? And you're confident, but with this power gap, not yet. Awakening will hurt even more." Both of them winced under his grip. A huge dragon shadow covered them. Hendrik in giant dragon form landed hard, eyes wide, sensing something. Axer caught his claw with one hand. "A strong dragon, but now I have the power of 9 stars with me." He bounced lightly, then gently threw Hendrik to the ground. He despised the power of the young prince's lineage. It can't compare to the princes themselves. "You'll pay for challenging them, and you'll die here." Suddenly, a heart-shaped bubble appeared. Axer bowed his head, sensing it. "Am I already bound?" While wondering, he asked which freak noticed Miho's wide eyes glowing with spiritual power. He thought, that kid, this chaotic power, is he a beast child? No clue. Jin Hyu stood right behind, raising his sword. He shouted, "Get lost, Carmen's puppet." then decisively swung down to split Axer in two. Smoke appeared again on his body, merging and bursting out with a mocking laugh. Ha ha ha, Jin Hyuk's eyes widened. That attack was all I had, yet he still recovered after being hit. He countered without a scratch. Now no attack can kill me. A small light appeared on his fingertip. So now it's my turn, right? It turned into a whirlwind, then grew into a fireball. According to Axer's holy form, Jin Hyuk felt it was nothing like before. He shouted urgently, "Everyone run!" Miho panicked, raising her hand. Ah! A giant light burst straight from the fireball. The ground shattered and was thrown up. When it ended, the earth was so hot it glowed and smoked. Jin Hyuk struggled to sit up. Damn, his body wouldn't move. His pupils shrank hearing someone speak. Ah, you're awake. Axer was grabbing Miho's neck. You woke up just in time. Jin Hyuk shouted anxiously. Miho looked at their fallen comrades. Hendrik and Hario, were they all defeated? Axer sneered. Your rebellion has failed. Demon Mask, the moment you betrayed the 9 stars, you lost. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, losing to Yan Yu lying there. In a place like this, I can't even get close to him. To lose to Carmen's lackeys like this, his gaze sharpened with resolve. I won't lose again. I won't accept it. Axer squeezed Miho's neck harder. You're first, you rude beast. The girl screamed, tears streaming. I can't breathe. Jin Hyuk angrily ordered him to stop. A pink screen appeared, confusing Axer. The words kept changing. The 9-tailed fox said, "How dare you?" When it disappeared, Miho bowed her head, repeating, "How dare you?" When she looked up, it was Gu Miho touching another's child. 9-tails radiated bright pink energy. Amid the purple light, the girl's neck was squeezed tight, her face dark with fury, shouting, "How dare you?" Miho looked up, her facial features shifting, revealing a different face with sharp eyes blazing with fierce energy. Touching another's child? Then she stared straight at him, choking her sharp gaze revealing glowing tails flickering behind her. Emitting a terrifying, oppressive aura, Axer's golden body twitched and quickly released his grip, gritting his teeth. What the hell? He leapt into the air, eyes fixed on her, silently thinking this relaxed stance might be the transcendent entity of the tower above us. Gumiho tilted her head, smirking mysteriously. At the same time, she slowly raised a finger as a dazzling light swept across, illuminating Axer's furious golden eyes clearly. Jin Hyuk squinted, body tense, watching the light pass by. Suddenly, a blinding explosion erupted, purple-white light spreading and shaking the ground. Meanwhile, in a remote wilderness with withered trees and a gloomy, silent atmosphere, at the 70th floor of Black Forest, a flash of light tore through the night. Dust billowed thickly. Through the mist, foxtails wrapped tightly, gradually revealing Gumiho standing in the center. She had wrapped the 3 of them and brought them here. Harry sat on the ground, eyes confused and suspicious, speaking up. Miho, no, you're the 9-tailed fox, right? She smiled softly, greeting. This is the first time you've seen me, isn't it? Jin Hyu clutched his injured arm, frowning, staggering to stand, asking, where am I? Gumiho crossed her arms firmly and said, 70th floor of Black Forest. Harry shouted in shock, 70th floor? How did we get this high without climbing? She closed one eye, opened the other, thinking about the tower and explained, climbing floors isn't the only way up the tower. There are many shortcuts to higher floors, but you can't gain stats like climbing the tower, so you still have to descend to floors matching your level. Then she looked at Harry and continued, you've never climbed to the 100th floor, but you were born and raised there, right? Hearing this made her startle and realize. Ah, Henry is behind you. Gumiho planted her sword on the ground, struggling to stand and confirmed. Wait, is this really Black Forest? He spoke sharply. This is an uncharted territory before everyone. There's barren land around filled with black slime. Why bring us to a place so disorienting and easy to get lost? Jin Hyuk had a different thought and said, no, that's why this place is safe. Gumiho eagerly raised a finger, agreeing. Just as expected, you catch on fast. Suddenly, he noticed her finger trembling slightly. She looked at her struggling hand and said, I'm reaching my limit. I'm an entity that can't directly interfere in the world of tower climbers. I can only help you escape through this child. She looked at Harry, Jin Hyuk, Hendrik in turn, warning. But this is only a temporary measure. They will find you again and come to kill you next. Gumiho warned with a determined gaze. At the current pace, you can't fight them. You must become stronger faster. Yan Yu frowned, curious and urgent. So what should we do? The method you mentioned to get stronger quickly. It's here. Tell me. She crossed her arms, eyes calm. The tails behind her gradually faded as she spoke. Sorry, time's up. From now on, you'll have to hear the rest from him. Finally, she smiled goodbye. See you later. Bye. He hadn't heard all he wanted, hurriedly raised his hand and ran over. Wait, but it was too late. Gumiho instantly vanished, returning to Miho's form as a small fox. The girl closed her eyes tightly and fainted. Haru quickly stepped forward to catch her. Got you. He looked at Miho in his arms. Haru thought, who exactly is he talking about? Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed past his face from Gumiho. Dylan swiftly dodged to the side. Dodge the arrow. Let it fly. Two people holding bows shouted from the tree. Who's there? Who dares enter our black forest? A woman with elf ears covered her face, raising her bow to warn the intruder. Leave now. Otherwise, a surprised sound came from behind. Yeah, Jin Hyuk raised his hand. Then adjust your skills, prepare to fight back. It won't work. We need to find something here. One of them removed her mask, muttering, didn't expect to meet like this. He and Haru exclaimed in surprise. You are. Then shouted, Elian. She greeted happily. Long time no see. The demon-faced Elon landed beside them, apologizing. Sorry. We're still a bit wary of outsiders. He shook his head. It's okay. But you formed a force? She frowned awkwardly. It's not really a force. Then thought of those with elf ears and outfits. Like me, she explained. Just a few high elves. All they do is guard this forest. She looked up proudly. But we have faith. Jin Hyuk looked where she pointed. A light appeared, making him shout in shock. That was Elon, turning around, back facing a huge tree, glowing with light, excitedly introducing Riso. It's the new world tree that gave us power. Henry stared in disbelief. Harry stood nearby, eyes wide, speechless. Wow. She smiled broadly, thrilled. That's nothing. Gil Rachel is actually much bigger. Then she changed expression, voice probing. Now it's your turn. How did you end up like that and get here? Faced with that question, he stayed silent, clenching his fists. After a while, Miho lay on a soft, small bed. Around them, discussions echoed. So one of the 9 holy stars intervened and they have direct subordinates holding that power? Henry crossed his arms with everyone in the room recounting. Thanks to Gumiho, we got here. He told us to find a way to defeat them here. Elon frowned, confirming. So it has to be that power? Haru sat worried on the side, hesitating. I know this is a shameless request, but please, we beg you. With determined eyes and sincere voice, she made the request. Can you fight with us? Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was alone outside, leaning against the railing. He was silent, unhappy, frowning in thought. Remembering Esther's image with mysterious golden energy, I was powerless against the strength given to Aster. Then Gumiho appeared suddenly. Without Gumiho, I would have died. Thinking of the triumphant words, he said, You've lost 7 times. The demon-faced image flooded back, making him furious, grinding his teeth and clenching his fists. Damn it, I need more power. Suddenly, a sound echoed in his mind. He sensed a strange energy. Jin Hag startled, stepping back to search. The voice spoke, Were you sent by Beiso and Gumiho? Sweat dotted his face as he forced a smile and replied, Ah, I don't know who you are, but don't you seem a bit familiar for a first meeting? He spun around quickly, his back unknowingly facing the world tree. First time? We've known each other for a long time. What are you talking about, teacher? Not recognizing him, he introduced himself. My name is Ha Jiggy Rachel. Jin Hyuk heard this, quickly turned, looking up in surprise. The entirely new power you seek is me. Elon slammed his hand down, bowed his head, muttering. A full-force battle with the 9 stars then. He placed his hand on his chest, excited. Of course, we have to join. The Dark Elf clan will side with the rebellious schemer. Haru stood up joyfully. Really? Hendrik crossed his arms worriedly. Is this okay? We don't even have a say. But it's too dangerous. She bowed her head slightly and said, I know, but I'm still here fighting thanks to the demon mask. Not thanks to that person. Cha-Jin's cunning plan, her eyes flashed with firm resolve as she declared. Besides, we have chummed the enemy, so what's stopping Ha from joining forces? Haru gratefully smiled. Thank you. My brother would be happy too. She suddenly fell silent, then spoke, her voice echoing outside where Jin Hyuk stood on the balcony. Where is Cha-Jin Hyuk? H.G. Rachel watched him move swiftly and spoke. You came fast? Thanks. Jin Hyuk replied quickly. Since you said so, there's no way I'd be late. He frowned near the voice calling, Why am I here? Without hesitation, it answered, I'm interested in you. Hearing this, sweat dotted his face, frustrated. Few normal people in the tower show interest in me. The system popped up. The Supreme Demon asked, Did you just mention him? System content changed. The Supreme Demon said, Don't worry, he's on your side. He looked at the system panel in disbelief. On my side? Suddenly, a light flashed from the tree trunk. H.G. Rachel held out a large flower before him. Jin Hyuk was surprised. What is this? It opened its petals to reveal a radiant light inside, a round orb full of dark energy. The fruit of the dark tree. It swayed slightly with a deep warm voice. I will give it to you. He frowned suspiciously. The world tree's fruit? Usually, It's given to the royal family of the High Elves. He hovered in the air, deep in thought. But this is the Dark Tree, and the Dark Elf clan is a mutant born from demonic energy. He glanced at the fruit. This is the crystallization of demonic power. Whoever eats it gains immense demonic energy. Then, thinking aloud, he considered Aster. With this, I could defeat Aster. But ending his thought, he asked doubtfully, "Why are you giving this to me? Aren't you the elf goddess Ao who should give it to Elion?" It didn't answer immediately, but asked a question. "What do you know about the time before the tower appeared?" Hearing this, he was puzzled. It recalled a life formed by the goddess Gil-Razo, my true form, sculpted by a god, existing before the tower. It's a gift for the creations of your elf clan. Jin Hyuk listened intently, judging. The elf god is the Chi guardian tree deity. It constantly remembers a powerful figure worshipped by the entire tribe. The god devoted all its heart and love to the elf tribe. Then it listed the tribe's superior traits: beautiful appearance, ability to connect with spirits, and long lifespan. They even rival the 4 great races. Then it asked, "Do you know the biggest weakness of a perfect being?" He answered immediately, pride. Hexgresso gently shook the branch in agreement, thinking of the elves, gazing at his reflection in the water as he continued. Exactly, they are too obsessed with their own beauty, isolating themselves and avoiding other races, indifferent to any AI. Later, in its mind, satisfied with what it had, it hesitated, thinking about those heading toward the tower. Then it thought about the tribe with disappointment. There's no way they would climb the tower as eagerly as others. Finally, it almost whispered the consequences caused by that. So after thousands of years, the number of elf tribe members who successfully climbed the tower is 0. Hearing this, eyes widened in shock, shouting loudly. It then held out the branch with fruit toward him, asking, "Why do you think the god created these beings and made them climb the tower?" He glanced at the system, replying, "To make them gods and strengthen that person's power. Like this one." It showed the content. "Are you dissatisfied?" "Like a queue in a game," Atriso said. "So if a paid servant still fails to meet the master's demands, what would you do?" He clenched his fist, calmly giving a firm answer. "Obviously, eliminate them." That one, then replaced by a more obedient AI. As he finished speaking, he realized the hidden meaning and gasped, "No way." It understood what he meant and thought of Elion. That's right, that person placed hope in me and the Dark Elf tribe. Thinking of Elion, the image of an elf sitting with a scheming, troubled angel appeared. Other elves have fallen too far. They are conspiring with the 4 great races to overthrow the tower's order. When Atriso spoke, Jin Hyuk, holding the person in his mind, immediately saw the common group's image. At the center of this are the 9 stars, the strongest humans and also your enemies. He regained composure and listened on. Unfortunately, Elion is still not strong enough to receive my power. So hesitating a bit, it spoke again. "I want to entrust you with a rebellious schemer." The system displayed the Chi guardian tree god proposing a contract. The condition is to unite the Dark Elf tribe. The reward is the Dark Tree fruit. Dian Hep smiled, reading the content. Finally, he quickly decided to take the fruit from the tree, happily saying, "How could I refuse this offer?" The system showed acceptance with a warning. The Dark Tree fruit contains a very strong demonic energy. Be careful when absorbing it. He watched it emit abundant energy, muttering in his palm, "That's right. If I absorb the demonic energy carelessly, it will erode this body." Hegresso stirred and reached out as the system showed the Chi guardian tree god offering help. He glanced toward its movement. Branches from it intertwined, forming a large circle around him. Jin Hyuk silently understood its intention. "Got it. If I let this branch absorb some, it will block part of the demonic energy affecting my body." Then he reached out and opened a gap using the spiritual energy within his body. Next, he quietly murmured to summon Ban Kentun. He looked at the dark energy of the black Gresso fruit and said, "I'm about to absorb its energy. I'll give it my all." Then he turned to them and ordered, "In the meantime, protect me until I fully master this power, or until everything is settled." Banka nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, Tun." He placed his hand on his chest respectfully as per his lord's wish. Jin Hyuk's whole body radiated a swirling purple magic in the air. The Gresso fruit hovered slowly, pulsing with energy. He furrowed his brow and said, "Absorb." At that moment, hurried footsteps ran nonstop. Elian and Hendrik chased after Harry. She spoke up. "Where are you rushing off to without knowing the way?" Harry ignored her, shouting loudly as he walked, "Brother, brother." He jumped onto the cliff, pointing far ahead. Catching her attention, she said, "Look, a massive power swirling, wrapped in the branches. Interwoven and tangled," a voice echoed. "The demonic aura is intense. It became like this when he entered." Harry looked up, briefly surprised. This demonic aura is so clear. Just as she was about to call his name, a loud explosion rang out. It appeared behind him. After the explosion, the thick dust gradually cleared, revealing the ground. Water splashed and faint light pierced through the dense fog. A golden figure advanced forward. After knocking two elves aside, he spoke coldly. "How dare you escape the punishment of the stars?" Asura, frowning angrily, his eyes gleamed near his voice, "and hiding here. This time, I'll show you my power." The injured person moaned on the ground, their throat crushed tightly, making them groan. "Ah, ah." Sora grabbed her neck disdainfully and spoke to a dark elf. "You live because of the magic in your body." The elf struggled to speak. "How did you know and come straight here?" He smugly replied, "The 9 Stars spies are everywhere in the tower, even in the hardest places to find clues. Actually, it's easier to investigate." Suddenly changing the subject, he said, "All right, if you don't want to die, call out the demon mask. Beg him to save you." The tighter his grip, the more pain she felt. Unaware of when it happened, beside them appeared a gigantic black dragon. It didn't hesitate to attack straight into the battle. He had escaped just in time from the black dragon's deadly strike. Axer saw the arrivals and smirked. "Ah, Henry and Harry." Quickly rescuing her and hearing his greeting. "Is that you guys?" His body hovered in the air, bursting with energy. He spoke confusedly. "Strange. At least you should have brought the demon mask or that mysterious creature." She stared at him, thinking silently. Since that incident, Miho hasn't woken up, probably due to side effects. "When receiving the power of the 9-tailed tigers," she continued, "she's unlikely to help me again in that form." He looked up at the tall tree attracting evil energy and guessed, "I'm not sure, but the magic above the world tree seems to be Cha-Jin." At the gathering place of the dark aura, a shadow appeared. It seemed he had consumed something profound, gripping his sword tightly. He made a decision. "I only need to do one thing." Hendrik's eyes showed determination to hold on. When Cha-Jin Hayuk obtains that power and returns, he'll throw the unconscious person to take her away. She blankly accepted him. She panicked and denied it. "No, we have to keep trying until Orabioni returns." He turned his head sharply. Now staying was useless. "Do you understand?" Standing there clueless. Axer slowly stepped forward, guessing. It seems the demon is plotting something. Then he raised his energy-charged arm, declaring he would kill them all. He wouldn't be able to appear either. Hendrik swung his sword straight into the opponent's move. He kept urging, "Listen, hurry up." While he charged fiercely, she turned and ran away. He took the hit and shouted, "No chance." Suddenly, his arm was struck by several arrows. A girl flew in from afar, shooting threatening arrows. "How dare you attack my people?" A lion warned, "You've declared war on the Dark Elf clan." He thought, "This magic isn't like the demons. It suppresses my regeneration ability. Magic and holy power oppose each other. If we keep getting hit, we're in trouble." Concluding this, he charged forward, shouting, "I'll kill you first." She whispered, "He's too fast." She prepared to fight back. A sword stopped her. Henry blocked his powerful arm for her. His eyes began to glow brightly. His voice was determined. "I will stop you." A red spiritual energy orb formed in his mouth. He was shocked. It was a dragon's energy core. He knew the energy was erupting. Dragon's breath, his hands still swiftly attacked elsewhere. He reached out, calling, "Run, Elian." She was terrified, raising her bow. "Damn, what is that?" But his hands still grabbed her head. Quickly, he pressed her down hard, then pushed her far away through thick dust. Blinded, her body slammed repeatedly, causing a huge explosion. She was powerless, stopped by a tree. His voice explained by her ear, "I am their leader." His hand ready to strike. "I told you, his wounds heal incredibly fast. I'll kill you first. From now on, your fate is sealed." The alien creature defying the god Axer. Now noticing the energy trees change, he pointed a finger, confirming, "So you're there." Demon Hendrik took advantage to strike secretly. "You can't attack, Cha-Jin, hi." He challenged, "Your opponent is me. If you dare touch our leader, I'll take your life." He sneered mockingly. Loyalty is truly touching. His hands surged with spiritual energy, inviting, "Try me." He swung a powerful dragon-like sword strike to counter holy power. Their clash created a massive shockwave, destroying everything. Dust cleared, revealing two facing each other in a crater. He knelt halfway, praising the dragon. "You're good, just perfect that move a bit more, and it'll be deadly." The fierce figure reflected clearly through a round hole in his belly, a large wound, yet he gritted his teeth. "Are you done talking?" Hendrik's eyes grew colder as he ordered, "Charge." "I can still fight." Despite losing an arm, he still pointed. Dragons are proud creatures. Even if you're a dragon, you should at least endure this. His glowing finger pointed at him, then declared, "Wasting that gifted body just for a trash like the demon is why you lost." He was silent for a moment, then smiled. "Take care of yourself," accompanied by his voice, "because it's going to hurt a lot." Suddenly, a swordsman appeared behind him. Countless sword beams aimed straight at a single target. Haru shouted loudly, swinging her hands non-stop to unleash sword beams. Aksa was hit, utterly shocked. Impossible. She attacked so fast even her healing couldn't keep up. Why is she laughing maniacally? This is the legacy only left in a man's mind. Reminding her is useless. She's just buying time. He crossed his arms and looked down as she went berserk, able to overwhelm him briefly, but it won't last long. She can't beat his healing ability. He pointed to the sky. Just a little more, a little longer. I need to hold him off a bit more. Even if the guy wearing my mask returns, nothing will change. She fell silent briefly, then sighed. Maybe that's true. He shouted urgently, then run fast. You're the last Oni. Do you want to die uselessly with them without avenging your race? She told herself, after he saved me in the Lord's castle. I've always stood behind him and the others, protected by them. In my heart, I've been helped a lot but haven't repaid their kindness yet. She clenched her fists and said, Jin Haeyuk won't give up. He'll find a way. I believe that, and will buy him time. Haru gritted her teeth, attacking him relentlessly like a storm. Could Hendrik withstand the shockwaves? He covered his face, amazed. She's too strong, but he noticed her eyes were bleeding now. She's reached her limit, can't sustain that power much longer. She unleashed one move after another. Just a little more, a little more. I need to hold him off a bit longer. She encouraged herself. I must protect this place until he returns. Her sword hand was suddenly grabbed. Acer was nearly recovered, mocking, You're slower than before now. Then he threw a punch that sent her flying. The brutal impact left her gasping in pain. He hovered in the air, declaring, Lord Ken and Carmen's decision was right. If we ignore you, you'll interfere with the Nine Stars plan. He gathered energy in his hand, raised it, and decreed, I will kill all of you right here. The power orb grew larger and larger. She could only blink and watch, too weak to move. Henry cursed painfully. Damn it, get out of the way, Harry. She clenched her teeth, tears streaming down. Jin Haeyuk, I'm sorry. The light orb began to be swallowed. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The surroundings were eerily silent. He looked left and right, searching. I'm sure I burned them with the holy light, but Axo only managed to open her mouth. Something happened, and Jin Hyuk took a punch to the face. Arriving just in time, he knocked the attacker away with one strike. The trees behind him crashed down as he fell. He was unsure of his feelings, trying to recall what had just happened. The beast slowly absorbed the holy power. He calmly pointed this out. Haru, with tears in her eyes, shouted, Jin Haeyuk. He praised his friends, Haru, Hendrik, you two did great. He glanced at the glowing figure rising up. He bit his lip and sighed, that bastard is as persistent as a leech. Two figures appeared behind him, chatting, take them to a safe place. Do we need to fight? Don't worry, I've got this. He looked at the pitch-black monster before him. The man questioned him, what trouble have you caused? Calmly listing the terrifying amount of demonic energy. And that disgusting thing too. He swung his arm to attack but retorted, why don't you check for yourself? He was shocked by its speed. It was too fast. He cried out in pain as his arm was bitten. Ah! The monster tore his arm apart. Cameron immediately felt something wrong with her arm. She broke out in sweat as a large amount of holy power was suddenly drained. On the other side, he noticed too. Am I being absorbed by it? Moreover, Axer barely had time to wonder, where does he get such strong demonic energy? Meanwhile, his body was mercilessly attacked. His disintegrating face mocked, useless. No matter how many pieces you tear me into, I'm not done yet. He was silenced. The beast under his control bit him in half. Dien Hai Ut strongly agreed. I know you'll keep resurrecting. Every time you do, Kamen uses a huge amount of holy power. He continued, the third is something created from a piece of my soul and demonic energy, and like me, it's very greedy. He squeezed his neck tightly while explaining. In other words, his eyes turned icy cold. It can keep tearing you apart and devouring you until it drags. Kamen, who's linked to you, down here. The injured part healed quickly. He stammered in fear. No, he almost. Please, no, Lord Kamen, stop. Don't transfer any more holy power to me. His eyes were deadly. It's too late. He raised his hand gently and ordered, devour him completely. She panicked and cursed. What the hell is happening? Her whole body vanished, leaving only furious roars. Ah! The dark sky cracked open in chunks. Rays of light pierced through the cracks and fell straight to the ground. Someone's groaning voice echoed. Kneeling on the ground, muttering, Finally! Finally! She shouted angrily. What the hell is going on? He smiled sarcastically. At last, we meet again. He sneered, glancing at her. 15 years have passed, and your face looks even uglier than before. She furrowed her brows, enunciating each word. His demonic face beneath the bone-covered mask. It's time for you to pay. Kamen shifted back to 15 years ago. Taylor ran while glancing at the monsters behind. He shouted, Damn it. You can still unleash your full magic like that. Under the suffocating pressure of the purple energy, gravity seemed to vanish. tearing the earth and rocks apart and hurling them into the air in a chaotic storm. Taylor screamed in despair. On this side, Jin Hyuk was panting heavily, his emaciated body kneeling amid the ruined battlefield. Jin Hyuk looked at the approaching figure, voice full of hatred. "You traitor, aren't you?" he shouted angrily with his grudge. A bone statue appeared. "Am I going to die like this?" Jin Hyuk summoned his strength and yelled. The bone soldier leapt forward. Following the command, a giant bony hand wrapped in tattered bandages unleashed golden lightning spiritual energy. Seeing the attack, Kamen exploded with power, tossing the bone soldiers aside. She shouted, "Tie their ears, stop struggling uselessly." Looking at the situation, Yan clenched his teeth and thought. Jin Hyuk used his remaining strength to revive it. Finally, he spoke. "Is it over?" Carmen's slender legs stepped in front of Jin Hyuk. She replied softly, as if declaring, "Yes, it's your end." Carmen raised her hand, pointed at him, smiled, and continued, "In the name of the 9 stars, I will take your life." She flicked her hand lightly, bidding farewell to Cha Jin Hyu. A surge of power rushed straight at Jin Hyuk. Though his body was pierced by radiant golden energy blades, the eyes hidden behind his mask still gleamed with defiance. Jin Hyuk spat fresh blood, his eyes rolling back in pain. Returning from his thoughts to reality, Carmen gritted her teeth, hatred flashing in her eyes as she looked up at him. Jin Hyuk's body radiated heavy killing intent. Time passed. Jin Hyuk coldly said, "Now it's time to return the favor, right?" Carmen, fog shrouded the dark night swallowing the light, creating a forest of twisted, grotesque dry branches. She screamed in disbelief. "Could this be the Black Forest on the 70th floor? How did you bring me here?" Jin Hyuk smirked. "Normally, it's impossible." Jin Hyuk closed his eyes, pondering. He had thought about this while absorbing the Dark Reso seed on how to defeat her. Even with superior magic, Acer might not win. As long as Carmen keeps applying him power, Acer will keep reviving, an invulnerable entity empowered by that strength. The way to break that bond? Then Jin Hyuk realized we also have someone with that kind of power, granting a person the authority to act freely inside the tower, which is extremely rare. The clearest example is the binding contract between gods and their followers. So if Jin Hyuk uses that as an excuse, doesn't he also have the right to use the trump card meant for followers? Thinking this, he ordered, "Ah." Carmen was shocked and quickly asked, "You want me to be brought down?" Her face showed disbelief. "You're using evil to do that?" Jin Hyuk's expression remained blank as he looked down and continued, "Because you're just an existence inside the tower, completely different from the true high gods. Your physical body must be brought down. The plan you made out of selfishness is the reason leading you to death." She bowed her head, smirking. Carmen couldn't help but laugh wildly. She stomped her foot hard, unwilling to accept defeat. Then Carmen stood up, a brilliant golden power flared covering her. Using her whole body, she responded, "So that means you've won, right? You're terribly mistaken. A dreamer like you hasn't even reached a corner of the tower." She pointed at Jin Hyuk confidently. "I'll show you." Carmen raised her hand, and the power behind suddenly exploded. She continued to threaten. "This is the power of someone standing on the high floor." A moment of glory then suddenly faded. The aura behind Carmen vanished. She held on in shock, blood streaming from her eyes and mouth corners. Suddenly, it flowed nonstop. She hurriedly covered her mouth and collapsed. Carmen thought, "Why is this happening?" She couldn't hold back. Before she could finish that thought, Jin Hyuk's thunderous punch came crashing in, striking Carmen's face. Only then did she finish her last thought. Taking the full force of the 1,000-pound punch, Carmen's body was thrown backward, suspended midair. As rocks shattered around her, the brutal impact drove her body straight into the stone floor. It cracked and sank deeply, forming a massive crater. Amid the dust and smoke, Jin Hyuk landed from above. He said coldly, "Maybe you hit your head on the ground when you fell, so you don't remember? This is the 70th floor, where hundreds of punishments from other floors fall upon you." She sat down on the ground. Looking at Jin Hyuk with hateful eyes, she thought, "You risk using your power here? That's hopeless." Carmen frowned in discomfort. What was she thinking? Was she having déjà vu? That look, for someone she had never met before, staring intently at the aura before her. Carmen feared something. Jin Hyuk's face twisted into a demonic smile. Seeing him, Carmen's pupils tightened. She gritted her teeth and hissed, "So damn angry." Carmen swung her hand, firing a blast of energy at him. She shouted, "Don't use those eyes to look at me." In that moment, life and death, he unleashed his full dark power. A brilliant purple magical force like a death scythe pierced toward Jin Hyuk. He summoned 3 of them, mouths wide open, golden power rushing straight to confront it. But it was gradually sucked inside, seemingly unaffected. Her face tensed. Carmen angrily thought, "Absorbing all my attacks, Jin Hyuk?" His bright eyes flashed close to her in an instant. His hands were wrapped in radiant purple nebula energy. Sharp claws squeezed the space, signaling a devastating strike was about to be unleashed immediately. Jin Hyuk's darkness awakened. His face was hidden behind a terrifying demon mask. A destructive punch was ready to fall. Life and death were decided as two extremes, one white and one black, clashed in the final confrontation. Tearing through all spatial limits, the overwhelming force tossed her through the air. Carmen raised her hands before her chest to brace herself. She began to feel her body changing, being corroded by dark energy. Why can't it be? Unless it's not the same magic as, this wound looks familiar. Carmen immediately recognized it as the Four Emperors mark. She glanced at Jin Hyuk's figure closing in behind her, screaming inside but unable to. A black hole of magical energy spiraled deep into the dead forest space, with a blinding light at its center. Carmen fell freely with no support. Above her, Jin Hyuk's hand enveloped the source of power, preparing to strike down. After a moment, she slammed her body onto the rock below. Carmen panicked and screamed in despair. "If you dare touch my body, I'll tear you into 100 pieces." Something beyond caught Carmen's attention in that light. A dazzling golden light flower exploded, carrying pure destructive energy. Jin Hyuk confidently took down an enemy. He declared it was the magic he absorbed from them. He smirked, as if the outcome was already decided. The source of dark power formed a massive golden pillar of light crashing down from above. It seemed to crush everything below into dust. Jin Hyuk shouted a heavenly punishment, striking directly down. A fierce explosion tore the ground apart, leveling all obstacles in the area. Jin Hyuk's lone figure stood above, looking down. Observing the battle's aftermath, he seemed to recall something and said, "Right, this is my revenge after 15 years. A voice echoed, "7 demon faces have defeated the enemies. It's time to evacuate the wounded." Haru glanced toward the bursting light, quietly summoning an incredible 9-star power. Tun happily turned and shouted, "The enemies are weakened by the punishment. We can win." However, Hendrik had different thoughts. He was pensive despite her being punished. Anyone who climbs past the 600th floor is strong. She won't give up easily. Meanwhile, Carmen surged forward. She rushed swiftly at Jin Hyuk as if to counterattack, yelling, "You bastard." His face showed no change. Agile like dodging a strike, Carmen unleashed her power while flying backward. A giant golden light explosion erupted. It scorched the entire deadly forest. Jin Hyuk calmly spoke from above, "Yes, Carmen. It would be frustrating if this ended like this." She fiercely warned, "Don't underestimate me. I am Carmen's hand, wrapped in a brilliant power swirling violently." Signaling a shocking counterattack, she declared herself the strongest human. Carmen unleashed a 9-star strike. The powerful blow crushed the ground, the shockwave turning earth and rocks into fragments. At the same time, cracks opened with glowing red lava veins. The ground shattered, revealing burning lava flows and uncontrollable firepower, transforming the battlefield into a giant forge. The lava swirled upward like tornadoes, ready to incinerate everything. Jin Hyuk swiftly dodged in midair to avoid injury. He gritted his teeth, cursing that fool silently. Below, the explosion spread. Everyone present panicked and fled. The air was filled with cries for help. The aftershock had reached here. "Run and save me," Elian urged everyone to climb Darcy Grayson's branch quickly. Attacks powered by divine strength. They shouldn't have been able to harm Darcy Grayson. Haru was supporting Henrik and looked up at the lava whirlpool. She spoke Aura Bioni. Carmen tensely stared at Jin Hyuk, thinking, "Demon face." He looked back, communicating silently. "You know, right, that this attack can't last forever." Everything happened in an instant. Amid the blazing firestorm, she launched a terrifyingly fast strike. He smiled inwardly. Excellent. Carmen was forcing her power to the limit. Even when punished, she clenched her fist, channeling all her energy. The blazing fire was compressed into a deadly punch, creating a fireball with destructive heat and violence. On this side, Jin Hyuk was the same. A dark power was gathering, ready to unleash 2 opposing forces that would collide and cause an explosion. Intense light tore through space to its limit. A chaotic eye appeared at the explosion's center, swallowing all the light. Cameron boldly declared, "Ha! You're just an insect beneath my feet." If I fought with even a bit more sincerity. Just as she was feeling smug, something caught her attention. She turned to look at Jin Hyuk as he opened his cloak from the middle. A giant white serpent burst out, opening its mouth as if to swallow Carmen whole. Jin Hyuk roared. Wherever the white serpent slithered, the ground shattered. He landed and said, "Oh, you're saying that line again. Diane, you sneered. Carmen, you've gotten worse than 15 years ago. Is it because you gave up climbing?" Without hesitation, Jin Hyuk swung his sword powerfully, cutting off the fiery hands reaching out. Its body tore apart under her explosive power. Carmen shouted angrily, "Shut up. What do you know to say those words?" A bright yellow energy orb wrapped in molten flames exploded, throwing Jin Hyuk back. The barren rocky area had turned into a sea of lava. He nimbly dodged the attack and stood silently above. Even if this was the rebirth of a saintess, she couldn't ignore the punishment God had given her. The more power she used, the greater the punishment. The system warned, "You have been penalized." She snapped, "Shut up, I know." Carmen grinned, baring her teeth. "I just need to kill him, and my body will regenerate." Cameron was now unconscious. She screamed, "Tie your ears. We're just acting reasonably. We chose the faster path to get strong and comfortable, unlike that idiot, Cha Jin Hyuk." He exhaled lightly. Jin Hyuk slowly drew his sword and asked halfway, "Is that so?" Without hesitation, Jin Hyuk swung fiercely, cutting off the blazing hands reaching out. He was startled, looking up with his mystical purple eyes. She was launching a strong attack from above. Too late to react. Jin Hyuk could only blink and watch, just as expected. Carmen exploded with power, charging straight at him, throwing Jin Hyuk backward. He swung his sword to brace himself. After stabilizing, Jin Hyuk spoke, assessing. "The way you're using these mediocre skills doesn't suit you at all. It seems you're in a hurry." Looking around, he sensed something unusual. Jin Hyuk thought, "She's attacking me, what's her plan?" Before he could finish the thought, Carmen surged forward at an incredible speed, grabbing his head tightly. Cameron smiled triumphantly, saying, "Got you now." With a demonic face that couldn't resist, Jin Hyuk could only blink at her. "I'll take off my mask," Cameron continued. "Let me see that amazing face of yours." Seeing the figure before him, his red pupils tightened in shock. He took the chance to leap back, escaping Cameron's control. She asked, "Are you serious?" "Diane, you finally spoke. What, you recognize me even though my voice and face changed? Could it be you've raised your spiritual power while with me? Or is it just instinct? If not, then you continue. Could it be that you still recognize your teammate, the one you spent so much time with?" Why is Cameron angrily pointing at him, shouting, "Stop dodging by changing the subject. Tell me clearly, who exactly are you?" Jin Hyuk gave a cold smile and replied, "Fine, I am Chad Jin Hyuk." He grinned savagely and continued, "I have crossed the gates of death and returned to beat all of you to a pulp." Jin Hyuk swung his sword forward to attack. He asked why you want to beg now. Similarly, Cameron rushed forward too. She said, "Don't be ridiculous." The two of them slashed hard together, two opposing energies clashing. A blaze of orange-gold fire and a dark purple power collided fiercely, creating a battle of light and shadow. Earth-shattering, Cameron's face was full of confusion. She couldn't believe what was happening. "There's no way he's dead, I'm sure." Finally, Cameron shouted, declaring, "I will personally tear you apart piece by piece." Cha Jin Hyuk, death no longer exists in this world. She charged without hesitation, swinging down hard as if to finish him immediately. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth. Damn it. Behind Cameron, a dark power like a blade flickered, catching her attention. Immediately after, Cameron's hand was severed and flew off. She quickly landed atop a giant blazing yellow fire hand to support her body. Cameron silently calculated. Her other arm needed to create another using divine power again. But suddenly, remembering something, she froze. Wait. Cameron looked at the object in Jin Hyuk's hand, wondering, what is that mask he's holding? He looked at her. Jin Hyuk smirked and slowly put on the mask. Behind the mask, a magical circle around his eyes glowed. Jin Hyuk summoned his combat vision power, then said, "I'm like a lightning bolt striking at an incredible speed." Jin Hyuk roared. "Cameron." She clenched her teeth and blinked at Jin Hyuk. He raised his sword and continued, "I will chop off your head." Jin Hyuk's pupils widened at Cameron's next move. "You." Jin Hyuk was surprised. She bit his sword. Cameron bit down and shattered his blade, then spat out each word. Cha Jin Hyuk. A blinding light formed from swirling energy rings. A brilliant rainbow flashed from the molten lava sea. The fiery red-orange blaze coiled like a tornado, shaking violently. A pillar of blazing fire shot powerfully into the sky. Cameron and Jin Hyuk stood inside the circle of power, still battling fiercely. Neither willing to yield, two opposing forces clashed. Cameron gritted her teeth and asked, "If you came back to life, you should have stayed silent and lived peacefully on Earth. Why did you come here?" Dian Hyuk immediately retorted, "I already said it, to take revenge." He forcefully threw Cameron's body and shouted, "And I will destroy the 4 great royal clans that supported you." After Jin Hyuk's throw, she bent down, clawing at the ground to steady herself. Cameron said with hatred, "You're truly insane." Judging by Cameron's current condition, Jin Hyuk concluded she was already weak. Finally, she reached her limit, unable to endure the punishment any longer with that body. She could only attack one more time while ignoring the punishment. He began calculating, if Jin Hyuk could land this strike accurately, if he could destroy it, then this would be Jin Hyuk's victory. From Cameron's body, a blazing orange-yellow energy aura erupted, shattering the ground around into fragments. Her eyes shone brightly as she shouted, "Cha Jin Hyuk, the place you belong is inside a dark grave. I will send you back there." Cameron raised her hand above a burning lava sphere, flames swirling as if about to explode. On the other side, Elon suddenly looked up. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. What? What is that? She yelled. I've never seen such divine power before. We need to run away immediately. Even if we do, it's too massive. Elon predicted the situation. If something that big fell, the entire dark forest would be destroyed. Hendrik spoke up. So we just run? A voice cut in. No. Harry stepped closer to the fireball and said, Orabioni is still fighting. Her gaze and voice full of determination. I trust him. I believe he will win inside that power zone. Jin Hyuk looked at Carmen, thinking, he can't block or dodge it, so there's only one way. Jin Hyuk needed to use stronger magic energy to counter it. Just a moment, he only needed a moment. Jin Hyuk just had to concentrate his magic power beyond Carmen's divine force. Seeing him hesitate, she laughed as if victory was certain. Stop running around like an ant, then die. Jin Hyuk took a running leap upward. Jin Hyuk charged toward her at terrifying speed. Cameron's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He's rushing straight at her. His voice unified with demonic energy. The system displayed a message. Both divine power and skills are merging into a unified force. The unified power is transforming into demonic energy. Warning, maintaining this state may cause severe damage. Then the system quickly followed Jin Hyuk's command. Demonic energy with a blazing purple glow tore through space, opening a deadly black vortex, signaling a devastating attack. The energy beam shot directly toward the glowing fireball on the opposite side. After the collision, the power burst in a dazzling explosion, blending bright red light with faint blue remnants. Jin Hyuk stood like a dark demon after the attack. He coldly warned, you can't do anything more. Carmen refused to give up, shouting something, her crazed eyes and sinister smile enveloped by a powerful purple darkness. Jin Hyuk seemed to have predicted the outcome. He delivered the final words. Carmen, the system displayed a message. Divine power and demonic energy are currently merging into a unified Triforce. The unified Triforce is transforming into demonic energy. Warning, maintaining this state may cause injury. Despite the warning, the system had to activate as commanded by its master. The final demonic energy, Jin Hyuk, transformed, and the demonic energy count was 299. Carmen calculated the attack she had poured all her strength into, but it had no effect on him. Cameron looked at Jin Hyuk's body full of power, assessing his energy. It felt like a true demon. The clash of two extreme purple energy streams created a glowing X that pierced through space. Cameron's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Then Yan Haiyu Lao smiled and asked, why are you stunned? Carmen raised a hand to shield herself, thinking, damn it, when did he get here? Without a word, his whole hand blazing with power struck her body directly. Carmen's eyes turned pure white as if unfocused. A critical purple beam shot straight down from the sky, causing everything to explode instantly. Amid the desolate terrain, a giant glowing purple energy sphere burned at the center. Jin Hyuk unleashed energy from above, determined to destroy everything. Carmen froze, trembling with fear inside. She lowered her head, unable to believe her current feelings. Carmen wondered, was this fear? She clenched her fists, thinking further, facing that bastard Jin Hyuk, who hadn't climbed the tower for a whole year. The more she looked, the more panicked Carmen became. Impossible. This can't be. His deep, piercing eyes stared straight at her. Carmen panicked and stepped back as if wanting to run away immediately. Jin Hyuk asked coldly, what's with that reaction? Jin Hyuk voiced Carmen's inner thoughts. Are you scared? Like a coward? Carmen gritted her teeth. Damn it, she shouted angrily. Who's scared of a damn soul like you? I am the strongest human, a 9-star who conquered the 600th floor. I will become the ruler of this tower. After killing you, her system kept issuing warnings. Warning, you've been penalized. Carmen lost her mind and shouted, I don't care. Many dazzling golden magical arrays appeared, complex with a rotating 6-pointed star shining brightly. She roared as if declaring, even if I die, I will kill you again. Jin Hyuk watched her madness. Jin Hyuk spoke, are you planning one last desperate move? His body was surrounded by blazing dark, purple energy spreading fiercely like the wings of death. Jin Hyuk landed on the ground and said, fine, I'll go all out with you. Carmen burst with cold fury, charging to die. Jin Hyuk. From the center of the magical array, powerful energy beams shot out with great destructive force. Golden light flames with energy rings and plus signs exploded in the air. On this side, Jin Hyuk summoned a power sphere in his hand, then roared at the critical moment. The destructive clash of two opposing energies, one a purple thunder sphere and the other a blazing golden flame, created an unending explosion of light, the sphere still devouring the opponent's power. Outside, Henry raised his hand trying to brace his body against the force from the sphere's blast. He spoke. Jin Hyuk Tun also worriedly shouted to the lord beside him, urgently scolding the bastard Haru. calling loudly, Orabioni. The chaotic energy sphere combining purple thunder and golden flames had reached its limit, and it created a black hole that swallowed everything. At its center, it expanded, sucking in all the surrounding light, leaving only a blazing deadly purple energy on the surface. The rocky terrain seemed completely corrupted, soaked in dark purple energy and covered with electric watermarks. Jin Hyuk, wearing a mask, breathed heavily. The system displayed a message. You have suffered physical damage due to demon transformation side effects. It is recommended to address this condition as soon as possible. He smirked in response. Not yet, not done. This is just the start of my revenge. Carmen was thrown back, pinned against a rock. After a while, she collapsed, lying face down. Carmen thought to herself she couldn't hold on. Focusing all her strength into her body, Jin Hyuk slowly approached her, speaking coldly. It's time to end this cursed fate, Carmen. She suddenly sobbed as if in great pain. Carmen trembled, begging him. I beg you. I'm sorry. Please spare me. I'll do anything you want. I'll give you the Holy Kingdom if you want. I'll give you all the items and money I have. So please consider the time we climbed the tower together. 10. We had a lot of fun. Carmen clasped her hands, pleading with Jin Hyuk to forgive her. He coldly extended his sharp claws toward Carmen's pleading hands, suddenly tearing them apart to her shock. Carmen seemed to realize something and glanced down. Yes, she held her hand, emitting purple energy. Then she shouted, the demonic energy is in my hand. Yao Mu said expressionlessly, forgiveness. He shouted angrily, releasing all his hatred. The one who could forgive you died 15 years ago. I will never forgive you. Carmen's hand was torn off, flying backward. She trembled, clutching her arm, speechless as she looked at Jin Hyuk. Carmen turned as if to run and pick up her arm. She said, damn it. He coldly pointed his hand at Carmen from behind. Sharp claws shot out an energy beam toward her legs. Carmen was suddenly struck and fell down, clutching her hand. Then she panicked, turning to shout, my leg, my leg. Before she could recover, a foot lunged forward and struck Carmen's face, distorting it. Jin Hyuk frenziedly tried to crush her head under his foot, not stopping. Then Jin Hyuk pressed hard on her arm. After a moment, he spoke coldly. You don't know how long I've waited for this day. With this, we can say we've killed each other once. She quickly yelled to stop him. Wait. Then let me live as a spirit soldier. Don't you want to command me forever? Jin Hyuk continued. After you killed me, I was determined to do one thing when I decided to climb the tower again. He recalled his hatred and resolve, saying, wait, Jin Hyuk would not let you become summoned creatures. He would devour your soul so you could never be reborn. Snapping out of his thoughts, Jin Hyuk confidently declared, I will devour your soul. Carmen screamed, stop. Cha Jin Hyuk, you son of a bitch. Carmen struggled, shouting for help. Save me, I don't want to die. Carmen's face slowly sank into the hard rocky ground. Carmen's head seemed to be crushed under his foot. She let out her final scream, a last, desperate wail. There was nothing left beneath Jin Hyuk's foot. Only a faint blue smoke drifted upward. Carmen's soul soared into the sky. Her face full of rage, she shouted, you think I'll just lie there and do nothing? I won't let you swallow me and end me. Jin Hyuk's father cut in. Sharp fangs appeared before Carmen. She quickly dodged, shouting back, again, that monster. Carmen flew backward, cursing, damn it. My soul's being sucked in. Jin Hyuk stood below, watching, extending his hand as he said, I'll kill you once. Then Jin Hyuk clenched his fist tighter, adding, but that won't satisfy me. He almost ordered, devour her. Carmen couldn't escape Jin Hyuk's power. Her soul was swallowed whole. Carmen barely managed to shout, Father Jin Hyuk. After dealing with her, he withdrew his power. The system displayed, demon release complete, all stats returned to normal. Having achieved what he wanted, he smirked. The mask and armor on Jin Hyuk's body slowly faded away. Half the mask glowed brightly before falling off, signaling an end. He bowed his head, breathing deeply. Finally, Jin Hyuk looked up and shouted, I've finally avenged myself. You're the traitor. Echoing in the air were curses filled with hatred and anger. Damn it, curse. After the release, he suddenly stiffened. Jin Hyuk thought, oh no, the aftermath of demonization. He couldn't move his body. Just as he was about to faint, a shoulder caught him in time. Jin Hyuk saw the familiar figure of Harry approaching, putting an arm around his shoulder. On the other side, Henry did the same. Everyone had gathered around Jin Hyuk. Vun smiled and said, you really did it. Henry added, 1 down and 7 more to go. Harry sincerely said, congratulations, Orabioni. Hearing that, Jin Hyuk fell silent for a few seconds. Jin Hyuk's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he replied, thank you, everyone. In the distance, Ellen approached, complaining, my black forest is in chaos. Looking at the wreckage before her, Ellen frowned. Winning is good, But if the new base looks like this, he reassured her, don't worry, I'll do everything I can to restore this place, since I made a pact with the world's core entity to summon everyone. Jin Hyuk said seriously. And don't worry about funding, I have a reliable backer. Suddenly, a notification appeared above Ellen's head. The world's core entity demands you bow immediately. She asked, why? The system continued, saying, nothing unusual, if 9 other stars appear here anytime. Among them is another celestial star who lost their family and will come to seek revenge on you. It also warned that if you fight Pio now, you will die. Receiving this info, Jin Hyuk's eyes narrowed as if pondering something. Finally, he said, that's right. We should hide now and focus on strengthening ourselves. Duen Hee-wook smiled confidently, but this time, I won't retreat in shame. I'll sneak a hard punch to that bastard Pio. Scene change, mysterious footsteps walked across the dry, cracked stone ground. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Behind the layers of clouds, raindrops began to patter down under the gloomy sky, the rain pouring like a heavy shower. A figure stood beneath a massive ancient tree. Thinking Carmen had vanished, she was suddenly dragged down to the 70th floor and hadn't returned since under that rain. The Pio channel appeared after a long time, and Pio channel just finished surveying the surroundings before concluding the remaining traces of destruction here. Lightning and thunder began to flash in the sky. His face darkened as he guessed, this is all that's left. Crack. A jagged lightning bolt struck down right in the center of a giant stone skull, glowing with an eerie bluish-white light, lying still there. Pio channel gritted his teeth angrily, saying the Death Star, Cha Jin Hyuk. He thought silently, the Star of Death. The symbol of Cha Jin Hyuk was known only to him and the 9 stars. Pio channel stiffened and continued to speculate. Carmen must have sent the remains to the Death Mask. This place must be linked to him. But why does that symbol appear here? He panicked, searching. Carmen, where are you? A cold voice cut through his thoughts. Long time no see, Death Mask. A flash of light slipped by from a source of power. It continued. It's me. He startled and shouted. What? Bello turned pale and yelled. Death, Death Mask. It spoke again as if announcing, I killed Carmen. Bello froze upon hearing the shocking news. Bello clenched his fists and roared, you bastard, how dare someone like you kill Carmen? The Death Mask didn't reply. Its glowing purple eyes fixed on Bello. He stared back, as if Bello recognized something. Memories of Carmen being pressed down by stone feet, her soul rising to the sky, all flashed by in an instant. The last thing Carmen shouted was the name Jin Hyuk. He gritted his teeth, trembling. Pio channel hissed, I have thought about that, but if you are that Cha Jin Hyuk, how could you dare kill my only family? I will never forgive you, Cha Jin Hyuk. The Death Mask replied coldly, someone who never moved at the sacrifice of comrades today is pathetic now facing the death of his little sister. Listen carefully. Channel, now it's your turn. It seemed to seal the fate, telling Pio channel, I will slowly destroy you step by step. He screamed madly, shut up. Pio channel unleashed power at the Death Mask, shattering it into many pieces. The Death Mask challenged, just wait. The scene shifted. The 9 stars common had fallen under the Death Mask's hand. The people below kept cheering, hooray, hooray. The news shook the entire capital. Everyone held a news sheet, whispering in disbelief. The Death Mask really killed the 9 stars. Is it possible he's that strong? Or were the 9 stars just too weak? The scene shifted. A harsh shout rang out from the damned soldiers of the Holy Nation, angrily pointing and saying, this hunting area is under the Holy Nation's control. Who gave you permission to wander here? Get lost. The blood-stained axe dragged across the ground on this side, saying what? The Heavenly Nation Kim sat proudly in the middle and said, you think that name scares us? In this city? The silhouette of Anoa's guild leader appeared, cutting in. You dare disrespect the Heavenly Nation's name? What you call bravery will be your downfall. He is the leader of the Anoa Heavenly Alliance Church, the head of Anoa. He roared, ordering a retreat before Kim burst out laughing and began to stand up. Funny how the leader's already dead, but you're still hanging around. Just blabbering. What can the head of Inoa do now? He boldly declared, why should we obediently listen to you? Kim growled, we will protect our own justice. He swung his axe forward, shouting to attack Kim's subordinates. Following the order, the Holy Kingdom soldiers advanced, but looked a bit panicked. One said, what the hell is this? The guy next to him replied, they won't submit to the Inoa leader, then drew his sword and shouted to calm down. Don't panic, they're just a bunch of rookies. Kim swung his axe and charged, striking a weak opponent who tried to step into the 9 stars with a sharp, fatal blow. He was stopped at the crucial moment by a gleaming sword that sparked a dramatic flash. The Heavenly Kingdom lost one of its leaders, a 9 star, and can no longer maintain its former strength. Neighboring factions began to threaten them more. Challengers to heaven started to hide like ghosts. Scene shifts to a warning poster slapped on a wall. Months later, a wanted notice was issued. People gathered around the bulletin board, reading the news and whispering, "The Death Mask's bounty is still out." The person next to them is one of his members, the Last Dragon's swordmaster. Who did the fox demon love in the end? A ghost? How did they catch Garam? Someone in the crowd crossed arms and asked. No news yet about the group that threw the capital into chaos. Chancel nearby replied. Who knows? Maybe the 9 stars will wipe them out. He continued. But why is that death mask so strong? He laughed and said, haven't you heard the rumors? Tran's son explained in a low voice. Actually, the real identity of the death mask is the fallen star. Inside a modern room opposite Pio Tower, a voice laughed. You want me to believe that? His tone was low but didn't deny it. Yes, and I find it hard to believe too. Bello gritted his teeth and continued, but after investigating the ruins he left behind, that bastard is definitely Cha Jin Hyuk Taylor. Then a fan laughed loudly, pointing at him. Are you crazy? He went mad just because of his sister's death. Behind Taylor, a powerful force exploded. He sternly warned, watch your mouth. You're boasting too much. His next words stunned Pello. It's just because you're Cha Jin Hyuk's next target that you're so scared. Feeling hit in the heart, he frowned and thought, these bastards know everything. Do they want Cha Jin Hyuk to kill Pello? Taylor sat boldly in his chair and continued coldly. Do you realize the real reason you and Carmen were made leaders? It's because you possess 2 of the 9 power fragments. He was excited. Now we're all equal. No. Who would follow you when you can't even protect yourself? You can definitely protect that power fragment, right? Taylor pointed around. The truth has proven it. No one showed up here today. Bella slammed her hand on the table in anger, interrupting. Did everyone else think the same? What the hell? Taylor laughed loudly, as if daring someone to try. What? You think a woman with equal strength can fight back? Can I fight back? Just as the tension rose, June's face appeared on the screen. He warned them to stop. We'll split your power among us. Bilu gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. It's all because of the death mask. His face full of hatred, thinking further, it's Cha Jin Hyuk. It's all because he'll destroy you, even if I have to risk everything. Scene shifts to a messenger bird, flying over the city's skyline. A hand gently strokes its down feathers, whispering softly, the channel has started moving. Jin Hyuk continues, is it our turn now? Hand stroked the messenger bird. Same for you, Dan Elf. It's time you pay for what I funded. Leon lowers his eyes in response. Lich speaks seriously, unlike Carmen. He's quite stubborn. His cold gaze fixes on the opponent as he continues. However, it will be difficult for him to act rashly because he's lost the support of the 9 stars. They won't back him. Instead, they want both the Holy Kingdom and the rebels to be wiped out. What we need most is money to catch those at the lower levels. They will collect 10 proofs to best prepare for their attack. Lich clenches his fist and concludes, we'll buy and sell the assets they discard at an even higher price. After hearing his idea, Elian wonders, aren't we just giving them what they want? Lich spins a gold coin in his hand, reassuring, don't worry. Money is the strongest addiction in this world. After the dialogue, he falls silent, deep in thought. This is the start of my revenge. I'll make them addicted to money. Finally, Lich stands up and reminds them to get ready. The puppets will have their hands full here. Same for you, Dan Elf. It's time you pay for what I funded. Leon lowers his eyes in response. I think I just got caught by a lone shark. The doll clenches her fists with determination. Please leave this to me. Go, Lich continues calculating. That's the plan. The rest is up to fate. Scene shifts to their strength gained from training after being separated for several months. What that AI thought was enough hope. Meanwhile, Miho, in fox form, ventures deep into a quiet forest. Elsewhere, Bayang speaks up. Are you sure, sir? Is that fox really the demon's companion? Yang Su laughs, confirming yes, although it looks different from the wanted poster. It can't escape the poachers. He raises his gun to shoot again. To us, it's considered a poor prey. Those who've reached the 500th floor will claim that reward from the 9 stars. The gun fires, aiming precisely at Miho's small body. She seems to sense something, turning her head to look. The massive, majestic snow-capped mountain stands tall beneath the cloudy night sky, creating a dazzling and mysterious backdrop. A loud gunshot rings out. A hand radiates powerful dark energy with swirling black-purple bullets at the fingertips. Byung-hun appeared, radiating fierce energy, standing in front of the gunfire to shield Miho Jinsu, suddenly pointing and shouting. Did he really block the demon fire bullets with his hands? Byung, looking through the gun's sight, was equally stunned and impossible. Before anyone could react, he dashed to the 2 of them in a flash. Byung-hun swung his arm, throwing Byung backward. Jiang Su shouted anxiously, damn it. The old man looked at him, thinking, where did this monster come from? Dong Su's pupils stiffened as if realizing something. Wait, the White Tiger warrior's uniform and an outer jacket. Ji Hun's face was obscured, muscles bulging, delivering a powerful punch wrapped in jade-green energy. Blinding and sharp, Dong Su was speechless, unable to believe his eyes. He reassured himself, no way. Before he could finish his thought, the punch flew straight into his face. The stone beneath him cracked and soared into the air from the explosive force. Byung-hun stood aside, observing the aftermath of the recent attack. Before losing consciousness, the old man only had time to think of Ji-Young-hun as a battle star. Calmly, he held Miho in his arms, coldly watching Shu collapse before him. Scene change. A pair of legs stopped firmly before the dry, cracked earth. At the 100th floor, Harry looked down and said, "We took longer than expected." Jin Hyuk beside him replied, "Climbing was tougher than I thought, plus we had to avoid detection. We planned to meet here on the 100th floor today. Everyone's late." She fell silent, pondering an Oni village isn't far from here. Seeing Harry didn't respond, he stayed quiet. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk asked, "You want to go to the Oni village, right?" She quickly shook her head in denial. "No, now's not the time for that." Judging by Harry's expression, he continued, "No. I know the Oni village isn't far from here." She bowed her head softly. "Sorry, we're about to hit an important milestone, and I was distracted." Jin Hyuk snapped his fingers to reassure her, "It's okay, we can just observe from afar." Without warning, Vun Can appeared behind them, adding, "All right, we'll go with her." Tun agreed beside him. "Please entrust us with this." She turned to express thanks. "I'll be back soon." In a flash of light, all three vanished before Jin Hyuk's eyes. Left alone, he stood silently, lost in thought. So far, we've succeeded in increasing our power, but Jin Hyuk's zombie summoning channel is completely useless against his divine strength. The reason we defeated Kamen was because she overexerted herself beyond her limits. He can't guarantee we'll win using the same strategy. Jin Hyuk clenched his fists until they trembled, reminding himself to use the channel to eliminate that stubborn and ruthless guy. Jin Hyuk must be stronger than him. The key to boosting his power lies with Choi Ji-Young-hun. Jin Hyuk needs to meet him and his master, Vo Hoang, to test and learn from them. If he tests someone with martial arts at the Grandmaster level, he might surpass them and handle the channel. He sighed deeply. "Where are you, Hyung-hun?" Just as the thought ended, a flash of light suddenly appeared behind Jin Hyuk from the middle of the forest. Startled, he turned toward where Haru had gone. On this side, Haru's group was fighting intensely. A shadowy figure behind the dust spoke. "I told you already, Hamiel." Slowly stepping out, she continued, saying she would wait for you on the 100th floor. Haru stared at her, gritting his teeth in anger, then hissed, "Hamiel." Jin Hyuk assessed the source of power and concluded this divine strength belonged to Hamiel. Behind him, someone was rushing forward at a terrifying speed. Jin Hyuk hadn't noticed yet. He was still thinking, "We need to get there quickly to help." As the figure drew near, he glanced coldly behind him. Taylor unleashed his power to attack Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk raised his hand to block and shouted loudly. He smirked. "You blocked my sword and survived, returning from death. What's up, Cha Jin Hyuk?" He stared coldly into Taylor's eyes and replied, "What about you? The holy sword, don it, Taylor. Who's causing this chaos on the 100th floor of the great city?" Taylor flew toward the scene. He laughed, taunting, "What's wrong, Cha Jin Hyuk?" Unexpectedly, such a great Death Star only knows how to defend. "What's the matter?" Jin Hyuk asked coldly. "Why are you here?" Taylor raised his sword to strike down, replying, "Seems like you're surprised I came all the way down to the 100th floor." "What?" Jin Hyuk swiftly blocked his slash. In the blinding light of their energy clash, the two faced each other, the tension thick in the air. Taylor asked, "Don't you know why I came down here myself?" He said casually, "That means cutting you down won't even break a sweat for me." Even if punished, Jin Hyuk was startled by his words. Distracted, Taylor seized the chance to hurl him backward. Pushed by the force, Jin Hyuk could only go with it, unable to resist. The clock tower suddenly shattered. The people below panicked, shouting, "What? Something just flew by. Who's causing chaos on the 100th floor of the Grand City?" Taylor flew swiftly toward the scene. He said, "I'm glad you survived." He shouted excitedly, "That day, 15 years ago." Memories flashed through Taylor's mind. He faded behind Jin Hyuk. Taylor yelled in hatred, "You're still strong despite betrayal. I used everything I could to defeat you, but you mocked me in my final moment." Taylor swung his sword, declaring, "Today, I'll humiliate you again." The system appeared before him, warning that punishment had been applied. Taylor ignored it, slicing through the warning. Like a madman, he charged forward, continuing his attack on Jin Hyuk. Taylor sneered, grunting, "I don't care about this punishment anymore." In front of Taylor, a dazzling purple energy explosion signaled a powerful destructive strike. The concentrated purple power burst from the center, warping the surrounding space with black streaks of speed. A vortex appeared before Taylor, a dark sphere spinning at terrifying speed, surrounded by fierce white winds. He paused for a few seconds, watching the incoming object. It was a giant black cylindrical object, protected by a sharp, glowing blue energy net. Taylor passed it and moved toward Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk asked coldly, "So you'll fight me while under punishment? You couldn't beat me in the final battle, teamed up with those trash, and now you want to humiliate me again. You're really unreasonable." A black hole formed from a massive purple energy vortex, swirling deep as if to swallow everything, centered on a faint light and a black wing-shaped symbol signaling a devastating attack. Jin Hyuk charged toward him. Taylor looked down from above, laughing. "Is that the power Carmen threw away?" Seeing his face, he suddenly gasped. The demonic shadow of Jin Hyuk reflected in Taylor's pupils. Jin Hyuk closed in, his hand with sharp claws raised. Before he could react, Taylor took Jin Hyuk's thunderous punch full on. He couldn't hold his balance and was thrown back by the force. Taylor's whole body fell from above, shattering the ground and blowing debris from ruined buildings, his face swollen. Taylor gasped, thinking, "Damn it, what's happening?" "Jin Hyuk, why do you get stronger every time we meet?" Jin Hyuk coldly said, "Oh, your face looks uglier than before. Darn it. What's Taylor going to do now?" "Yan," you laughed back. "You think I don't know your disguise? You probably had surgery to look like me." Taylor fell silent after hearing that. Jin Hyuk continued sarcastically, "My old face was pretty good, and I was famous too, unlike you, Donut. Your ugly face gave us a bad impression. You think I don't know you've been spying on me because of my fame." Jin Hyuk ignored Taylor's trembling anger. He calmly mocked, "I don't know if you realize it, but I find you disgusting. I see you slowly becoming more like me, but of course, you can't perfectly copy me because of your ugly face." Hit in the heart, Taylor gritted his teeth and hissed, "I'll make you regret every filthy word you just said." Jin Hyuk smiled and said, "Give it your all. Swallow him." Ba obeyed his command, opening its huge mouth as if to swallow Taylor whole. Taylor didn't rush but stood still, as if he had a plan. His face now looked demonic, with a crazed grin stretching ear to ear and fiery golden eyes full of killing intent. A jet-black sword energy slashed through the air, cutting the clock tower in half. Jin Hyuk standing below had his arms severed as well. Taylor laughed with satisfaction. "I told you. You'll regret this." He shouted and crazily charged at him. "This is the end for you and your gang. Your teammates are probably dead by now." Scene shift. A powerful golden energy beam shot down, causing massive damage. Hemiel smiled. "Oh no. Are you all worn out? Your demon friends are pretty strong too. But they're still just zombies. Facing an angel is a disadvantage. Now it's just you left, Demoness." Haru sweated, glaring at her with hatred. Hamiel continued, "You should try to use all your remaining strength, because the one who burned down the entire demon village is standing right in front of you." Hearing this, she froze, unable to accept the truth. A sharp sword clash rang out. Haru used it to stand up. She spoke in thanks for coming to her. She had trained hard and endured suffering, waiting for this day. She was the last sword of the demon tribe, ready to avenge. Hamiel covered her mouth, smirking sarcastically. "You plan to use the power of that sword. So you rely on unstable power gained through training? Unbelievable that a child like you is the last hope of your tribe. The demon tribe buried beneath us must be so ashamed." Haru raised the sword forward. Her whole body was now enveloped in power. Haru gritted her teeth. "I no longer resent those provocations." Because she drew the sword's sheath, her eyes filled with deadly intent, charging at Hamiel instantly. A giant purple light erupted, signaling her attack had begun. Hamiel forced a smile and said, "Oh, now I can finally call you a demon." Somehow, Haru had appeared behind her. Haru declared, "From now on, I will fight, relying solely on my own strength." Hamiel glanced back in surprise, thinking, "She's using the sword while still conscious." Haru's cold gaze and a fierce pink energy slash showed her ruthlessness. On this side, the power unleashed destroyed all the houses nearby. A citizen looked up and shouted, "The buildings are being sliced in half." Another panicked nearby. "Is that AI fighting? Has the four kings appeared?" High above, Taylor chased Jin Hyuk. "Ahead," he spoke. "How far do you think you can run, Cha Jin Hyuk? I didn't expect the resurrected Death Star to be running for his life. Looks like after losing your arm, you can't use that great transformation skill anymore." He thought to himself, "How does this bastard know about demon energy?" Taylor raised his sword, voice firm like a declaration. "The power of the four kings isn't for you." Amid a storm of wild purple sword energy tearing through the city, Jin Hyuk's figure still moved gracefully through the air, as if dancing with death. The ground cracked and collapsed, forming a massive pit. The aftershock of the purple energy still raged fiercely. A streak of light appeared on the other side of the building. Jin Hayu gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. His demon energy was surely taken from the demons who had successfully killed me with a complete and destroy move. It was like a small reward they gave him, like a loyal dog. I refused to be subdued by that. As Jin Hyuk held his severed arm, something behind startled him. The building was sliced in half by a powerful force. The aftershock blasted Jin Hyuk away. He growled in anger. Suddenly, something flew straight at his neck. Taylor grabbed Jin Hyuk's neck tightly, growling, "You can't fight me anymore. In my hands are the ultimate swordsmanship and demon energy. Now I am unbeatable." He threw him straight down from above. Taylor pointed his sword at Jin Hyuk as if to pierce through his body. He said, "It's over." Jin Hyuk's pupils widened, staring ahead, completely overwhelmed. Taylor delivered a punishing strike from above, pinning Jin Hyuk onto the shattered stone floor. With a sword soaked in destructive purple energy, dark aura erupted from his mouth, embodying pure agony and ruin. The earth-shattering collision unleashed a wild purple energy storm, tossing rocks and dirt, creating a scene of destruction. Achieving his goal, Taylor laughed with a shiver. He shouted, "I did it. I finally surpassed you, Jin Hyuk. I am the one who defeated the death god, Sword Saint Donnet." Taylor was lost in joy when a voice cut through. "Is that all you've got?" Taylor stiffened, ready to respond. Once again, Jin Hyuk touched the gate wall, speaking coldly. 15 years have passed, and that's all you show me? Is that the small reward you got from the Death King by wagging your tail to please them? Pathetic, he said. Taylor's eyes filled with hatred as he stared at Jin Hyuk, thinking, "I stabbed him with a sword wrapped in demonic energy. So why isn't he dead?" he shouted. "What trick is this?" Jin Hyuk soared upward, shaking off the sword stuck in his body, declaring, "I'm nothing like you. If I want something, I take it myself." The unified system displayed a notification. Demonic energy and divine power are being converted into unified spiritual force. All unified spiritual force is converted into divine power. Taylor couldn't believe his eyes, shouting, "What?" Amid the golden divine light, Jin Hyuk's form awakened, with majestic black wings and a halo, confirming his status as a supreme being beyond all normal limits. A close-up of his golden mask showed an emotionless but authoritative divine presence, with eyes glowing as if seeing through everything, marking his complete transformation into a new level of ultimate power. Taylor looked up at Jin Hyuk standing tall above, thinking, "The arm of Jin Hyuk that I cut off with demonic energy has grown back? Could it be that my demonic energy was overwhelmed by Jin Hyuk's divine power? Jin Hyuk, you always exceed our expectations, constantly reaching higher realms. I hate that with every bone in my body." Jin Hyuk roared and crazily charged at him. Jin Hyuk pointed, summoning the power of heavenly punishment, a blinding light exploding as if to swallow the entire space, leaving a lone figure spreading wings proudly at the center of that terrifying power. Taylor's pupils dilated wildly in madness. He bared his fangs and roared, shaking the earth, his face twisted with the bloodthirsty rage of a beast awakened, bursting with power that tore the ground apart, flinging huge rocks, flying everywhere in a dazzling energy aura that seemed to crush all obstacles into swirling dust clouds. The view was left with only spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the ground. Rusting after the attack from the deep pit below, Taylor's sword was stuck firmly in the earth. Amidst the shattered cracks and thick dust, he lay on the ground. Taylor's gaze remained cold as he looked forward. "Yan." You walked calmly toward him. He spoke. 15 years ago, among the 9 strongest stars, even if others had unique skills, I didn't care about their fate, but in my eyes, you were the strongest. Taylor painfully struggled to finish his sentence. Jin Hyuk. This time I will definitely surpass you." He removed his mask, coldly saying, "But your sword has weakened a lot since before. You were too arrogant, relying on the demonic energy, a power that never belonged to you. That's why you lost. If you had spent the last 15 years honing your swordsmanship, today it would be me who's defeated." Taylor gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." Diane remained silent, quietly watching him lie defeated beside the great sword. Casually holding the mask, he radiated a cold, infuriating aura. Suddenly, he coughed up fresh blood. Jin Hyuk clutched his chest and sank down, rubbing it, thinking, "Using fusion in 2 different ways has left severe after effects. To freely wield fusion, I have to be even stronger." But first, he finished off Taylor. His soul shot up to the sky. Diane reached out and grabbed Taylor's head tightly, his voice cold. "You think you can die in peace? Let's end this quickly. My teammates are still waiting under the deep blue sky, where a few clouds drift lazily." The mountain stood tall and proud. Suddenly, the sky was torn apart by a dazzling pink-purple light, exploding above like a Death Star, unleashing sharp energy beams that pierced through all the clouds. Hario and Hamiel were locked in a tense battle. She was struck by energy beams. Hamiel gritted his teeth in pain. His regeneration couldn't keep up unbelievably fast. Taking advantage, Hario swung her sword, preparing to strike. Her eyes blazed as she summoned the psychic power of the Heavenly Eye. One hand grabbed Hamiel's neck tightly. Hamiel struggled to break free. When did she get this close? Suddenly, a dazzling pink-purple light burst from above. Like a Death Star, it unleashed sharp energy beams. Haru looked down into the deep pit and said, "Do you know where you're falling? Because of your greed, you destroyed this place. This is my homeland." With that, she flew toward her. Under the destructive power of the radiant purple light, tearing the ground apart, Hamiel staggered helplessly, letting his body fall freely in the chaotic air. He shut his eyes tight and said, "If not for the punishment." Haru shouted, "You've been dead for a long time." Hamiel dared not face her, closing his eyes, thinking, "That look again. If it hits, I'll lose. Haven't I already lost? Am I really going to lose? I, a supreme race in the tower, who has crushed countless species. How could I lose to a lowly demon?" He unleashed his power, roaring defiantly, "I absolutely refuse." The system kept warning. Strong energy reaction detected. Strong energy reaction detected. Strong energy reaction detected. A blinding energy sphere exploded, engulfing Hamiel. It caused a terrifying shockwave, throwing up rocks and blasting everything around. He screamed 7 notes echoing through the air. Diane looked at Haru in disbelief. "Diane? No way." Dark clouds were torn apart by a blinding light shining down from above. The power beam descended. The system displayed, "Sandalahan has accepted your summon." A supreme being of the tower is using Diane's body as a vessel, smirking. "I never wanted to resort to this, but my pride won't let me lose to you." Haru froze, overwhelmed by a terrifying pressure. "The supreme being of my tower absolutely cannot let them bring down Lang Lam." Hamiel fiercely responded with certainty. "Do you think I'll just stand by and watch the tyrant?" Then Haru charged forward, but she seemed to realize something. "Huh? No way. Why is my power weakening right now?" Amidst the blazing golden aura, the dark, mysterious face of Sandalahan appeared with cold, sharp eyes, exuding the overwhelming authority of a supreme god. His pupils flashed, showing his power. Sandalahan spoke, "My follower, why have you summoned me?" Hamiel below began to explain, "There are enemies threatening us on this floor. Please grant me the power to destroy them. I will do whatever you desire." He didn't ask further, agreeing immediately. Seeing the danger, Haru shouted. A powerful beam of light descended from the sky. She raised her hand to shield herself from the explosion. Sandalahan coldly declared, "I will grant you my power. However, once the conditions are met, I will take your body." He merged his soul into Hamiel. She bathed in the radiant holy light pouring down from above. Sandalahan spread his wings wide, reaching out to receive the bestowed power. A golden lightning bolt twisted down from the sky, tearing through the night and exploding into a brilliant halo in the valley, shaking the earth and sky. The ground couldn't withstand the immense power and cracked apart. The violent shockwave crushed sturdy structures to dust and engulfed the scene in a sea of destructive golden light. Sandalahan looked down from above at the aftermath of his attack. Then he slowly landed on the ground, thinking, "This body doesn't seem to hold up well." Because she was hit by that demon's blow, suddenly something caught Sandalahan's attention in the direction of his gaze. A shadow faintly appeared nearby. Haru slowly opened her eyes, whispering, "What just happened?" Standing in front of Haru was Gyeonghun. Sandalahan approached him and asked, "How could you block my divine punishment?" Without many words, Gyeonghun grabbed his head. Sandalahan kept speaking. "Who the hell are you?" As soon as he finished, Gyeonghun slammed his body onto the hard stone floor, shattering it. A massive jade-green beam descended like divine punishment, piercing the earth and scattering everything. In the terrifying shockwave, Haru was stunned by what she witnessed. Unbelievable, he fought an angel, a descendant of gods, with his bare hands. Hamiel, covered in wounds, collapsed, gritting her teeth and asked, "Are you Choi Jung-hun of the 9 stars?" Hearing that name, she widened her eyes. Choi Jung-hun, the only 9 stars who never betrayed Orabioni as his friend. Hamiel didn't stop, closing her eyes to call Sandalahan. Sandalahan gave no response. Was there a problem with the connection? Just from one punch, she shouted angrily, "You! How dare you interfere with the god's manifestation? Do you think you can escape? Do you know who's backing me up?" Jung-hun pressed Hamiel's head down with one hand, cutting off her annoying screams. He calmly said, "That's what I should be saying. Did your family forget who's supporting me? The War Emperor tested you and made my master furious." Hamiel painfully thought, "The War Emperor is a peerless being, equal to our gods." Jung-hun's voice lowered, "And you're driving me crazy too." She couldn't believe what he just said. Hamiel panicked inside. He's Tess's disciple. Don't tell me he's here just because of Tess. If Tess gets involved in this fight, I have no chance of winning. Hamiel shot up, trying to escape. Before leaving, she said, "I'll remember this. Watch out for me." Harry gritted his teeth and shouted, "Just run away, you coward." Hamiel laughed, unconcerned. "Let's see who wins next time." "I hope you're still alive then." Jung Hun, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. "AI said you're allowed to leave." He used his strength to chase her, not letting her escape. Hamiel grimaced, thinking, can he keep up with an angel's speed? A strong hand reached out and grabbed her wing. Jung Hun asked coldly, "Where do you think you're going?" His eyes glowed with wild green energy. He clenched his teeth, channeling all his will and rage into a direct, first-form strike. Hamiel screamed in pain, unable to resist the compressed energy that exploded into a terrifying jade-green blast. The destructive shockwave wiped out everything in sight. Scene change. In a room piled high with heaps of gold coins, Taylor slowly opened his eyes in pain. A voice said, "Hey, are you awake yet?" His body was tightly bound and suspended. Taylor panicked and asked, "What is this? Why am I hanging?" Jin Hyuk stepped forward coldly. "Looks like you're back," he said. "I know what that bastard Pio has been plotting." He struggled, but resistance was useless since I already died. "You're finished. I heard an angel warrior is coming here to kill you. They'll burn your friends and come here." Suddenly, the chains tightened on Taylor's hands. I glanced over at his extremely worried face. Donnet yanked Taylor's arm hard, causing him to wince in pain. Jin Hyuk laughed mockingly. "Calm down, Donnet. You think I'm just chilling here for no reason? That dove was defeated by Choi Jung-hun while your family was asleep." He broke out in cold sweat, unbelieving. "Respond to that?" Choi Jung-hun calmly lowered his eyes and continued. "Yeah, my friends are on their way here. Unlike you, they know what loyalty means. They would never betray." A punch flew toward Jin Hyuk. He suddenly turned, still saying, "I am that crazy bastard." Jung-hun struck. The compressed energy exploded into a terrifying jade-green blast. The destructive shockwave wiped out everything in sight. He took the full punch. He was thrown backward by the force. Taylor watched everything from start to finish. He froze in surprise. Taylor laughed loudly, clearly pleased. "Not bad, Cha Jin Hyuk. It seems Choi Gyung-hun isn't on your side." A pair of hands reached out from the pile of yellow bones. Jin Hyuk shouted, "Shut up." Ba appeared beside him without anyone knowing when. It opened its mouth wide. Taylor screamed in fear. "Wait, Cha Jin Hyuk." He withdrew his power and said, "Just be patient and wait inside Ba." Jin Hyuk faced Jeong Hun, thinking to himself, "Don't tell me Jeong Hun still hasn't accepted that I'm Cha Jin Hyuk." He spoke first. "I wonder what your relationship with Jin Hyuk is, but if I just let the one who killed Chin Tin go, I'll be in trouble." As Jin Hyuk expected, he grinned. "I knew it. You misunderstood." Then he used his power to dash toward Jeong Hun. It caught him off guard a bit. Jin Hyuk smiled. "I'll tell you who I really am." A strike called the Fourth Awakening revolving kick was unleashed amid a swirl of blazing purple energy. Two figures collided with a thunderous impact that shook the earth. The shockwave trembled through the space. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and a voice urged loudly, "How can someone be this fast? Is he even human?" Haru whispered, calling Orebioni. She froze, staring at the scene before her. Jin Hyuk and Jeong Hun were fiercely fighting. Haru called out louder, "Orebioni, on this side." Jeong Hun smirked. "You block pretty well." Jin Hyuk replied cheerfully, "Your punches are too predictable." He clenched his fist tightly, power surging before striking. Jeong Hun spoke, "Let's see if you can dodge this one." Time seemed to freeze as their faces drew close. Their glowing eyes met, sparking a fierce aura that lit up the sky. Jin Hyuk smiled and said something shocking. "Our little bedwetter has grown up. Now he's thinking of ways to stop me." Jeong Hun paused, his hand trembling. "What do you mean?" Jin Hyuk kept a straight face, pretending not to know. "When you were 5, you wet the bed and got punished by the orphanage teacher. I still remember clearly how you cried and ran into the bathroom. So after that, he was called the bedwetting kid for a long time." Bun was stunned, and Haru beside him was the same. He frowned, telling him to stop. Jin Hyuk acted like he didn't hear and kept going. "No matter how much you deny it, the past won't disappear. You've lost 7 times in a row." Unable to hold back, Hyeon punched him and shouted, "Stop it now. So embarrassing, Cha Jin Hyuk." He raised his hand to his head, groaning in pain. "Wait, did you just say Cha Jin Hyuk? You already know I'm Cha Jin Hyuk, don't you, you crazy bastard? Why get mad when you're pretending not to know?" Seeing Jin Hyuk blame him, he argued back, "How can I not be mad? If you came back, you should have come to me first instead of messing around. Even so, I'd still help you." He suddenly froze hearing those words. Jin Hyuk pointed at himself. "Am I some cruel villain who betrayed people?" Hyun Hun turned away. "Of course, I don't believe that. My friend wouldn't do that." Then he glanced at him and rushed forward, hugging Jin Hyuk tightly. He happily said he was glad to meet my friend again. Jin Hyuk replied cheerfully, "Let me go. You smell awful." After that, he squeezed tighter, freezing Jin Hyuk in place. Jin Hyuk warned, "Let me go or I'll suffocate." Hee Young-hun kept squeezing. "What? Humans don't die that easily." After a while, Jin Hyuk had to give in. "My neck, you're about to crush it." I'm glad to see you here too." Von Kuhn quietly rejoiced. They seemed close. Harry wasn't happy, just muttered Jin Hyuk tensed, trying to break free. He kept telling me to let go, and suddenly a little fox slipped out from Hyung-hun's collar. Miho smiled and let out a shout. He whispered to Miho. Under a swirling black cloud sky, a white mansion stood towering, but it was wrapped in a chilling, eerie silence. Inside, Biolo spoke coldly. "You're here? Those who abandoned demons and wield great power inside the tower, masters of selection and extermination. I've met representatives from each faction. The Angels' representative is Hamiel. But sadly, what happened to her?" Hiji asked. "Meg, late again?" The demon representative Hiji had climbed to the 600th floor. Cannon replied irritably, "Have you ever seen that giant show up here? They're always slow, watch the show, then leave." Cannon, the dragon representative, had also climbed to the 600th floor. Beside Maria, who seemed calmer, she whispered, "This is my first time here, but I'll do my best." Maria, the temporary angel representative, had climbed to the 560th floor. After greetings, Bio Lao got to the main point. "Everyone's here, so the four kings must have agreed to my plan, right? That is to select and exterminate the demon face one." Along with those opposing the world, they smiled savagely in agreement. He replied, "There's no other choice but to agree. This plan's scale is nothing compared to last time." Hiji smirked. "This is the first case since the demon village, so we can relax a bit," Maria added. "Looking forward to seeing those lowly insects," she teased. A voice rang out, then a sword flew from nowhere to attack her. "Me, too." Maria angrily turned and asked, "Are you Hamiel?" approaching her closely. Hamiel's voice was low. "This is my spot, get lost." After finishing Maria, she trembled, holding her sword steady. "Oh God, why are you all so impatient? I'm not here, but I quickly found someone else to replace me. I'm really sad." On this side, a piercing shout rang out. "What? You lost a ha-cat?" Jin Hyuk grabbed Hyung-hun's collar and shouted, "How could this idiot lose to her?" He hurried to explain, "Do you think I wanted that? She's an angel. Who would have thought she'd abandon her wings to desperately escape?" Hamiel forced himself forward, smiling. Belle stared for a long moment, thinking to herself, "Isn't Hamiel the one Cha Jin Hyuk killed along with Donald?" Cannon excitedly spoke up. "Well, look who's here." Haiji added beside him, "Is that a survivor?" Hamiel replied, "I cannot die. Those bastards dared to trample on the pride of angels. I won't die until I've wiped them all out." The next words from the spirit made her worthy of the angels. "We'll drive out the traitors by cutting off their wings. They must endure the feeling of being both angel and not." That's right. My father only knew that meaning. "So, that means it's not you. No pride left at all?" Hiji laughed, mocking Hamiel. "You're not on our level to stand beside us." Gritting his teeth in anger, thinking, "Do these bastards dare to look down on me?" Hamiel swung his sword, threatening, "I will take revenge. If you don't take me with you, I'll kill every last one of you, until someone accepts me." Suddenly, a large figure appeared behind, closing in on her, swinging a powerful punch at Hamiel's face. With eyes blazing with deadly intent, he swung his arm, condensing a dazzling energy blast. He unleashed a destructive strike that tore through space. Hamiel and the others were slammed brutally against the wall. May said, "That was pathetic, Hamiel. Becoming pathetic is really bad. Grit your teeth." At that moment, a voice rang out. May represented the giants. May on the highest floor had climbed to the 620th level. Cannon approached and asked, "Hey May, why are you late today?" He put his hand to his mouth thoughtfully. "Oh, I caught a bug." Jin froze at the sudden appearance. Men continued, "But it got away." A piercing shout rang out, "Henry." He knelt on the ground, voice trembling. "Oh no, is this all I could make it to?" The Harry group hurried over to Henry. Pale yellow light cast across the crisscrossed wooden beams, leaving faint shadows on the old paper floor. The space was enveloped in a quiet, nostalgic stillness. Henry slowly opened his eyes after being unconscious. Harry asked worriedly, "Are you awake?" Jin Hyuk also spoke up. "Your body looks a mess," he croaked. "If I didn't have divine power, it would be bad. I showed everyone a shameful sight." He asked, "Were you attacked by the four kings?" He nodded. "Yeah, a giant. He's also very strong in the desert region on the 120th floor." Something suddenly caught Henry's attention. He glanced over to observe. "I was ambushed." He held back when he saw a giant's hand emerging from the ground, then the hand opened wide. Slamming down hard with that strike, it was clear who would win. Gi Ong-hun leaned against the wall to give his opinion to Cha Jin-hyuk. Because you revealed your identity, this entire tower is on alert for your location. That's how I found you all. So fast. Your enemies used the same method. Now they're blatantly watching everyone. Why did you reveal your identity, you idiot? Why put your teammates in danger like that? A voice interrupted. It's because of this. Henry replied, I collected 10 of all of them. Miho held up a blue stone and added, me too. I collected 10 of these too. Hyung-hun asked, are these rare crystals? And you almost have every type. Jin-hyuk nodded, yeah, we split up to collect 10 each. Remember all these items from the mission. The system notified us before entering the 100th floor. Publicly announce your name or nickname to the entire tower. The penalty for failure, you have to start the challenge to become an apostle of the reward faction. If you complete it, they will grant you the method to create the desired item. The condition of making a contract with them is to fulfill their requirements. The system responds, before entering the 100th floor, publicly announce your name or nickname to the entire tower. Jin-hyuk sincerely shares, I have no intention of hiding my name. Cha Jin-hyuk. Cha Jin-hyuk is known as a notorious criminal against humanity. Actually, I have already completed this mission. The system continues with the peak of all cruelty. It says it feels betrayed. After reading, he laughs. You are the one who set those stupid conditions. The system repeats the question. The peak of all cruelty asks what type of contract you want to return to the present. Jin-hyuk clenches his fist and requests, a weapon I can use while climbing the tower. How long will I survive with that? Hyung-hun stands helplessly beside him, thinking, he's still as greedy as ever, asking for something ridiculous again. The peak of all cruelty cries out that it still has a stomachache. Wei-hu laughs, saying it's truly a beautiful sight. He is thoughtful, but if it's the power of the faction, it's possible. We should be able to get such a weapon. Jin-hyuk turns to Hario and says, we have collected 10 crystals, and I've already given them to the craftsman on this floor. Surely the method to make that thing is completed by now. Alright, let's create the strongest weapon together. Gino suddenly interrupts. Sorry, I can't do it. He and Hario freeze in disbelief. What? Jin-hyuk angrily shouts, I brought all the materials listed there. He calmly replies, I know the problem isn't the materials, it's the maker. Hario also rushes over to persuade him. You're the best craftsman of the demon tribe, and even you can't do it? Gino honestly shares, I'm at a loss too. This must be an item granted by a group of supreme beings, so it's really complicated. There are many intricate steps here, and they all must be completed in a short time. Only another blacksmith at my level could do it. Jin-hyuk places his hand on his chin thoughtfully. I need to find a trustworthy blacksmith with skills like his. How can I find one? Everyone tried their best this time. I have to make it no matter what. Wait, making it means you've thought of something. He asks how long it takes for someone to reach his level. Gino doesn't hesitate to share. It depends on talent too. But no matter how skilled they are, reaching this level takes 10 eras. Jin-hyuk replies simply, no, I only need 1 day. Hearing his answer, the man looks like he can't believe his ears. Jin-hyuk approaches, picks up a hammer, and starts calculating. My second trait is omnipotence, a skill that lets me master anything. Yan-hyuk confidently says, I will make it with you. I will become a master blacksmith in just 1 day. The sharp clinks echo steadily as the blazing golden flames wildly dance, greedily devouring the glowing coals inside the ancient stone furnace. A hammer struck down hard on the blazing metal block, sending thousands of sparks flying, and waves of heat surged in that intense forging moment. Jin-hyuk tirelessly hammered with steady beats. A reproachful voice rang out, don't just use brute force. You need to distribute your strength evenly when striking the metal. Are you planning to ruin more swords? If you can't properly forge one sword, forget about that legendary weapon. He carefully placed the blade into the forge. Jin-hyuk smiled faintly, thinking, I'm starting to get the hang of this. How long should I heat the blade, and when should I cool it? Geno stood with arms crossed, watching Jin-hyuk throughout the entire process. He returned to the anvil, picking up the hammer again. I can do this. This time, I'll make a perfect sword. The finished blade was put back into the forge, then suddenly cracked. Dean Hugh gritted his teeth, frustrated. That's 7 failures now. I thought I would succeed this time, but I haven't fully mastered the technique yet. He told Gino, I'll try one more time. Jin-hyuk silently vowed, next time, I'll forge a flawless sword. Gino interrupted his next move. That's enough. Sweat streamed down Jin-hyuk's face. He turned, confused. Huh? What? I just started to get it, and you're telling me to stop already? Gino turned his back and walked away without another word. He only said, doing more is pointless. Don't waste precious iron and go take a bath now. Jin-hyuk was frustrated, wanting another chance, but Geno's next words froze him. After your bath, prepare the draft and the materials you were given and come here. That artificial iron is very hard to control. so even a master smith struggles with it. If a beginner doesn't ruin it, that's a miracle. Practice time is over. Your skills are perfect now. Let's forge that legendary weapon together. On the other side, Jung Hun threw a punch. I'm coming. Haru seriously raised his sword to block the strike. Jung Hun said, speed is your strength. Don't block, dodge and counterattack instead. Suddenly, Miho appeared behind him, lightning fast, trying to close in. Jung Hun noticed and reached back, grabbing Miho tightly. He used her momentum to hurl her body toward Haru. He said, that ambush was too obvious. Miho flew back, pinning Haru down with great force. He looked at the two exhausted under the tree and reminded them, what are you two doing? Get up. Don't expect me to train with that attitude, huh? Haru replied determinedly, no, I can still fight. Miho clicked her tongue, pointing at Jiyoung. Hun, wrap it up. Just then, Henry appeared, cutting into the conversation. Can I join? He turned and asked, your name's Henry, right? Is it okay to move like that? Henry lowered his eyes calmly and answered, lying in bed all the time isn't me anymore. More importantly, I can't miss the chance to beat a 9-star. Hyung-hun got excited seeing him draw his sword. He rubbed his knuckles, saying, I like your determination. Just then, something exploded ahead with a loud bang. Henry shouted, what's that, Hario? Looking that way, she said, that's the boss's workshop. The group panicked and rushed to the explosion site. Hario anxiously shouted, over there. Sir, are you okay? Gino leaned against her, whispering, ah, I'm fine. Suddenly, remembering something, Henry hurriedly asked, what about Cha Jin Hyuk? Did you two fail to forge the weapon? Hearing this, he laughed. Ha ha, fail? Do you think that arrogant bastard would be happy if he failed? A massive purple beam of destructive power erupted from the ground, tearing through space and hurling debris everywhere. Everyone present silently watched this terrifying scene unfold. Gino said in a low voice, he finished it in just one day. Jin Hayu clenched the ring on his wrist, suddenly glowing with a mysterious purple light, radiating intense fluctuating energy. He praised, that's truly a great success. Scene shifts to Kobold biting into something. Taylor was tightly chained nearby. It was biting and tearing at his body. Vun observed and then spoke. Despite being bitten, he said nothing. Tun beside him added, just as expected from a 9-star, he's really tight-lipped. Taylor sweated from the pain but stayed silent. So, that means your interrogation is over. My soul has reached its limit. It will vanish soon. And all of you will be killed by Theo Lau. I'll meet you all in hell. The Holy Soul soldier appeared, interrupting him. Wait, you can't go down there without my permission. Taylor panicked, shouting, what's going on? The Holy Soul soldier raised a radiant golden staff, forming 10 majestic and divine symbols. The parts of Taylor's body being gnawed on were now enveloped in a surge of power. He looked at his hand, yelling, my soul is recovering. How? No mercy. The Holy Soul soldier cut off Taylor's newly grown hands with a sword. He screamed in pain, sweating profusely. A calm voice said, you won't be freed until you give me the information. Dying Yu stepped forward, threatening, these sacred soul soldiers can restore your soul as many times as they want. Now, how many times will the defeated donor be recreated? Kobo obeyed orders, continuing to cling to Taylor's body. He panicked, shouting, ah, it doesn't care. It began biting Taylor's soul. Unable to endure, he screamed at that cunning demon. After a while, Taylor's body was withered before Jin Hyuk's group. Tun spoke up. 15, no, 16, 17 times, my lord. Surrounding his soul were kobolds and holy soul soldiers. Jin Hyuk reminded, just say it. If you talk, I'll cleanse you properly after the torture. Saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. Taylor swallowed to stop it from flowing. Scene shifts. Bel Lao stood firm beneath the penalty eraser machine. He said grimly, Bel Lao is gathering forces to destroy the tower on this side. After some interrogation, Jin Hyuk coldly asked, what kind of SAO weapon? Taylor rolled his eyes and answered, I don't know the details, but it contains the power of gods and demons. Are you sure about your voice? He turned around, seeing her, and the Holy Spirit soldiers ready to fly over, stammering repeatedly, trust me. Bilo has been isolated by the other 9 stars. With the money he earned from selling the guild base, what else could he have used that fund for? Please, trust me, I beg you. It's all my fault, so just kill me. Jin Hyuk stared at him silently for a moment. Finally, he spoke. All right, let's take a break here. Seeing Jin Hyuk let him go, Taylor trembled and relaxed. He said, ah, finally, but not yet time to celebrate. Jin interrupted, Taylor, but I don't think we can deal with your soul. That soul will feel pain bit by bit as it melts, knowing it was deceived. He gritted his teeth, full of resentment. You came in the end, yet Jin Hyuk shouted, greedy bastard. He lunged as if to swallow Taylor whole. He panicked and screamed, Father Jin Hyuk. Everyone gathered in another area. Jin Hyuk began. Soon, Bell will stick close and start the pick and kill strategy. We will face the 9 most cunning and ruthless stars. Gi Eung-hun rubbed his joints with both hands. He cursed angrily. Those Damaseo bastards dared to trick and betray my friend. I won't forgive them. Henry stayed calm. He reminded him, you can't forget the 4 emperors, your demon village, and hometown. Countless people died at the hands of the 4 emperors. No one knows when or where they'll strike next. Vun nodded in agreement. More importantly, the weapon Donald mentioned will be the biggest wildcard. Jin lowered his eyes and shared his thoughts. We can't stop their tactics. I have no choice but to respond in kind. But there's one thing I get to choose on this side. Bilo thought similarly. He said, a battle after hiding their traces on the 100th floor. The rebels against the heavens have yet to show themselves. Heiji asked. So you mean after proper preparation, they might ambush us? Megan was mentally ready. He urged, I want to destroy them now. Hamiel, silent until now, asked, then where will they prepare for the battle? On Jin Hyuk's side, Hendrik suggested, let's fight them right here. We have strong support, and they will face severe punishment on the 100th floor. Ge Eung-hun was unhappy. Don't interrupt. I disagree. After facing them directly, we know our strength isn't enough to fight the 4 emperors' army. So everyone needs to increase their power by. Ken and Tower guessed that thought and reached out to continue. It means it has to be a place not too high nor too low. Haha, they really are troublesome. Bilo clasped his hands behind his back, pondering that no matter how many times he thought, a place fitting those specific conditions does not exist. Unlike him, Jin Hyu confidently said, it does exist. The perfect spot, not too high or too low, and where our allies can support us. Hendrik suddenly interrupted. Wait, allies, who are they? He spoke up. I think you know them. Henry pointed at my face, a bit stunned. I know them. 2 weeks later in the capital of the 190th floor inside the lookout, shouts urged, hey everyone, move faster. Do you know how much stuff we have to transport today? Hurry up. The Jin Hyu group wore cloaks. They blended into the crowd professionally. After everyone left, Miho still stood alone in a corner. A pair of hands grabbed her up and shouted, what are you doing? Come here. All the disguises were quickly removed. Jin Hyuk said, good. We've entered the 191st floor easily. Gi Eung-hun wasn't afraid to raise his fist, happily taking credit thanks to my fist's teaching, right? I don't want to waste time on meaningless things. He reminded, don't say weird stuff anymore, and I'll only explain this once. Our goal is to uncover the schemes, the cunning tricks of the wingless ones hiding to avoid the angels. This won't be easy. First, we'll split up and find people who recognize where Ural is gathering. Then a pair of hands wrapped around him. Jin Hyuk hugged tightly, clearly seeing the face of that person. Hendrik shouted, you. Miva was surprised too. She said it was that spirit. He glanced down, slightly impatient, asking, how did you get here? Uriel didn't answer his question. Uriel said, hold tight, everyone. A radiant energy orb, like a miniature sun, suddenly exploded in the heart of the old town, creating fierce shockwaves that shook the space, cutting off Jin Hyuk's group's words. Wait. A delivery man passing by accidentally saw something and stopped. He turned around. Looking, only faint smoke remained. The delivery man wondered, that's strange, I just heard something. Those ahead shouted, why are you staring at that alley? We're busy here. Someone nearby interrupted, wait a sec. Maybe I misheard? The radiant energy orb, like a miniature sun, shot up into the sky, suddenly exploding in the old town, creating fierce shockwaves, shaking the whole space. From it came a shout, tie him up fast. Too fast. A golden energy beam, sharp and swift, pierced through the clouds. From the misty clouds, a fiery circle gradually faded into the air. Inside the orb, Miho staggered and said, the world around me is spinning. Haru beside her was about to collapse, adding, I think I'm about to vomit. Hendrik calmly asked, what's going on? Uriel approached Jin Hyuk, softly explaining, sorry for suddenly bringing you here. I, the Star of Death, can only come to the mortal world briefly. He turned warily, replying, the mortal world? Then these are the pupils. Jin Hyuk stiffened, looking at the scene before him. She introduced, welcome, this is where we live, and it's also your battlefield. The city in a dream admired the magnificent view ahead. Jin Hyuk praised without holding back. I've heard rumors about the secret location of the tower, but I didn't expect it to be hidden like this. Uriel stepped closer, softly explaining, if we hid it somewhere obvious, the angels would attack us. Jin Hyuk seemed to recall something unpleasant, turning to ask, but how did you find our location? Jin Hyuk seemed to recall something troubling, turning to ask, but how did you find our location? She pointed at him and replied lightly, it's simple. Seeing the light from Uriel penetrate his body, he panicked. This is, she continued, I found your location thanks to this. Jin Hyuk fell silent after hearing that. The feather you gave me back then. So you found us through that, he realized quietly. That's why she said I must not let anyone take that feather. He anxiously asked Uriel's opinion. But is it safe? We're going to turn this place into a battlefield. The hideout you worked hard to build might disappear. She smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. Your visit to the upcoming battle was predicted by that person. Hearing Uriel's cryptic answer, Jin Hyuk vaguely asked, the person you're talking about is your god? She didn't deny it, nodding softly, yes. The angel was abandoned by the heavens. Uriel casually mentioned a powerful name, Lucifer. After a moment, she opened the door and led Jin Hyuk inside. Uriel called out, Pontifex, I brought the one from the prophecy. Bounty Fest calmly greeted. Oh, you two are here? Can you wait a moment? She gently reminded the warriors still praying, watching Pontifex's face. Jin Hyuk was a bit surprised, thinking silently, it's the first time I've seen an aged angel. He replied, sure. The door behind her opened narrowly. Pontifex said, they finished praying. She continued, introducing, they are the main force of the wingless divine sword. Uriel stepped forward to lead the way, pointing inside and inviting them in. Jin Hyuk passed Venian, walking calmly. He suddenly stopped, glanced, then whispered disdainfully, just a human. Jin Hyuk heard Venian's words but kept a calm face, expression unchanged. After a while, Uriel cheerfully said, all right, from here on, you go alone. Dian Hu asked curiously, huh, you two aren't coming in? She replied briefly and slammed the door shut. He only allowed you in. He confidently looked straight ahead and said, all right, so you called me here because you foresaw my victory. Dian Hyuk spoke in a low voice. The angel was abandoned by the heavens, not Lucifer. Electric sparks hissed sharply, running down the cold face of the Lord. He continued, speak. The words, the angel was abandoned by the heavens, appeared before Lucifer. He said the path here must have been very difficult. Jin Hyuk wondered, why don't you show your true form? He decided to call the nine-tailed fox. Two systems appeared, one purple, one red, responding in turn. The nine-tailed fox answered, the pinnacle of all evil has answered Dian Hyuk's cold question. Why did you help me defeat the four emperors? He shouted angrily at Lucifer. Why did you resurrect me? The system continued displaying information. The angel was abandoned by the heavens, saying he will explain. Before the tower appeared, there was an endless battle. Jin Hyuk began to ponder. An endless battle. Lucifer continued. The immortal beings started a war without end. To protect their own power, that time was like hell and everyone was exhausted. Just like Evan said, you only start using your power when you're about to die. He cursed silently. That bastard Evan hasn't used it yet. The system continued. Throughout the battle, an AI had built the tower by arranging its works inside, forcing them to face each other fairly. This match replaced war with a competition to collect the highest number of works. However, as you know, that fair match was chosen and destroyed. The four emperors killed those with godly potential and began monopolizing the chance to dominate the tower. On this side, the nine-tailed fox said that was wrong. The pinnacle of all evil judged that his goal was similar to yours. Jin Hyuk calmly expressed his thought, to eliminate the four emperors' rules and the gods who believe in them. In other words, to oppose the heavenly realm. The notice board appeared again. The angel was abandoned by the heavenly realm. It predicted one thing, your destiny is to achieve that for them. He smirked as if he understood something. Finally, Dayu laughed out loud, blaming Lucifer. Do you really think I'll fight for you like a pawn? Nonsense, you sick voyeur. The system responded. The pinnacle of all evil muttered. He knew this would happen. Lucifer continued, but asked if you wanted to continue your revenge. Jin Hyuk didn't hesitate, pointing at him and declaring, but I won't do it your way. I'll take revenge my own way. Lucifer's next words stopped Jin Hyuk. The angel abandoned by the heavenly realm smiled and said alone is enough. He said the prophecy would come true. Jin Hyuk clenched his teeth, saying nothing more. Finally, Dayu lowered his eyes and said, do whatever you want, just don't interfere with what happens to us afterward. The notices appeared again. The pinnacle of all evil just judged that you really are uncontrollable. The nine-tailed fox asked if that wasn't why he looked so attractive. The angel abandoned by the heavenly realm agreed. The angel abandoned by the heavenly realm asked if you wanted to sit and have some tea. It's been a while. After a while of chatting, Uriel came to lead him away. Jin Hyuk followed her, stomping angrily. So the prophecy will come true. Yeah, I don't like feeling like a pawn. Uriel gently placed her hand on the door, reassuring him. First, just drink the tea we prepared. Suddenly, a shout echoed through the air. What's going on? In front of the Venian group surrounding Hendrik, Miho, Jung-hoon, and Hario, he spoke up. Want to fight? Seeing Jin Hyuk appear, the little girl called her Venian brother. Miho's gaze turned. You're back. That demon-faced guy isn't the star son Jin Hyuk, right? Uriel stepped forward, loudly reminding the Venian they are the main force. They will lead the holy battle. So why are you treating them like that? He seemed to object. This is our revenge and holy battle. So what? Just a tiny human. Can I represent? The wing hadn't finished speaking. Jin Hyuk's powerful punch slammed straight into Venian's face. He was still talking about the divine sword leading the holy battle. The thunderous punch sent Venian flying. It drove him hard into the cracked stone wall, shattered by the overwhelming force of the purple energy. Jin Hyuk roared angrily. How dare you point your sword at me? I'm already pissed, and you're provoking me. I'll tear you apart. Venian dragged his battered body up, touching the bruise on his face as he spoke. How dare you attack me, commander of the divine sword? Venian shouted furiously, swinging his sword. I'll kill you, you insolent mortal. Jin Hyuk wasn't afraid. He was excited. This is the perfect chance to test my new weapon. The holy halo flared brightly. Venian charged like an arrow, sword raised high, ready to strike. Jin Hyuk crouched, forming a purple energy orb to counterattack. Suddenly, a shout echoed. The air rang out. Stop. Bountiful appeared in the center, her radiant aura dazzling. Jin Hyuk froze, looking down, thinking he couldn't move. He tried to shift. His hand trembled as he whispered in disbelief. What? Pontifex raised her supreme staff, speaking with authority. No one is allowed to resist. We are different from those who abandoned us in the Dream City. Fighting our own allies is strictly forbidden. Pontifex looked down at Jin Hyuk and Venian, shouting, If anyone breaks this rule, I will treat them as an enemy. He shouted in frustration. Pontifex, but she remained stern and asked in a deep voice, Are you planning to oppose Lucifer? Venian and those summoned here were all called by him. Bountiful warned, anyone intending to rebel against the world should conserve their energy. Jin Hyuk explained, I will if they attack me, she shouted, lowering her sword. Bountiful struck her staff powerfully again. Everyone, return to your places. Seeing order restored, Bountiful turned and walked away, adding, Uriel pointed to their guest quarters, replying, Yes. Below, Jin Hyuk spoke coldly. You're lucky, pigeon. Venian stayed silent, harboring resentment. I can't acknowledge you, Cha Jin Hyuk. I'll make you leave Dream City after this fight. Now Jin Hyuk and Vun stood high above, observing. He assessed. Compared to before, the angels here were quite strong. Leaning against the wall, he said, These people were exiled for opposing evil. In the Angelic Council, it said each here has some influence. After speaking, Jin Hyuk's anger flared. He thought irritably, Why is this guy training right in front of our quarters? Venian still didn't know about Jin Hyuk's arrival. He stood below, training seriously. Again, hold the sword firmly. Watching him instruct, Vun considered, That Venian kid seems a bit over the top. Jin Hyuk smirked, thinking this was childish. He said, He can't attack me, so he's trying to pressure me. After training, Venian encouraged everyone. Good job, your sword skills are excellent. We are all Lucifer's swords. We will defeat the upcoming enemies. He gave a sly, meaningful glance. It doesn't matter whether I have those puny humans or not. Hearing that, Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth. Is he mocking us? Vunkin nodded in agreement. We can't let this slide. He turned and continued. If they don't let me rest, it will affect the battle. He lowered his eyes. Yeah, that's more important. Jin Hyuk clenched his fists and hissed, He's just annoying me too much. I can't hold back anymore. He jumped onto the windowsill, saying, I'll mess with them a bit. Vun Kan saw Jin Hyuk about to act and stopped him. Wait, isn't fighting here forbidden? He ignored it and leapt down. Vun Kan only shouted, Hey, Yan, Hyuk, softly behind Venian. Venian noticed too. He glanced back and said, Finally, you came out? The human Yan Hyuk replied immediately, I can't rest properly because of you pigeons. That's great. He turned and stepped closer, saying, You seem really pissed off. What are you planning? Gonna hit me again. Venian pointed at Jin Hyuk. Confident with his army behind him, he shouted, But if you do that, you'll become an enemy of the wingless. Our divine swords will end your life right here. Benny clenched his fist and taunted, Try and come at us. You can't do anything, right? So just leave the Dream City. Amid the blazing purple aura, Jin Hyuk calmly put his hands in his pockets, releasing invisible power outward. He coldly replied, What fools? Someone panicked and shouted, Is that demon magic? Venian dealt with the situation before him. He whispered in disbelief, No way. How can a human? Venian said loudly, Do you possess both demonic energy and divine power inside you? Jin Hyuk expanded his power and said close by, Yeah, amazing, right? As you know. A proud smile appeared on his lips. He casually displayed his power, one hand holding dark shadows, the other blazing with dazzling light. Jin Hyuk reminded, Don't I remind you of someone? An angel gasped at the light radiating from him. Finally, everyone knelt down, bowed their heads, and shouted in unison, Lucifer. the angel cast out by heaven. He is Lucifer's apostle. Venian panicked and tried to stop them. Wait, everyone. Jin Hyuk approached. He placed a hand on Venian's shoulder and confidently said, Right. You should kneel too. I am the representative of the god you live and die for. Below, they replied respectfully in unison. Yes, apostle. Seeing his goal achieved, Jin Hyuk smiled inwardly, disliking to use the name of such a sneaky guy. But if he wanted to annoy him, there was no other way. He raised his head and complained, talking so much makes me thirsty. Jin Hyuk ordered Venian, go get me some water. Go yourself. Hearing this, an angel admired. Oh, just as expected. The one beside him smiled and added, the apostle personally chose the commander as his partner. Everyone happily congratulated, making Venian furious and pale. We are proud of the commander. In the end, he had to comply, though unwilling. Venian quietly agreed. I will return later. Nearby, Haru sat down exhausted, gasping for breath. Someone handed her a bottle of water. Uriel spoke up, asking, Was the training okay? Haru looked up to see it was AI Uriel. The two watched Kyung-hoon and Jin Hyuk training ahead. Uriel continued, Just tell me if anything feels off. Haru quickly replied, No, thanks to you, we can relax here. She took a sip of water and smiled softly, then added, Last week was amazing. We're getting closer to Uriel, No Wings, and the Divine Sword. Uriel nodded with satisfaction. It's incredible that everyone managed to tame Venian. Haru shared, I feel stronger after every training session. It reminds me of the first time climbing the tower with Aura Bioni. She winked playfully and asked, Am I being too carefree even though the battle is near? Suddenly, a terrifying tremor shattered the glass surface. The punishment eraser machine shot up fiercely. Uriel and Haru turned toward the noise. A scream echoed through the air. Enemy ambush. A giant Lucifer with half-divine, half-demonic wings appeared, radiating overwhelming pressure. His eyes suddenly blazed, glowing bright blue as he stared down the small beings with a deadly aura. The ground groaned and cracked under the devastating impact, causing an explosion that sent rocks flying like a storm. Jin Hyuk looked up at the smoking area of the punishment eraser machine. He wondered, Is that Uriel? Someone nearby anxiously said, The temple is under attack. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth in frustration. It's already started. Why hasn't the information leaked yet? Suddenly, something made him react instantly. Behind Jin Hyuk, a pillar of blazing red fire erupted like a monster, swallowing the entire forest and turning the surroundings into a wasteland in a fury of destruction. He rubbed his eyes and shouted, Here too. The aftershock tossed huge boulders skyward, turning the space into a deadly meteor shower. All the rocks with punishment eraser machines were heavily damaged. Hexagonal fiery energy shields quickly interlocked, forming a solid dome that bore the full weight of the collapsing earth and stones. Uriel struggled to stay steady, shouting, The ground. Miho fearfully said, Is it tilting? Hendrik asked, What's happening? Her expression was serious. Uriel concluded it's bad news. The floating dream city is held up by Pontifex's power. Jin Hyuk looked at her worriedly. Pontifex. Is that her? Where is she now? Uriel said she's probably praying at the temple with the god's soldiers. Jin Hyuk's face turned pale. What? He looked toward that place, now a ruin. Countless people were injured, buried under rubble. He was deeply worried. That was where the first pillar fell. Nearby, Venian lay face down on the stone floor, covered in wounds. In front of him, Pontifex collapsed, pierced through by Pello. Venian weakly called out to Pontifex. He looked at her with a ruthless gaze and asked, Now tell me where Jin Hyuk is. Bountiful struggled to open her eyes and looked at him. She stubbornly refused to speak. The thick dust cloud couldn't hide the ferocity of the massive stones crashing down, turning the space into a cramped tomb. The sky was deep blue and wide open, but what fell from it was not warm sunlight, but a hailstorm of black boulders tearing through the wind, crashing down like deadly meteors. Without an answer, Bio Lao shifted to threats. Oh, still trying to protect the tower climbers while in danger himself. Truly an impossible will. If this city falls, the tower climbers on the 190 floors below will be crushed under the ruins of the world without anyone knowing. Pontifex panted heavily, struggling to finish his sentence. We value life. Unlike you in that one. He seemed provoked. Beto Lao clenched his jaw and growled, How dare you disrespect our god? He summoned a sharp spear, ready to finish her off. Beto Lao declared, Die, heretic. Seeing him about to strike, Venian shouted, Pontifex. A thunderous explosion erupted, the epicenter bursting. A blinding light tore through the space. Along with it came a familiar voice. Hey, Jin Hyuk is holding Pontifex in his arms. Ahead, the three blocked Pilo Lao's stabbing attack. He spoke, You're still alive. Venian seemed relieved. Pelo Lao laughed, No need to look for you then, Jin Hyuk. He raised a mocking salute. Long time no see, you superstitious fool. Yan Xiao used his strength to bring Pontifex to Venian. He reminded, Venian, get her to safety, protect the old woman with your life. Got it. He reached out to catch her body. After Venian left, Pello stood high above looking down. He said, you really are alive. Can't believe I'm seeing you now. I had my doubts, but seeing you in the flesh is truly surprising. Yan Xiao smirked and asked, scared? Chatterbox? Bio Lao began summoning power. A dazzling golden aura flared around him, releasing divine energy that overwhelmed the space. Pello Lao replied, between us, no need for words. Jin Hayuk suddenly grew serious. He said solemnly, let me ask you something. Have you ever regretted killing me? Without a moment's hesitation, he smirked and answered frankly, not bothering to approach Jin Hayuk. He continued, you were punished and regretful. My only regret is not killing you sooner. That's right. Jin Hayuk clenched his fist, ready to attack Pello. Jin Hayuk responded, yeah, that's what you should say, Pello. Makes me want to kill you even more. From the mysterious ring on his hand, a long, sharp sword emerged, standing firm in the rain. The destructive light surrounding Jin Hayuk was a mystical purple death aura. He coldly gripped the weapon and charged at a wind-tearing speed, his eyes blazing with sharp intent and his body engulfed in dark purple flames. He swung, tearing through the space. On this side, Haru stays alert, swiftly dodging the attack coming her way. Harry growls fiercely, don't move, you pesky fly. She crouches down to brace herself, recalling Uriel's reminder. We have two objectives. Standing before everyone, she shares her assessment. First, we must destroy the pillars in each zone. Doing so will prevent the Dream Fortress from falling. Henry adds, I can feel immense power radiating from each pillar. Jin Hai glances at him and says, that's the second mission. Uriel nods in agreement, understood. I believe each pillar houses enemy forces. They will defend those pillars. An angel burns amid the sea of flames, screaming desperately, help me. Kennen is destroying everything. He smirks disinterestedly, bored, watching the ruined landscape consumed by fire. Kennen continues, is that all you've got? These useless pests only amuse me more. Suddenly, a figure appears and replies, leave it to me. Hendrik places his hand on his sword hilt. Thinking defeating the enemy will destroy the pillar, he introduces himself in a deep voice. I am Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer. Opposite Uriel stands Hamiel. Elsewhere, Vun grips a dark staff from behind. Hiji, Haru, and Miho combine their attacks on the enemy. A piercing shout echoes through Bio Tower. Jin Hayu grins wickedly, excited amid the explosion's aftermath. He moves like a ghost, eyes blazing, the hunter toying with his prey. Jin Hayuk says, let's end our cursed fate right here. Bio Tower channels holy power to form, a massive, brutal spear of light charging forward. He taunts, fight me, Cha Jin Hayuk. Close up on his glowing eyes, dazzling white light. A fierce purple energy bursts from him, radiating absolute authority, shattering the space around. Opposite, Pio Tower's face twists into a wild grin, eyes crazed as he reaches out to crush Jin Hayuk. In the blinding golden glow, the ground shakes violently as two destructive forces collide, one dark purple and mystical, the other bright gold clashing to create a colossal beam piercing the sky and clearing all obstacles. A deafening explosion tears through the silent air. Energy surges wildly, hurling shattered rocks and earth. Uriel calmly extends his hand, saying, at least we can greet each other. I was once your mentor. Hamiel laughs upon hearing this. She states it matter-of-factly, ridiculous. Didn't I sever ties with you that day? Time seems to rewind 15 years. Hamiel's face shows triumph. She holds two wings, below which a trembling body bleeds profusely. Hamiel shouts, the day I cut off your wings. Uriel remains expressionless, silently watching. She continues, you agreed too, loser. She softly replies, we don't need to fight, we're both failures now. Seeing Uriel's calm face, she roars angrily, don't treat me like I'm one of you. Hamiel pointed and shouted, I'm different from you. She summoned power from above, erupting a giant fireball radiating a dazzling golden light. Hamiel declared, I will return in the arms of the divine. Below, Uriel remained unshaken. She clenched the energy orb tightly in her hands. Uriel hugged the orb with both hands and sneered softly, pathetic. She swung her hands, flinging the power toward Hamiel, then shouted, divine punishment. Nearby, the punishment eraser machine still stood tall above. Right beneath it was Hiji, quietly observing the scene behind him. Vun Kan looked and giggled, asking, who is that? He hasn't moved a bit. Tun guessed, is he sunbathing? Vun Kan didn't want to waste time and said, forget it, we still need to take out him and the pillar. Tun focused and replied clearly. Amid streaks of purple light tearing through the night, a shadow condensed terrifying power into two radiant energy orbs, their bright white cores contrasting with the mystical purple aura surrounding them, creating a suffocating pressure as if crushing everything in its path. Von Can and Tun passed each other and simultaneously swung their weapons. The mystical purple power gathered, then exploded into a giant beam of light that cut through the wind, rushing straight at Hiji with force that seemed to pierce space itself. Both shouted, "Soul Light!" Sensing danger, he turned around, his eyes glowing brightly with power. Suddenly, a figure appeared, rushing forward. Hiji raised his hand to block the attack. Tun thought in surprise. "Someone blocked my attack." He asked aloud, "Who's that?" Before them stood a zombie, a demon woman surrounded by a dark aura, restrained by chains. Hiji calmly explained, "My zombies don't use such crude and savage skills." He tightened the chains on his hands and continued, "She's a human who willingly serves me." She was a demon woman. She hurried to him, bowing and begging, "Lord Hiji, did I do well? My reward, please, grant me more demonic energy." Hiji looked at the demon woman and smirked. "If you kill them, I will give it to you." She let her guard down, joyfully accepting the order. "Really? Promise me." A faint light streak appeared. Hiji reminded, "But remember, inside the black hole, countless bright eyes are watching outside like a tiger stalking prey." He continued, "You have to share with the others." Von Can suddenly froze, observing the situation ahead. Before he could recover, a group of demon women charged forward to attack. They shouted, "They are all your enemies." Hiji eliminated them. He stood still for a moment, then spoke, using his own body to fight. Not exactly elegant, Von Can pointed and summoned kobolds. The other responded, "Yeah, I agree. Let's see which commander is better." Over here, Cannon placed his hands on his hips, assessing the surroundings. "What? Why does everyone look so happy?" He looked at Hendrik collapsed nearby and said, "Only I face useless enemies." Cannon stepped closer and added, "Our dragon kind is respected more than those 3 species." He raised his hand, admiring it proudly. "Above all, we all have strong and beautiful bodies. Don't you think being born a dragon is truly lucky? Yet you gave up that luck for those wingless thugs. They turned their backs on their own gods, had their wings cut off, and now face punishment. I truly don't understand. Maybe you can help me understand, Dragon Slayer Henry." Hearing those words, he clenched his jaw, thinking, "Damn it, frustrating, but I have to accept it. He's stronger than me. The gap between dragon ranks is huge." Cannon continued to taunt, "I've never seen a dragon as useless as you. You hold a sword with that attitude and have black hair." Henry gritted his teeth and replied, "What my hair color is has nothing to do with you." The man smirked and asked, "What? A dragon, and you don't know?" "A dragon's hair and scales reflect its magic power. A red dragon like me uses fire. In other words, we are fire dragons. You're strange, but this is the first time I've seen a black-haired dragon." His blood-red eyes flashed with deadly intent on a face swallowed by shadows. He calmly activated a massive magic formation, blinding light and power. Along the fierce energy from that magic circle surged violently, as if to burn everything down. Cannon sneered, "Anyway, I guess you're just trash, no talent at all. I'll burn you like trash." Hendrik heard those words, suddenly quieted, channeling his power, his origin amid a space filled with a red glow of wild lightning bolts. His bare, muscular back stood firm and still, calmly facing the epicenter of a dazzling white explosion, emitting massive energy bursts. Henrik surged forward, moving fast, slashing a long stroke down Kennon's body. The mystic dragon was caught off guard by the sudden attack. He could only stare dumbfounded as his severed hand flew away. Kennon trembled, glancing sideways thinking, "Did he just cut off my dragon's scale? Impossible." He looked at Henry slowly landing and pondered. Then, instead of magic or swordsmanship, Henry turned back to Cannon and answered the question he was wondering. "You are the light that revived me." Henry called out to the system, revealing the peak of all evil. "Talking too much," he said. "I've been discovered." He continued explaining, "You are the reason I am the mystic dragon. My power comes from the peak of all evil, a great demon." Cannon's eyes widened, unable to believe this power. Behind Hendrik appeared a giant dark demon dragon roaring. Around him was a gloomy black aura. He shouted, "Your demon energy is that of a demon dragon." Henry dashed toward Cannon. He yelled, "Don't run. Where's the pride of a dragon in you?" In a life-or-death moment, Cannon clenched his teeth, pouring all his strength into his hand, glowing with dazzling golden light to launch a decisive counterattack amid the raging red firestorm. Cannon created a magic array. He shouted, "Get lost." The earth-shattering explosion tore eardrums apart when the collision's epicenter erupted into a blinding white light, unleashing a blazing red firestorm that wiped out everything in sight. Amidst the swirling crimson aura, fierce as blood, Hendrik, with sharp eyes and a cold demeanor, faced the floating tree in midair. His blazing red cloak billowing like flames, he coldly extended his hand to control the dark energy below. Hendrik slashed a massive crescent arc, sweeping everything away. The tree gritted its teeth, hissing. Damn it. Sweat drenched his face, eyes wild and bloodshot. He screamed madly, unleashing his full power into deep red streaks tearing through the space around. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Henry silently watched the man go insane. Cannon summoned power, shooting sparks at him, shouting, "Get out!" Flames twisted into a giant vortex beside the erasure machine as if ready to sweep everything away. Cannon croaked in disbelief, mumbling, "How could a worthless kid be a demon dragon? This is the end of the tricks you've learned. You can't defeat a high-level dragon." A single eye with a glowing golden vertical pupil suddenly opened wide, eerie and fierce. The sharp gaze burned with rage, ready to devour the enemy. It immediately shifted beneath the glowing, threatening stare of the giant dark dragon, where deep red dark energy frantically spiraled into a deadly energy point right before its mouth. It signaled a brutal, destructive strike about to hit the tree with an open maw. That breath mixed with demonic energy from above. Henry, in dragon form, spread his wings in a fury, unleashing a beam of deep red energy from his mouth, tearing through the night and charging straight at the target with unstoppable destructive force. The breath of a demon, the man couldn't counter or dodge, only managing to scream, "No." Meanwhile, Bell, fighting nearby, noticed the problem. He whispered, "Cannon's mana is gone. There's no way he's been defeated." Seizing the moment, Jin Hyuk leapt high, preparing a downward strike. He shouted, "You're off guard." As Jin Hyuk's shadow descended with a massive glowing purple greatsword, delivering a devastating blow, golden light from Pillow flared up, blocking the attack and creating a terrifying aftershock. The fierce dark purple energy swept across the rocky layers, generating violent shockwaves that shattered the ground into countless fragments. Jin Hyuk taunted, "What's wrong with you? Fight me properly." "Fighting you isn't fun at all." He stretched out, launching a sphere of energy toward Pello, then spoke. "Didn't you come here to kill me, huh?" He still wasn't calm. Pello pondered silently. "What happened, Cannon? You reached the 600th level and got defeated by a dragon like that?" Jin Hyuk pointed and continued, "So, why can't you focus? Is it because you can't believe my teammate defeated yours?" He smirked. "Ha, teammate? Dad, Jin Hyuk, don't tell me you really think they're your teammates." Hearing that, Jin Hyuk frowned slightly. Pilo looked down from above, mocking, "Seems like your standards have dropped. Got worse after Resurrection and Death Star. If you let those scum follow you, it's like you're just pretending. So they're your allies?" "Of course. I'm not talking about Choi Jun-hun, who's hovering over there. I'm sure the reason he's not involved in this fight is because he's wary of all of you." Bio's face darkened as if he had the game in hand, but the rest were just outsiders of this tower. They're like bugs that don't even make a sound when slaughtered. "If I were you, brilliant streaks of light would start appearing around him." Bio pointed, unleashing a burst of power at Jin Hyuk, continuing, "I've already killed them all and turned them into zombies." At the center was an energy orb, radiating dazzling arrows falling onto where you stand. Bright streaks exploded around him. Jin Hyuk stood calmly, unmoving, his expression growing dark and unreadable. Amid the destructive force, tearing space and cracking the ground, he stood firm with a cold face, as if he alone controlled the chaos. After the impact, at the moment the arrow hit the ground, triggering a blinding explosion, Bio's back didn't retreat. He still stood proudly at the epicenter, enjoying the brilliant display. Then he made a proposal. "Instead of joining them, cooperating with our 9 stars would be more useful." Jin Hyuk's reply startled Bio. "You can't compare to me." He smirked, stepping out from the thick smoke. Jin Hyuk raised his shield, confidently declaring, "My current teammates are much stronger now." Bio watched him, thinking, "Where did he get such a huge shield?" He asked nervously, "What are you planning to do despite the explosion's aftershock?" He charged forward with a wild smile, his eyes glowing a demonic purple as his hands silently reached out. Preparing to counter with a terrifying dark power, Jin Hyuk said it's still a bit early to be surprised. A purple energy orb gathered, the weapon of the support team for the omnipotent divine artifact, the primordial chaos. Jin Hyuk dashed forward, raising his clawed hand toward the chaotic primal talisman with countless forms. Bio froze, thinking its shape was changing. His speed was so fast, only streaks of light remained behind with each step he took. Jin Hyuk shouted, "Bio, my teammates are different from yours. We've come this far by trusting and protecting each other." Even if Cho's teammates are in grave danger, his eyes blazed down at Harry, growling, "You won't escape." The lightning-fast strike carried destructive power. He continued, "Die, you vermin." Facing him, Haru still gripped his sword tightly. Her face was calm, ready to counterattack. The sharp sword swung up. Only Haru's eyes were visible beneath, fully reflecting the expression and actions of the possessed. Suddenly, his eyes turned pure white, rolling back. Around him, sparkling hearts flew all over his body. Taking advantage, she and Miho joined forces, charging in for the decisive strike. A hopeful voice rang out, "As teammates, we'll never leave each other behind." Everything ended in this moment. The sharp sword sliced through the air, cutting across the possessed's face, leaving a bloody wound, dyeing the space red, ending everything. Jin Hyuk clenched his fist tightly and rushed forward, continuing. So now, Bell could only blink and receive the sudden counterattack. In a burst of anger, the punch pierced through, releasing a dazzling purple energy, fiercely aimed at Bell. The god S.A.'s punch fell. Jin Hyuk smiled softly, his voice firm, "We will win." Taking Jin Hyuk's full punch, Bell's eyes widened in pain. Blood sprayed from his throat out of his mouth. Momentum pushed him violently backward. Bell panicked, thinking. That weapon not only changed shape into a chain, but a dark aura shot out. He was still wondering if it could fully use Cha's power. Jin Hyuk, the chain wrapped tightly around Pio's body, then squeezed. He gritted his teeth, calculating, was it enhanced by the power of a savior? Jin Hyuk grabbed the chain's end in his hand and shot forward. He laughed and said, "How dare you run?" Yan Hui stood firm as a pillar, starting to pull Pio's body toward the punishment-erasing machine. With force, Pio slammed hard into the machine's pillar, causing it to explode and shake everything around. The red orb on the punishment eraser shattered. Smoke filled the air. Jin Hyuk's voice echoed, "We've come this far by trusting and protecting each other." Below, a battered Pio sat slumped, recalling what he said. "Even if my teammates are in danger, I won't let them die. So we will win." His eyes flickered slightly. Pio thought, "Teammates, teammates." Scene change, a furious roar echoed. "Where are you all?" The Lizard Lord shouted, "You filthy human rats on the 120th floor." The Lizard Lord stormed through every alley. As he walked, he glanced around and said, "Running only wastes your time. This dungeon is my domain." Beneath where he just passed, there was a small hole just big enough for a person to crawl through. Bell was hiding inside with Kamen, hearing footsteps fade away. He peeked out to observe, whispering, "Is he gone?" Behind Carmen, a trembling person called her brother. "Ha ha, I'm so cold." Pio turned inside to look at her, silently calculating. A Lord-level monster just suddenly appeared. This intelligent monster has been chasing us for days, and both our powers are drained. His hand slowly dropped. "This is the end for us." "What?" Cameron, with a youthful face, looked up and asked. "Our teammates, brother, they will come to save us, right?" Bella sat down and replied, "No, we just met them in the tower. What benefit would they get from saving us? No one in this world helps orphans like us, and it's the same here." After speaking, he leaned against the wall, deep in thought. The strong prey on the weak, that's how the world works. I'm just not one of the strong. A pair of glowing red eyes looked through a small crack in the wall. Pio glanced to the side. Carmen hesitated and spoke. "Lord," she shouted. "A Lord-level monster." The Lizard Lord opened his mouth and destroyed the wall. Charging at him, he roared, "I finally found my prey." In a desperate moment, Pello reminded himself, "That's right, the strong have power. If only I." The image of the Lizard Lord rushing forward with his jaws wide open, reflected in his red pupils, he concluded, becoming strong by hunting the weak. A dark staff enveloping an energy orb appeared, firing a powerful white beam, aimed straight at the Lizard Lord's body. Pello froze, shouting, "Spirit bomb." "No way." He took the full hit and screamed wildly. "What? How dare you? Who attacked me?" Below, a mysterious figure cloaked in black, radiating fierce purple killing intent, he asked, "Hey brothers, are you still alive?" That was Jin Hyuk. He warned, "Jump up if you want to live." Pello was stunned for a moment, silent, thinking. Pilo looked at his face, judging. "You're not worthy of that person's tower. That's the right the strong are entitled to." In the night, a small fire flickered, giving off warmth. Bella's thoughts passed, but Cha Jin Hyuk broke that rule. Bella and Carmen sat by the fire. She clung to him in fear, shouting, "I thought I was going to die." Pello leaned in, asking, "What happened?" He pondered, "Why risk his life to save us? Why did he do that? I can't understand it. No, I don't like it." One day, as I was sinking into a frustration I couldn't grasp, the god gave me a chance. The devil gave the mission. Kill Cha Jin Hyuk. Kill that hateful guy who dared climb my tower. Destroy him. Pello knelt before the elder, tears welling as if blessed. He resolved, yes, the domination of the overwhelming one. This is the truth. So just as Cha Jin Hyuk finished his thought, Jin Hyuk slowly stepped forward, saying, "Oh no, are you done for?" Bio stared at his face, judging. "You are not worthy of that person's tower." Jin Hyuk laughed and continued, "You don't look so good, huh? Aha, is it because you fought? While under punishment, you didn't recklessly use your power like a commoner, but it seems you have some internal injuries." The ring on his hand glowed brightly, creating a streak of energy light. Jin Hyuk gave Pello no chance to resist. He concluded, "This is your mistake, underestimating the punishment." Then he firmly gripped his weapon and casually finished with a light remark. Pello raised his weapon, ready to strike. He shouted like a declaration. I'll reunite you with your sister. Pilo just stood still, taking the hit, making no move. Suddenly, a pale golden light radiated around Pello. He widened his eyes, a reminder appeared. The sky's ruler said it's too early to end. From a deep crater on the rocky ground, a dazzling light shone brilliantly in golden hues, scattering shards everywhere. Pello stood tall, as if exploding with power. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk was thrown back by the blast's force. He struggled to steady himself. Jin Hyuk thought Pello's divine power had suddenly surged, and that speech bubble, he wondered aloud, shouting, "Who the hell is that spy with a weird name? Do you know him?" However, Jin Hyuk got no answer. He urged impatiently, "Hey, say something." The system display failed to respond. Bo Tower, radiating fierce energy from above, spoke up. "Did you say you wouldn't let the AI die? So you think you'll win? Ridiculous, Cha Jin Hyuk." He pointed, a savage smile spreading on his face, continuing, "Then I'll just have to wipe you all out, you pests." In a silent moment, a large glowing red lock wrapped in chains of light appeared, symbolizing power restriction. The system warned of an anomaly. The chains tightened until the lock cracked into pieces. The system responded, "The punishment on Leo Tower Bo has been lifted." The skeletal soldiers charging forward suddenly vanished. On this side, the demon humans also weakly collapsed. Heiji arrived, shouting, "All the soldiers are dead, only souls remain." He and Vun faced each other head-on. Heiji said, "All right, let's start the main battle." Vun blocked the attack with his weapon, replying, "You said fighting with your body is uncultured." Heiji halted, forcefully pushing back his weapon, saying, "I never said I couldn't fight." He extended sharp claws forward, declaring, "I will finish you, soul." Heiji was closing in. Vun gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it." Suddenly, a strange aura radiated from his eyes, causing Heiji to freeze. His body seemed to burn with mysterious power. Heiji panicked, shouting, "What's happening to my body?" On this side, Vun was equally shocked. His body was being absorbed by a pillar above. The punishment removal machine was draining Heiji's vitality upward. He screamed loudly, "Why is the weapon absorbing me?" Did it realize the problem? Heiji's eyes suddenly froze. Impossible. Then Heiji shouted, "So that's it." From the start, cannon on this side was also fading. Heiji's voice echoed, "We were just fuel for that weapon." Now, atop the punishment removal machine, a faint red aura glowed. Hendrik looked up from below, puzzled. Why is it absorbing its own allies? A glowing red spherical object sat on a mechanical pedestal, surrounded by light emitting a dazzling golden crystal from its center. The punishment removal machine began to collapse. A brilliant, powerful red energy beam shot down, forming a blinding destructive light. Henry stared at the beam, suddenly recognizing its path. He shouted, "That's Sha Jin Hyuk's spot." The fierce red energy beam finally hit the ground, causing a blinding white explosion of light spreading outward. Within the blazing red glow, a white sword-shaped crystal appeared, shining intensely from the center, promising unmatched power. After the explosion, the glowing red energy orb with the weapon symbol inside lay deep within a crack in the ground, still radiating intense light. Jin Hyuk raised his hand to support his body from behind. Bell is locked down. He smiles. A red chain wraps around the lock, seemingly nullifying its power. The alert system detected an anomaly. After a moment, the chain tightened until the lock shattered into pieces. The system announced that the punishment on Leo Tower Bell had been lifted. Bell stood before the punishment removal device, looking down. A deep voice echoed, "This is the weapon I prepared for you, an item that erases punishment." Jin Hyuk hesitated, thinking, "It erases punishment?" Amidst a blazing yellow and orange aura, Bell, eyes hidden in shadow, smiled smugly. He held a dazzling orb of light in both hands. Confidently, he said, "For someone who climbed the upper floors, you surely understand what this means. Cha Jin Hyuk, you can't win." Jin Hyuk grit his teeth angrily, staying silent. The punishment removal device spiraled like a giant tornado, reaching the sky, emitting sparkling light and surrounded by a rainbow halo with a red orb at the top. A brilliant golden light burst at its center, creating expanding circles of light while shattered stones were blasted away by the explosive force. All the angels present, along with Venian, were thrown back. A desperate scream echoed. Dream City is about to be destroyed. A series of fierce yellow-orange explosions erupted on the ground, accompanied by sharp glowing cuts, creating a chaotic scene of a devastating attack. He knelt on the stone floor, asking, "Is everyone okay?" A nearby angel replied, "No, we're fine." Venian panicked, asking, "What about the disciple? Where is he?" Then Venian looked ahead, seeing a fierce yellow-orange beam piercing through massive flying rocks. He thought, "No way, is he still fighting the enemy?" Bell looked down from above at Jin Hyuk collapsing under a boulder. He sneered, "You talked big earlier, why so quiet now?" "Ha ha." He braced himself to stand. Jin Hyuk shouted, "Shut up. Then he pondered, is that punishment-erasing item the weapon Donnet mentioned? Jin Hayuk continued, you've got an interesting toy, Bell, but going against the tower's will bring severe consequences. Bell pointed at the punishment removal device, confidently saying, I sacrifice my allies. I can use it after sacrificing the 4 kings who climbed over 600 floors. Behind Po Tower, a figure appeared, sword in hand, ready to strike. Unaware, Bell kept talking. Anyway, they're already at death's door. Only Jin Hayuk noticed the situation behind Po Tower. He thought silently, a member of the Divine Sword, so one of them is still alive. Following Jin Hayuk's gaze, he finally saw Po Tower swiftly swing his sword. It sliced the ambusher's body in half. The attacker's eyes rolled back, blood pouring from his throat. He spat out with contempt. You can't fight, wingless ones. On this side, Jin Hyuk's mask began to appear. He lunged forward at terrifying speed, shouting a warning, you bastard, stop right there. Looking at the situation ahead, the angels began to worry. A 9-star without punishment. Before, we couldn't defeat them. The guy beside added, we're doomed. Venian suddenly interrupted. No, we can't give up. Venian shouted with determination. We are Lucifer's sword. We must defeat the invaders at all costs. Just as the spirit rose, a voice stopped them. No. Haru stood above, waving. Get out of here now. Move to another area, hurry, it's dangerous. Above, the punishment eraser machine, a giant hand reached out and grabbed the red energy orb tightly. Haru sensed something and turned around cautiously. Below, Venian froze and shouted, impossible. The system displayed an abnormal detection alert. The Meg system appeared behind the punishment eraser machine. His hand was clutching the orb. The system continued showing the punishment on Leo Tower's body. Meg's punishment was removed. Meg roared with anger and fury. His roar collapsed the punishment eraser machine. Around them, everything shook with the roar's force. Uriel glanced confused toward the sound's direction. Speaking of the sound, Hamiel was sitting collapsed on the ground. With arrows piercing her body, she said, Meg's punishment is gone. Uriel gasped. What? She smirked confidently and continued, now that you're alive, you'll destroy this whole place. Giants have low intelligence and aren't overly power-hungry. Yet their position among the 4 emperors has never been shaken. There's only one reason, overwhelming strength. Because it surpasses the advantages of other races. An angel overheard and spoke anxiously. A giant without punishment. The guy beside trembled and added, does that mean? Uriel turned and shouted to reassure, don't give up, go support over there. Suddenly, Hamiel interrupted. No, you must not. She had borrowed Sandalahan's power. Hamiel screamed, take another step. Megalo heard something, raised his hand to observe, then pondered, what? I heard a faint scream. Suddenly, the bug seemed smaller, or maybe I got bigger. Then Meg clenched his fist with determination. Well then, he swung his fist. I can use more power to destroy everything, so I don't care. Harry turned to assess the situation. He was coming. She shouted, everyone dodge. Venny gritted her teeth, think fast. There's no way to dodge something that huge. Meg started charging at Hendrik, and Vunken rushed out to intercept. The 2 men's faces were fully focused, not letting their guard down for a second. Red and purple power surged toward him, causing Meg to lose balance and lean back slightly. He growled angrily, his eyes glowing fiercely, staring straight at Hendrik and Vunken. Then Meg shouted, shaking the whole space. That hurts, you bugs. Hendrik raised his hand to brace himself and warned to dodge. In a moment of concentrated power, his cold, glowing eyes unleashed a powerful punch. Wrapped in blue and black energy, tearing the ground apart, a dazzling blue light shot forward. The figures of Hendrik and Vulcan were pushed back by overwhelming power high above. Jagged rocks hovered in midair, 2 energy swords glowing, one blazing yellow, the other icy blue. They clashed fiercely. Bello and Jin Hayek faced off in a tense standoff. He swung his arm, blasting the power away with an explosion that pushed Jin Hayek backward. His gaze shifted elsewhere. Jin Hayek was stunned, realizing the punishment on that giant was lifted. Those below were in danger. I have to help them myself. Suddenly, a fierce golden lightning bolt struck down from the top of a rocky mound. It froze him in place. Hamiel, with radiant golden wings and a dazzling aura, slowly descended to face Uriel. Jin Hayu guessed silently that this light was a supreme being descending. Her eyes were deep and ruthless as she spoke. So it's you? The one who defied the selection and killed him. Without hesitation, she soared up and shouted, Uriel. Bello followed closely behind. He warned, don't let your guard down. Jin Hayuk was furious. Glancing at the beam of light, he cursed under his breath, damn it. From behind, he quickly landed on a nearby rock. The brilliant energy shot past. Jin Hayuk braced himself with his sword to stay steady. Now, his body was enveloped in a dark purple energy that slowly faded. Jin Hayuk concluded, damn it. He shattered his demon form and glanced over his body. He gritted his teeth, realizing he no longer had enough mana to fuse. Still not enough for Bello now that the punishment was gone. Bello looked down arrogantly from above and spoke. What's wrong, Cha Jin Hyuk? You can't focus because you're distracted by other worries, right? You've left me an opening because of your useless teammates. Up in the sky, we have Sandalahan, and below, we have Meg. Your teammates will all die. He stared directly at Jin Hyuk. I declare I will kill them. Bello pointed and laughed excitedly. Fine. To punish those who defy the god's will, I hereby sentence all who oppose the heavens to execution. Jin Hyuk smirked. He replied, I told you, my teammates are different from yours. Meanwhile, Mel silently turned to watch Vunkin and Hendrik working together to protect each other. His voice continued, we won't let our teammates die. Mel bowed his head solemnly. Magic evasion is a knight's skill. This time, I will destroy you. Before he could finish, a gold coin dropped in front of him. Suddenly, countless gold coins rained down from the sky. A deep voice spoke up. Gold rain. Mel shouted in shock. The coins hovered midair. Lich stood above, continuously throwing down coins. He said, 5 million gold. A flash of light appeared above Sandalahan, catching his attention. Sandalahan turned and speculated. That's what I just saw. Jianggun released a free-falling figure in midair. Wherever he passed, it was extended by a radiant energy source. Sandalahan was stunned. Test Jianggun's disciple smiled wickedly, his eyes glowing brightly within a blue aura. The first awakening of Jianggun's disciple, the chief executioner, he decisively unleashed a powerful strike emitting a blue light straight into the center of Sandalahan's head. A fierce emerald energy suddenly pierced down from above, causing an explosion of light and shards that shattered the lich. Clenching the golden clasp, his cold voice declared victory. Jianggun excitedly added, now it's just getting started. A figure shot upward from the depths of a cylindrical chasm, shrouded in faint blue light and ruins. Sandalahan's body was blasted away. Jianggun landed hard, his eyes blazing with power. Jianggun looked at his scratched hand, gritting his teeth. It hurts more than I thought. Maybe I need to stop using this hand for a while. His hand trembled uncontrollably. Jianggun thought sacrificing this hand to banish a god was worth it, and facing no obstacles was truly a fair price. Sandalahan had disappeared thanks to this hand. A pair of slender legs stepped before him, speaking coldly from the start. Hemiel's frail body exuded a chilling tone. You're waiting to banish Sandalahan. How dare you? I screamed as I charged forward wildly. How can a mere human like you disrespect the gods? Jianggun stood firm, clutching his aching arm in reply, complaining about the gods instead of worrying about them. Jianggun's next words made Hamiel hesitate. Why don't you look at yourself? If you can't grow, don't chase the power of gods. As he finished, suddenly her limbs were severed from her body in shock. On this side, Jin Hyuk summoned a powerful arrow, ready to shoot forward. The ultimate divine weapon, the primordial chaos arrow, hovered against the dark purple sky. Drawing his bow, he unleashed a rain of radiant purple energy arrows, tearing space with overwhelming power. Jin Hyuk shouted, fish an arrow. Meanwhile, Bio Lu was creating an energy sphere to block it. He spoke confidently. How many hits will it take for you to get it, Cha Jin Hyuk? Bio Lu raised the sphere near his face, ready to strike. Even using all his skills, a brilliant light sphere exploded, wrapped in massive energy rings. Accompanied by a loud sound signaling power release, Bio Lu continued, You're still nothing but a writhing bug to me. Watching the scene, Jin Hyuk frowned, thinking, damn it. A blinding white explosion erupted fiercely at the center. It created huge energy rings and blasted away debris in a terrifying clash. Midair, he landed on a giant floating rock shard. Bowing low with caution, his black cloak fluttered in the wind, blood trickling from Jin Hyuk's mouth. He pondered deeply. Even Bel Lu's light attacks had a big impact on him. Yan Hape looked down at Bio Lu from above, silently calculating he couldn't defeat him. Without suffering any penalty, he wiped the blood from his mouth and began making a decision. Then what I need to focus on is the device that removes that penalty. The penalty removal machine still stood tall, right in the center. It was a red orb adorned with a striking white crystal at the top, reflecting Hendrik's silhouette. Then Pio quickly chased after Jin Hyuk's figure ahead. He shouted, Are you running away, Cha Jin Hyuk? Leaving a powerful streak of light across the sky. The mystic dragon Slash extended its hand to block the strike, assessing it as nothing serious. Henry crouched low to the ground after his attack, while Meg's massive body above was covered in blood streaks and red slashes. Still burning from the recent attack, he gritted his teeth, thinking he had come this far through hard training. But suddenly, a figure darted beside him, startling Henry out of his thoughts. I can't cause a single wound on his skin. He glanced toward the source of the noise, silently cursing. No time to hesitate, the mystic decisively threw a punch tearing through the ground. He roared, Got you now, you bug. Meng looked at Hendrik collapse on the stone floor and said, "Bug, I finally caught you after missing last time." Around Benian, Harry, Wunkin, and the others had also fallen. The voice continued to echo. The others are down, so Meng doesn't need to stop any more bugs. Suddenly, a powerful blow slammed into his face. The voice was firm. "Meng, I'm coming now to help Bell." After the attack, Lich hovered above and asked him, "Where are you going?" "I'm still here." Meg glanced and replied sharply. A lock-shaped symbol appeared on Lich's hand as he continued, "But you'll face a penalty if you hit me. Then your whole body will suffer countless wounds." Meg grabbed the orb on the machine, removing the penalty, confidently declaring, "I have no penalties at all." If Meg protects this machine, his eyes blazed as he stared straight at him and roared, "Then Meg will win." Hearing this, Lich was annoyed, thinking he had assumed all giants were fools, but they fully know how to fight and survive this situation. Jin Hyuk shared the thought that he had to take risks. A dazzling yellow and white light surrounded by a blue aura shone down on him. He shouted in agony. Pio calmly watched the burst of energy and asked, "So you still haven't given up?" He looked at Jin Hyuk in his unified form. The voice continued, "Have you used all your divine power yet?" After speaking, Jin Hyuk vanished in a streak of light. Pio was stunned and looked up, shouting, "What?" Then Pio immediately chased after Jin Hyuk's figure ahead. He shouted, "Are you running away, Cha Jin Hyuk?" Pio followed while laughing loudly, mocking, "You know you'll lose. So you gave up revenge and ran away, right?" Jin Hyuk glanced back coldly and replied, "You're the one I'm pointing my supreme staff at." Then he spoke again, giving up something important. Pio clenched his teeth watching what just flashed by. Unable to follow Jin Hyuk's charge, he reasoned that he was aiming for the penalty removal device. Bello raised his arm high, focusing shimmering energy at his fingertips, preparing to counterattack. He said, "You think that stupid tactic will work?" Each golden-orange figure rushed quickly toward Jin Hyuk. Bello continued, "Will it go exactly as planned?" Each bright yellow energy figure pierced through his arm, creating an explosion of light and speed at the impact point, ignoring the wounds. Jin Hyuk stood firm, raising his staff to create a pitch-black energy sphere. Surrounded by radiant, mystical rings from his staff, a pillar formed. A massive, blazing red energy burst exploded, shooting forward at lightning speed against the sky. Jin Hyuk shouted the power shot. Bilo realized the problem and thought he had missed. Angry from being hit by his spear, he muttered under his breath, "Almost." However, Jin Hyuk didn't think that he hadn't missed. He gazed down at Meg thoughtfully. His original target was the beam aimed straight at the giant's center of thought, to erase that giant's penalty. After the hit, Meg was confused. "What's going on with my penalty eraser?" Seeing him distracted, Lich seized the chance, forming a blazing golden energy sphere with both hands, shouting, "Golden strike." Lich's stern face continued to taunt Kim Meg, whose pointed ears and pained expression were engulfed in a sea of fiery energy. Bilo turned his head in shock, unable to believe what was happening, shouting, "No way." Looking at the wreckage and Lich standing above, Bilo angrily voiced his thoughts from the start. He had aimed at Meg's penalty eraser. After taking the full hit, Meg rubbed his dazed eyes, about to collapse. His massive body had a hole pierced through. Meg fell freely from above, roaring, "You won't escape." Blood spurted from Meg's mouth as he continued, "I'll ignore the penalty and empower myself. We'll die together." Suddenly, Hendrik appeared behind Meg, raising his sword high. Preparing to strike down, "You're not the only one who will die." Hendrik growled, "Demon Dragon Slash." In an instant, his shadow swung a deep red energy blade, delivering a decisive slash that tore through. Meg saw the situation worsening. Bilo gritted his teeth, trembling, and hissed, "Cha Jin Hyuk." He raged in blame. "If you don't come back, everything will go as planned." Bilo stretched his hand forward. Creating an energy sphere, he firmly declared, "This time, I'll definitely kill you." At that moment, Hyung Hun dashed forward. He asked, "Who do you intend to kill?" His eyes shone brightly as his punch sliced the air. He roared, "How dare you betray my friend?" He unleashed a dazzling jade-green energy blast, exploding into a powerful beam with speed trails spreading everywhere, then shouted, "Take this." In the critical moment, a protective energy shield, made of glowing hexagons, suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. Bilo stood behind the shield and said, "Attacks like that can't break my power." Choi Jeong-hun lifted his mouth and asked, "You really aren't punished, huh?" Suddenly, a fierce attack collided with the shield. Bilo flinched, raising his hand to dodge. He looked down and said, "You're Bilo," then shouted, "Goldrick, are you on Cha Jin Hyuk's side too?" He flipped a gold coin in his hand and replied, "I've never been on your side." Bilo couldn't find an ally, he silently calculated. If both of them bet their lives to fight, the power they use would be on par with mine. What a hassle. I need to protect, erase, and attack them all at once. Suddenly, a dragon appeared high above, Bilo stared at it in surprise, thinking, a dragon on this side. Uriel, Venian, and other angels were performing a ritual. She whispered, we've unleashed all the divine power we have. Uriel looked up and begged, please. A streak of light flashed across the dark dragon's body. Mio leapt down, body falling freely, with a shout, Mystic Fox. Mio smiled happily, calling her mother. The red orb on the erasure device exploded with a burst of power, shattering the surrounding debris. Pio Tower's sturdy shield had long been destroyed, tiny shards of energy scattered everywhere. Nine-tailed foxes appeared. She looked down at Pio Tower and said, greetings, slave of the celestial lord. He startled and shouted, the nine-tailed foxes have descended. Pio Tower reached forward, while a small energy orb formed amid a strong aura. He roared angrily, if that body is harmed, your lineage will end too. The nine-tailed foxes scowled and spoke coldly. Suddenly, Pio Tower's body froze. He feared he couldn't move. She glanced back. The family crest was visible as Dian Yu bowed low, ready to fight. Brother Yang Gao. The great sword was wrapped in dark energy. The nine-tailed foxes shouted, beloved Dian Yu is near. Their declaration signaled the end. Bilo panicked but couldn't resist. He could only cry out in despair, unable to launch a counterattack. Jin Hyuk swung his sword, creating an energy orb that tore everything around with overwhelming force. Pio Tower's whole body was blasted backward by the power. He raised both hands, trying to steady himself. Bilo gritted his teeth, thinking he had blocked Choi Hyung Hun's punch, but was pushed back by this single slash. Suddenly, a lock-shaped symbol appeared above his head. Bilo stiffened, his red pupils widened. Oh no, the penalty. Jin Hyuk lunged forward, grabbing his collar and said, enough, Bilo. Bilo's trembling hand called out to Cha Jin Hyuk. The nine-tailed foxes above smiled happily. Maybe I've won. The system appeared beside her. The pinnacle of all evil, it said. It's been a long time since any group attacked the heavens. Then it asked, they want to know if their gift has been accepted? The celestial lord sighed. Jia, his system did not respond. The nine-tailed foxes added, why aren't you saying anything? His system flew away. She smirked and said, they ran off already? The system replied, they're laughing and speechless now. Lucifer heard the conversation and remained silent. Bilo said, don't face Jin. You don't be stubborn. It can't end like this. I need to create a heaven where the strong rule. We must kill those who want to conquer the tower, he said seriously. If you do that, no one will climb the tower. That's not heaven, he said without concern, laughing. That world is the right one. Everyone knows their place and obeys. That's what that person. Jin Hyuk lost patience and cut in. Stop talking nonsense. Behind you, the three have been summoned. Jin Hyuk continued. It's time for you to face your punishment. Bio, say hello to Carmen for me. Bio stared at the sharp fangs bared in that mouth, thinking, I can't die like this. Someone who understands my ideals. I still haven't seen the world he created. He suddenly shouted in defiance, I won't die like this. The Lord of Heaven, a streak of light stretched across the sky. A giant dark hand, surrounded by a white glowing outline, squeezed and tore the sky like glass, ready to pull its entire body out from the crack. From the void, Jahe stepped out with a massive muscular form, wrapped in white light. His powerful and imposing appearance, ready to face the world. His face was covered by a white beard, and a brilliant light shone with authority, his eyes emitting a strong energy, showing supremacy and absolute power. Suddenly, a dazzling streak of light tore the sky from above, instantly catching the attention of Jin Hyuk and Bell. He held the smaller person, whispering, what is that? The nine-tailed fox on this side stiffened, saying, impossible. Bello confidently laughed, as if certain of victory. He has answered my plea. Holding his hands together in front was Harry, both looking up. His voice echoed, the strongest angel, not the strongest god of the tower. The Uriel group similarly looked up to the sky. Jang Hun and Lich stood silently observing. Bello continued, the Lord of Heaven, a giant hand reaching out tearing the sky. The majestic figure of Jahe stepped out with radiant light. His eyes shone brightly, full of power. Jahe spoke with authority. He looked down solemnly, extending a giant hand forward, as if commanding or about to unleash ultimate power. Seeing Jahe's action, the nine-tailed fox quickly flinched. She turned and shouted to warn everyone, run fast. From his finger, a blinding light burst forth, instantly creating a glowing energy sphere. An X-shaped mark at the fingertip, signaling release. Scene shift, an ancient castle stood tall against the blue sky. The ground on the 190th floor, the bustling voices of market people echoed. All right, this is cheap, you guys climb the tower. Go get your gear. The shop owner handed out a red apple, saying, try this. It's very sweet. The buyer eagerly asked, really? He took the apple, quietly saying thanks. As soon as he touched it, the raised arms suddenly vanished into thin air. Only a long shadow remained against the pure white background. The buyer opened his eyes wide, not understanding what was happening. A powerful white light from the upper left corner tore the sky apart, instantly causing the majestic castle with its towering black spires and the city below to disappear as if they never existed. One by one, everything slowly vanished into the void. The skyscrapers were swallowed by the dazzling light, leaving only scattered glowing streaks, and the disappearance was irreversible. The entire city was engulfed in a fierce blinding light that mercilessly destroyed the massive structures, leaving only debris and the blazing red of destruction. A violent energy burst, shot down, tearing the sky and scattering architectural fragments everywhere after the explosion. The giant buildings were torn apart, collapsing tragically, creating an image of total devastation. The hand that received the apple from the buyer earlier fell and slowly dissolved. Those not yet vanished shouted in panic. The city has disappeared. The face of one of them reflected extreme confusion. From the epicenter of destruction, a brilliant golden light erupted like molten lava, cracking the ground into burning electric veins. Thick black smoke billowed up, engulfing and drowning the entire scene, leaving only a blazing deep pit with twisting orange-gold energy beams. Jia, his fingertip descended toward the still blazing pit of destruction. Standing beneath his giant figure, Pello laughed triumphantly. "What a magnificent sight! You bastards!" he roared, declaring, "This is the power of my god, the true ruler of the tower. This is the strength of Dai Hao." Suddenly, a fiery energy beam pierced straight through Pello's chest, freezing the smile on his lips. While still taunting the bug behind Pello, a voice spoke up. "Enough, Pello. I need a massive amount of divine power. It costs more than just a stand-in." Amid the golden radiant glow, Jia, he raised his hand, unleashing a colossal force aimed to destroy Pello standing before him. He decided, "So give me everything you have." Pello panicked, trying to stop him. "Wait, I still..." But Jia, he ignored him, cutting him off. "This is what you wanted. The fate of being ruled by the strong." Pello's body gradually dissolved into nothingness. He screamed in agony, "I was loyal to you." Jia, his body radiated a majestic golden light, absorbing all of Pello's life and power, causing him to fade away. Pello begged in fear, "Please spare me. I don't want to die." The destructive power surged directly into his mouth. After absorbing the immense power, Jia, he lowered himself. He spoke, "Finally, I can move properly." Jia, he ranked as the Supreme Divine Power 999, suddenly surged forward and said, "You." He held his sword, ready to attack Jin Hyuk. Near his voice, "You're behind all of this, aren't you?" Jia, he answered bluntly, "Yes. I will kill scum like you and create my own paradise." He replied coldly, "If that's true then." Jin Hyuk confidently declared, "This ends if I kill you, right? I'll take your life as punishment for killing the traitor without permission." Pello, amused, responded, "You're quite interesting. Now I understand why the god favors you." The system appeared. Dai Hao's law forbids the Supreme Divine from arbitrarily obstructing the tower Jin Hyuk calls home. The system continued. "Do you think the other gods will overlook this?" Jai. He looked at the screen coldly. "Other gods? Which god dares oppose me?" He pointed fiercely. "After I burned the ground of the 190th floor and executed that bastard Cha Jin Hyuk, everyone will know." Jai. He raised his hand, and in his palm, a pure white orb of light condensed, shining and sparkling like the most precious gem. He declared firmly, "I am the master of the tower." From the pure orb in Jaya's hand, a stream of orange-red energy, a brilliant and fierce energy burst forth, tearing everything ahead apart. Caught off guard, Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth. Recalling the attack, it was faster than Venian's shadow appeared. His thoughts continued, "I can't dodge this." In a life-or-death moment, he embraced Jin Hyuk tightly, using his own body to shield and avoid the blazing red energy rushing toward them. Venian clenched his teeth and glanced back after streaking past the fiery trail, like an energy arrow shooting into the pale blue sky, fading and vanishing into the endless void. Jahi raised his voice with criticism. "Are you Lucifer's lackey? Resistance is useless." After speaking, a fierce purple power shot straight at the old man's face at terrifying speed. Jahe turned to Jeong Hun and the nine-tailed fox, angrily saying, "You planning to interfere?" The nine-tailed fox and Test's disciple didn't hesitate to reply. "Of course." Gyeong Hun rubbed his knuckles and added, "I didn't learn everything just to stay silent." With a determined face and sharp eyes, he raised his hand and summoned a sphere of energy. From above, a blazing energy beam shot down, causing a thunderous explosion on the floating rock in midair. Jin Hyuk, amid the dust, gritted his teeth in anger, turning to Vinian and saying, "Vinian, thanks to you, I'm still alive." Suddenly, his pupils dilated. Jin Hyuk panicked, "You." He knelt down, shouting, "Your leg, Venian." Whispering to the disciple, I can't watch you die. Jin Hyuk startled and quickly explained, "Why did you go this far? I'm not Lucifer's disciple." On the other side, he replied, "I know." Jin Hyuk hesitated, exclaiming, "What?" Venian continued, speaking his heart. "However, if Lucifer chose you to free us from that evil god's rule, then I will protect that prophecy." He tensed up, grinding his teeth as he growled. He glanced over the glowing angelic souls around him and added, "They've agreed with me." Jin Hyuk observed and thought, "The souls of the wingless dead?" Venian sincerely said, "Fight alongside us." Jin Hyuk swallowed the souls of our world. Jin Hyuk shouted, "Swallow everyone's souls? Do you understand what that means? No one can transcend. No reincarnation. No becoming zombies anymore. That's it." Venian answered seriously, "I'm prepared for this." He clenched his teeth, but Venian interrupted. "Only you can defeat Dai Hao," he shouted, urging. "I don't have time. Jin Hyuk, you must do it now." Jin Hyuk clenched his fists, trembling, his eyes blazing fiercely and face grim. Jin Hyuk opened his mouth wide, swallowing the angel's souls. He declared, "I won't let everyone's efforts go to waste." Jin Hyuk tilted his head back, continuously absorbing the angel's souls. He summoned power, shouting, "Devour, Venian." Lying below, watching Jin Hyuk closely, he finally closed his eyes with a satisfied smile. "Thank you." A radiant energy sphere exploded, centered on a mysterious black spot divided into 4 parts. Young Hun and the 9-tailed fox combined forces to attack. He clenched his fist and threw a wind-slicing punch at the old man. Jeong Hun thought, "My enemy is a god. Continuing like this is pointless." On this side, the 9-tailed foxes also formed energy spheres, ready to strike. She silently calculated, "We must ensure victory by giving it our all." The 9-tailed foxes stood amid a blazing pink-purple light, with energy waves radiating the mysterious fox spirit power. Nearby, surrounded by a jade-green aura, stood Keong Hun, strong and resolute. He clenched his fists and charged forward, his eyes blazing fiercely, preparing to unleash a devastating punch, a direct strike empowered to crush the 2 radiant forces, one jade-green and one pink-purple, reflecting on the aged yet powerful face of Jahe. After the collision, the explosive force surged into the old man's body, creating an electric shock that tore through the space. Immediately after Jahe's initial strike, thick black smoke rose, obscuring his face. The 9-tailed fox turned to check on Keong Hun. "Are you okay?" The disciple of the test clasped his arm and replied, "I can't use this hand because I'm penalized." A giant hand lunged forward, aiming to grab Keong Hun tightly. Unaware, he continued, "But with this power, even the Supreme Being couldn't stop me." Suddenly realizing, Keong Hun turned his head and shouted, "Damn it." Jahe's giant hand had already gripped his body. His other hand reached out, refusing to let go of the 9-tailed foxes. Jahe glared at the two and growled, "How dare you defy the king of gods? I won't forgive you." Furious, he roared, "I won't hold back." Standing tall, his entire body radiated a dazzling golden energy aura, his fists clenched tightly, cursing those insolent insects. Then he declared solemnly, "I've made up my mind. I will kill all of you and destroy the lower levels of this tower. Those weak insects won't be able to escape anymore." Below, everyone panicked, looking up at the shattering sky. Jadi's voice echoed, "I will block all entrances to every tower. I will create my own heaven, where no one dares challenge my power again." Keong Hun's eyes rolled back in pain. The 9-tailed foxes were no exception. She gritted her teeth, struggling to hold on. Suddenly, a sharp, high-speed black slash cut decisively through both of Jahe's arms in an instant. Jahe was stunned by the sudden turn of events. A familiar voice rang out, "How ridiculous." Keong Hun whispered his name. Then a shout as Taicha Jin Hyuk was restrained before him, carrying a sword on his shoulder, looking down and saying, "Who said they'd let you do that?" The 9-tailed foxes observed Jin Hyuk, silently assessing the immense divine power that severed Dai Hao's arms. He had absorbed the power of the wingless star, but if that was true, Jahe suddenly burst into laughter. He growled angrily, "Foolish, mortal, so greedy for power. Feeding on Lucifer's minions. Looks like you've gathered nearly 10 measures of godlike strength already." Ignoring his wounds, Jahe spread his severed hands wide, unleashing a fierce energy blast. He declared, "You don't have the authority to wield that divine power." Jin Hyuk swiftly dodged through the beams of light, evading Jahe's attacks. The old man's voice continued to echo in the air. "You've received divine power beyond your level. It will keep burning your body until you collapse." He clenched his jaw, staring at Jahe despite everything. The old man stretched out his massive hand, as if trying to grab Jin Hyuk, who was soaring with pure white angel wings. Jae shouted, "I will crush you." His eyes widened, pupils glowing with a fiery purple light, surrounded by black and violet auras, signaling a surge of power. The old man's giant hand lunged forward, colliding fiercely with the blazing purple energy radiating from Jin Hyuk, causing an explosion. Light and lightning flashed brilliantly in the sky. Jahe yelled, "That's below." Jang Hun was equally surprised. That means his divine power is equal to mine. Jin Hyuk raised his clawed hand, wrapped in purple magical flames. The nine-tailed fox beside them stiffened and said, "There's no way to rewind time." Jin Hyuk absorbed the souls of the angels into his body, shouting, "Devour." His teeth clenched tightly as he absorbed all the vital energy. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and unleashed a blazing golden energy sphere, bursting fiercely. Jin Hyuk tensed, feeling divine power flowing endlessly into him. Suddenly, the system appeared, reminding him, "Stay calm." Jin Hyuk strained to look at the system screen calling Lucifer. It continued, "Surely you have a clue to solve this problem." He recalled standing before Lucifer's statue, the figure deeply imprinted in his wide-open pupils, a giant dark purple-black wing with prominent veins suddenly bursting forth, tearing through the air. On the other side was a pure white angel wing. A thought appeared, convert abundant divine power into demonic energy, and by balancing these two forces, you can neutralize the pressure in the air. Jin Hyuk appeared with a contrasting combination, one side dark purple magic, the other bright white and gold. At the center was a glowing diamond-shaped energy core. He called out to Xenos from above. Flying with majestic opposing wings, he looked down. Jahe below recognized the form and gritted his teeth, hissing, "That shape." Jahe growled angrily, "Lucifer, no more words." Jin coldly said, "All right. Let's end this, Dihao." In Jay's palm, a pitch-black, dark, and powerful orb formed. He sneered, "How dare you emit a spiraling golden energy like a fiery drill that sweeps everything away?" Then he shouted mockingly, "Me, with that form." The power surged forward with explosive force. Jin Hyuk's eyes flashed defiantly, one side glowing with mystical purple, the other with radiant golden light, showing maximum power focus. He didn't hesitate to charge into the beam, declaring, "Dream on, Jahe," silently thinking, how can he block my divine power so easily? That means his divine power matches mine. Jin Hyuk raised his hand with sharp claws, surrounded by purple magical flames. He said, "Don't be surprised if I get blocked like that just once." Yangshi swung his sword, summoning the divine power of the primordial chaos. The blade blazed with purple magical flames, sharpened and fierce. He dashed toward Jia. He declaring, "Because this time, your neck will be severed." The old man clenched his fists angrily, shouting, "How dare a lowly insect like you?" As the blazing purple slash met Jia, a blinding white explosion erupted, spreading intense energy rays. The clash created an absolute white flash, surrounded by faint rainbow halos, shaking and warping the space around them. Below, everyone watched and whispered, "He's fighting Dihao. Can he win?" Haru quietly called Orabioni. She shouted encouragement, "Don't lose." Haru yelled loudly, "Orabioni." Blood dripped from Jin Hyuk's mouth corner. In his demon form, Jin Hyuk roared fiercely, pouring all his strength into this attack. His blade gradually threatened to shatter Jia's divine body. The old man's hand showed small cracks. With a sharp sound, the demonic blade shattered Jia's hand, slicing through his body and severing his arm. He was shocked, furrowing his brows in anxious worry. "I am a god with power beyond the tower. Jia." He looked at Jin Hyuk, a sudden thought crossing his mind. Could he wield divine power on my level? He silently wondered. And demonic energy too. Jia, he refused to accept defeat. He screamed wildly, "Impossible! I am the god, the master of this tower." Jia, his severed finger floated in midair, surrounded by burning golden energy, then gradually vanished into nothingness. "Jia," he shouted. "No way." A soul blazing like orange fire approached him. Many souls appeared around, echoing Jia. He screams in the air. "And a human could surpass me?" Yangtze coldly interrupted. "No, you are not a god." He pointed at the old man, bluntly saying, "You're just a coward." Jia, he gritted his teeth, hearing this. Jin Hyuk spoke of someone surpassing him. Two radiant souls flew toward him. "Jia," he barked, "shut up. Let's see if you can still talk big after this strike." Yangshi held his ground, watching the two beams of light aimed straight at him. The absolute power exploded, forming a massive white and fiery orange fireball. It engulfed everything in its destructive fury. "Jia," he sneered at one who gained power by absorbing Lucifer's flies. "You look like a fierce light engulfing." The entire scene reflected in his pupils. The distorted silhouette of someone bursting with energy silenced Jai. Amid the ruins and bright light after the explosion, he gaped in shock at Jin Hyuk soaring with contrasting wings. Swinging his blazing sword in a powerful arc, he put on his mask and said in a low voice, "Not like you." Images of angelic souls flashed through Jin Hyuk's mind as he continued. "Those you see as flies." Vaniel's smile briefly appeared. Jinhyu confidently declared they were braver. The more he spoke, the more agitated Jia he became. He cursed the masked fool with purple horns and fiery eyes in frustration. Jin Hyuk unleashed a powerful slash, tearing through the blazing purple energy, charging straight into the glowing pit like molten lava. The slash cut through the old man's body, making Jia, he tremble violently. His body was completely covered in bright purple light and lightning. Ban's system and Jia, he faced each other. His system displayed, "You came here to mock me?" It repeated. Ban's system on this side replied, "Yeah." As he said, "You're a coward despite your great power. You crush those with potential, and you try to crush him too." Ban accused him of fearing and crushing talented people. "That's why you failed." Daihao on the other side remained silent. Then a message appeared, "Damn it." Finally, it shattered in an instant outside. Jie, his body also began fading into nothingness. In his last moments, he stubbornly shouted, "Impossible. I am the true master of the Tower of Eternal Friendship." Without more words, he unleashed a destructive energy blast to end it all, and he had to take the fatal blow. Jia, his body shattered, broken fragments floating, then merged into the air in the dazzling light of the finishing strike against the clear blue sky. His final head fragment shattered, drifting weightlessly like debris in the void. A tragic end. The last remnants of the villain turned into tiny fragments, then vanished forever into the void. Jin Hyuk calmly withdrew his power. He felt the strength. His body couldn't endure fading away. Jin Hyuk held his mask, glanced to one side, then said, "That's enough, right? Vaniel's soul and the other angels have arrived." He smiled and continued, "I've avenged everyone." Vaniel smiled contentedly as a thank you, then gradually disappeared. He silently stood watching the body vanish. Finally, Jin Hyuk thought to himself, "Now I've reached my limit." He relaxed, letting his body fall freely through the endless sky. A hand reached out to catch Jin Hyuk. Harry held him tightly, Jin's eyes slowly opening. The first thing he saw was her silhouette. Haru's voice called out repeatedly, "Orabiani, Orabiani, Orabioni." Everyone was gathered, asking, "You're awake?" Jin Hyuk glanced once and replied, "Everyone. Everything's still fine." Then, he gently closed his eyes and whispered, "That's a relief." Haru panicked and called out to Orabioni. Everyone rushed over anxiously and shouted, "What's going on? Wake up, Father Jin Hyuk." She screamed fearfully, "Orabioni, open your eyes, Orabioni." 1 month later, the basements of the Holy Kingdom that Pelo sold became the property of the rebels. The Heavenly Realm, under Goldrick's control, began clashing after losing the Four Kings' leader. The top floors of the tower fell into chaos, and they couldn't focus on the lower floors, the 190th floor, the entrance to the next level. Henry glanced up and asked, "Did you get some rest?" Jin Hyuk rubbed his shoulder and answered, "I've rested so long my body feels stiff." Haru added, "You've used enough power to defeat a god. Of course, you should rest that much." Mio agreed from below. "That's right." He nodded, sharing his thoughts. Daihao's plan to select and eliminate has failed 7 times. Now no one can stop us. Jin Hyuk's face was determined as he declared, "Now let's go clear the tower." Everyone shouted in unison, "All right, let's do this." After their glorious victory, Jin Hyuk's entire Team 5 stepped through the gate, glowing with bright blue light, opening a new beginning and closing their epic journey.